Shut up. This is a 1990 Lexus LS400, and last month Doug DeMuro reviewed not this car, but one similar to it. And I think
Sorry for being retarded yesterday. I don't remember what you did. Wandering Mason, what's up, dude? Matta, what's up?
he was unduly harsh. I think he was judging this car as if it were 10 or 15 years newer than it was. And I wanted to make a rebuttal as somebody who actually owns one of these cars. Now, if you haven't watched his review yet, it's really good. I'll post a link in the description below. What I'm going to do is show you the quirks and features of this car that Doug DeMuro either mischaracterized or didn't bring up at all. And this was the honest-to-goodness base model. No keyless remote, no power seatbelt height adjuster, no traction control, no suspension height adjustment or sport mode, no sunroof, and biggest of all, no leather. Yes, this is an honest-to-goodness LS400 in the United States with cloth seats. And the material Toyota chose to use on this Lexus has held up really well, I think better than leather would have. Proof that the $38,000 base model in 1990 really did exist, showing my grandparents were willing to splurge on this car, but not splurge too much when they took delivery of this in October of 1989. So when it comes to the facts and figures of this car, Doug generally gets it right. It has a 4-liter V8, 3-speed automatic with an overdrive button, which he was really confused about why there's an overdrive button, and it's pretty simple. All through the 80s, cars had the PRND2L selector. So when a car started introducing overdrive, like a lot of Japanese cars did, rather than change up this well-known PRND2L, they added the overdrive button, which is the same as shifting from D to 3 on a modern car. And it makes a heck of a lot of sense if you live out here in the West where there's mountains. Sometimes you're coming down the mountain on the...
Are you excited about Mark Carney becoming the next leader of the Liberals and the next Prime Minister? No. So, he's not a retard like Elon Musk, but the idea that you'd want some billionaire corporate asshole being Prime Minister is a little ridiculous. The guy also has absolutely no track record in government. You have no idea what he's really going to do, how he's going to align with the rest of the Liberal Party, whether he's just going to be a fucktard who just does what the rest of the party or Justin Trudeau tells him, who knows. And his I haven't seen him really have any good messaging for like what he wants to see with Canada. Like, at least the Conservatives, they want to industrialize. They're talking about getting rid of some of the stupid trade restrictions between provinces, which is a huge issue for Canada specifically. They want to legalize guns again, which the Liberal Party doesn't want to fucking do. They want to do the exact opposite, so fuck that horse shit. So yeah, vote Conservative. Liberals have had their shot. They've had 10 fucking years, and they've just fucked everything up.
The freeway, and you don't want to burn up your brakes hitting the brake the whole time down the hill. Well, to shift it down to 3, you just pop out that button. No real magic to it, Doug.
Doug forgot to talk about how balanced the engine was, especially for the 1980s. So much so, Lexus made it part of their marketing.
The Lexus LS400 is designed to stir the soul, and not much else.
The Lexus LS400 is designed to stir the soul, and...
No! In his review, Doug was complaining about how the center stack looks really dated and plain. And I think he misses the main point of this car. The person buying a Lexus LS today is relatively young, 55, 60 years old. They're a baby boomer or an aging Gen Xer, somebody who was about McMansions and showing off with their money a bit. They grew up in times of prosperity. The people who bought this car were the silent generation. These were people who were born in the Great Depression, who maybe served in the Korean War or enlisted really young to serve in Japan. They lived very conservative lives. And so for them, the idea of luxury is something durable, something that lasts a long time. The new Lexus LS has all kinds of mouse controllers and feng shui, swooshy, I don't even know how to describe it. They're really high tech now, but it kind of reminds me of somebody who builds an office building to look really fancy and modern, and it just doesn't hold up well. It looks older sooner than it should. Now, I do concede the audio system in this car has not aged well when you compare it with modern systems. But again, the whole point of this rebuttal is, at the time, it was a fantastic system. You have to remember who was buying this car. Again, it was my grandfather, born in 1926, who forged his age to go into the Navy too young. If Toyota had come out with the 2018 LS, he wouldn't have bought it. He would have thought Japan was committing a second Pearl Harbor. When Lexus first offered this car, it had, I think, an unprecedented number of colors, 14 to choose from. This car happens to be taupe metallic. But at the wrecking yard about 2 weeks ago, getting a few parts to just kind of fix some odds and ends on this car, I came across a burgundy car with a red interior, and everything was red. The seats were red, the trim was red, the steering wheel was even red. I've never seen any other car like it that wasn't an old Cadillac or something. Doug was complaining about the fan speeds. You have low, medium, and high, and that's it. As opposed to modern cars where you have a knob and you can adjust an infinite number of speeds, at least in theory. It was one of the few durability, quality control flaws this car had. It's annoying, but it's something you can live with. One of the things Doug complained about is the power antenna. But one of the things Doug didn't point out is that the antenna changes length depending on what station you're listening to, so it can be just perfect to pick up the exact wavelength of that frequency. I've never seen any other car that does that. And you can adjust the vent. You can turn it on and off. Doug also rightly pointed out how the back of the Lexus has no LS400 badging. It just out of a car, but there's some that are just out in the open that he missed about this car. Let's go through a few more before car makers started doing that thing that still has its original fuel cap. And it flicks between dim. Under the hood, Doug talked about how exposed and easy to see this V8 was that Lexus made, that they were proud of it and they wanted to show it off. But in 1989, this thing was shrouded to heck. I remember my dad complaining. He says, nobody can ever work on this car. Everything's covered up. It's all this plastic.
I'm doing an AMA on the politics Discord at 9. Again, I left the link in the description if you read the fucking title. That new Bentley looks kind of weird. Alright, let's get into Solomon Nelson. This should be fucking good.
I think there was Lyle, is it Lyle Zato?
Lyle McDonald. We're never
you
friends.
Coached him or he coached you? I can't
He has
remember.
alienated every single expert in the industry because he is insane and cruel and mean and psychotic and has zero accomplishments.
By the way, this is the guy who said he wanted to murder people for leaving mean comments on his YouTube channel. But Lyle's the one who's insane and psychotic.
Today we'll critically examine Mike Israetel's recent tirade against you. I was thinking first I'll outline the context behind Mike's rant, because A, I don't even know if you're aware of its entirety, Lyle,
No.
And B, the circumstances are honestly just amusing in their own right. And
Have you seen the new live-action Powerpuff Girls trailer? I have not. Oh, Jesus.
Another one.
Let me see, retard. No. Okay, something's going on. Air traffic control audio release following a plane crash in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. Plane with 5 people on board crashed in the parking lot of a retirement community. Multiple vehicles in the lot caught fire. According to new audio, the pilot was heard telling ground agents that there was an open door and he couldn't hear anything because of the wind noise. Pull up, the aircraft is down just behind the terminal in the parking lot. What the fuck?
Lancaster Tower, Bonanza 347 Mike has an open door. We need to return for a landing.
347 Mike, Roger. You want to make it to 31 or 26?
Lancaster Tower, I cannot hear you with the wind, so we're going to return to 26. We're going to do downwind.
347 Mike, Roger. Runway
47 Mike.
behind the terminal on the park.
What the fuck is going on with all these plane crashes all of a sudden? That is fucking weird. Thanks for the donation, retard. I'm sure Musk has something to do with it. Where's the actual trailer? Oh, it got leaked? It's not... Okay.
3 years after having canceled the live-action Powerpuff Girls TV show, a whole giant leak for Marvel's Avengers Doom sticking to still images from the actual trailer. If this video footage before it was taken down, hey, what did you think about it? Do you even think there was a small chance this sure take on the live-action Powerpuff Girls? And we even saw set photos of them making the actual episode, and we thought, yo, let's see how it's done. What do they mean, adult and mature Powerpuff Girls? And well, getting into it, the beginning of the trailer is the classic origin you know and love. Professor Utonium, played by Donald Faison, is in the lab creating perfect little girls using the ingredient fuzzy lumpkins. In fact, the Powerpuff Girls Nope taught us why we don't pain in the butt. Girl fans in the still gets.
I don't know why they wouldn't just do like a 3D animated movie. Like that would make a lot more sense. That's pretty bad.
And second, we'll break down Mike's attacks and respond to them iteratively. Does that sound good?
Sure, but I want to make a couple of initial statements before we get into it.
Please.
The first one is just so everybody knows, I was originally going to ignore this, right? If I gave a damn about the crap people talked about me on the internet, I would get even less work done than I normally do. So originally I wasn't going to bother with this, but then they took the video down and put it up and took it down, and Solomon's going to go through the history of that. At which
It is
point,
absurd.
yes, it is absolutely absurd, even by internet fitness BS. It is completely absurd. And I thought, well, if they're going to try to make this disappear, then yeah, it is absolutely worth people seeing Mike's nonsense in this regard. The second point I want to make is nothing we're going to address has anything to do with Mike's information, because I find it fascinating that Mike, God tier IQ Israetel.
I'm both on a raw IQ scale smarter than almost every coach, maybe every coach.
The man who's smarter than every competition coach. The man who is better than Mike Menser by his own claims.
In a factual sense, but I don't want to come off like a dick. I'm bigger and stronger than Mike Menser.
In the 7 years since I criticized his information about what zero reps from reserve is, has yet to factually rebut a single one of my statements with evidence, science, or facts. We are 7 years later, and all he can fall back on is personal attacks, bold-faced lies, and what is probably coming close to crossing the line into legal slander. And you would think for someone such a genius, so good at what he does, you know, being a complete failure as a bodybuilder, an exercise scientist who thinks he can criticize Dorian Yates' training, that he would be able to bring a fact or piece of evidence against my criticisms or yours or Greg Doucette's. And yet here we are. Now, in this, he's no different than the rest of the supposed scientific evidence-based industry, by which I include Lane Norton, Brad Schoenfeld, James Krieger, Menno Henselmans, all of them. They all pretend to be evidence-based until the science, by which when I bring it, says they're wrong. And then they all fall back on the same tired BS. They usually are using the same playbook, especially Lane. Because Lane has said stuff that is literally word for word identical to what Mike said about me most recently. It's just interesting. If these people are so smart, if their PhDs are so strong, why have they never been able to do anything?
Lane is a fucking retard. Again, this is the same guy who said an apple isn't healthier than a Big Mac.
But attack me personally,
Yeah.
rather than rebutting my science with actual evidence. It's a good question. Go ask them. Then when they block you, you'll have your answer. Finally, and this is something that I will probably repeat a few times. In the case of someone like Mike Israetel, and also Lane Norton, both of whom are diagnosably narcissists. They both fulfill the criteria for NPD. You will notice all of their accusations.
Lane Norton absolutely would fulfill diagnostic criteria for narcissistic personality disorder. Mike Israetel, depending on how much steroids he's taking, may or may not fall on the list. I think some of his like crazy, insane, delusional behavior is because of the steroids he's on.
Are admissions.
I'm not going to react to the Andrew Tate Hodge Twins podcast. We already watched Andrew Tate on the PBD podcast. So he's just going on a bunch of podcasts saying the same stupid shit. Like, I've already seen what they have to say, and they're just going to do it again on the Hodge Twins thing. So I'm not interested.
Everything they say about me is provably untrue, as we are going to demonstrate with facts, with evidence, with data. When they make these accusations, they are talking about themselves. But a narcissist will never believe that. So those are my three qualifications. One, I wasn't going to bother until they tried to make it disappear. Two, I'm still waiting for a single one of these rocket surgeons to rebut my facts, my science, my evidence with more than personal attacks. And three, when you're talking about narcissists, every accusation is admission. Let's do it.
Thank you for that introductory statement, Lyle. I'm going to describe the context of Mike's reply to you now. Seemingly out of nowhere, Eric Janicki, a bodybuilder, uploaded a YouTube video on the 3rd of March 2025 titled Dr. Mike and Greg Doucette finally squashed the beef, with full interview next in parentheses. The goal, I guess, was to settle the long-standing hostility between Mike and Greg. But during the discussion, Greg, who's done a 2-hour podcast with the two of us, brought up your name.
Lyle Zato? Lyle McDonald.
And alluded to the now infamous video that you and I did critiquing Mike's claims, one of which, of course, was that the bizarre claim that his body held 20 pounds of water on stage at his first bodybuilding show, which disproportionately pulled in his love handles.
And so I ended up carrying 20 pounds of body water on stage. It was thoroughly embarrassing. I have like big love handles that store a lot of water from back when I got fat on purpose.
You know, when he says shit like this, it just absolutely ruins his credibility as somebody who's supposed to be, you know, a science educator. Like, if he says something so stupid like that about himself, you know, clearly lacks basic reasoning skills and, like, may fundamentally not know what the fuck he's talking about.
Try to, like, do the spirit bulk.
And to this improbable account, I guess Greg, he found it implausible and edited in a blue lobster in his reaction video to our critique, which repeatedly appeared on screen whenever one of Mike's unlikely claims was stated. Now, during this conversation between Mike, Eric, Greg, Mike asked Greg about the blue lobster meme, which led Greg to mention you, Lyle, by name.
Same joke overall.
What's the blue lobster?
A blue lobster is a rare, like it only happens 1 in 2 million, and it's like a rarity. And so when you said something like the body water, 20 pounds of body water, it represents the rarity of the person that could have that issue. I think there was a Lyle Zato? Lyle McDonald.
And reference the 2-hour podcast we did. And in response, Mike launched into a lengthy, unhinged attack against you, one that we will soon examine in detail. But first, as you stated, there is a funny side note, I guess, about how I retrieved the video, because yeah, you're right. It was taken down. Initially, I intended to download Eric Janicki's Squashing the Beef video, but little did I know that later that day when I was in class learning about contracts and torts, Eric had quietly removed it, which sparked a brief panic. Fortunately, two people, Lefandrin, shout out to him, and an anonymous source saved it and sent it to me. Then, bizarrely, on the 4th of March, Eric re-uploaded a censored version which removed Mike's rant against you. And this was despite Mike's explicit statement in the video that he didn't want his words edited out.
If he hears this, don't edit this out. He's substantially less intelligent than he thinks.
Then, hours later, Eric deleted the censored version and reinstated the original uncensored upload, which once again contained the offensive material that amounts likely to slander against you.
Yeah.
So whatever's happening behind the scenes, I guess the footage is intact and we're ready to break it down. You reckon we should get started?
Yeah, and that whole thing, like, I'm still unclear, like, sort of exactly. I saw different versions of it, because the one thing I was going to address that we'll get to is one of Mike's hilarious final claims against me. And I had done a YouTube short, because that was really all I had to say about it. And then the video got deleted. And I figured they did it because they're cowards, because that's usually why they delete them. That's why the lifting dermatologists deleted their video, because they're too chicken to stand behind their words. So I re-edited the short. And then 12 hours later, it's back up. And I've heard that the reason it was taken down was not because they're, and at that point I just gave up and said, Solomon, let's, like, I didn't want to edit it a third time because who knows what was going to happen on the next day. So I figured, you know what, let's just go ahead.
Honestly, by the time our video is out, there's probably going to be another development. So let's just focus on what Mike actually said and let the rest just play
I'm hoping
out.
there will be a director's cut and we can start a release the Snyder cut hashtag and, you know, to find out, like, let's see what was left on the cutting room floor. And like, who knows what the original video, maybe it's AI. We'll never know, because they're just going to keep editing and re-editing and deleting the thing. Although I have to think part of it is when you do that, suddenly all the comments go away and have to be put up again. And given what's typically in the comment section of stuff like this, recently, it wouldn't surprise me if that, because if you went, when I went to, after they took the original down and put the edited version up, every other comment was, why did you take the original down? And then of course they flip-flopped it. And I imagine, of course, that made all those comments disappear. So I just...
Oh, I love the comments. We've got classic, I'm not into negativity.
I was basically condescending and negative towards you. And it's not a way I like to be at all.
Immediately shits on Lyle. Mike going after Lyle immediately after making up with Greg is insane. We've got Lyle McDonald is actually a very highly respected figure in science-based bodybuilding. Mike seems very salty that Lyle won their debate a while back. I mean, it just goes on and on. Why does Mike have to talk so harshly about Lyle? It just shows how bitter he is, not the time or place.
Oh yeah, and that's, well, we'll get into this when you look at some of the things that he accuses me of. And
yes.
There's one individual I won't name who's like, why does Lyle hate Mike? I don't hate Mike. I don't have the energy to hate someone that worthless. Mike hates me to death.
Oh, that much is abundantly clear.
Right? I live in Mike's head rent-free 24/7, 365. He did a podcast with Milo Wolf and started shaking when he heard my name and said, I can't even say his name.
By trouble, you mean Mom McDonald. I'm not allowed to say that name.
I don't hate Mike. Mike is a cancer on this industry who does more harm on a daily basis than anyone else possibly could. But I can't be bothered to hate anybody.
Due to his reach in
Correct.
large part.
And we'll talk about that too. But he hates me. And he probably hates me too, simply because we showed that the Emperor has no clothes. Our video did more to destroy his reputation and has made such a majority of people realize how full of it he is.
And the difference is any reputational damage incurred doesn't amount to slander because everything we said was true.
Yes, it's not. Yes, that's something you see that all the time, again, among narcissists. It's slander because it hurts their feelings. It's slander because they don't like it. No, it's not slander if it's true. And everything we said is provably true. And everything he said about me is provably false. And
we'll
we're
get
going
into
to prove that. Well, most of it. Anyway, let's get enough.
So the first claim which Mike said after Greg mentioned you by name and the body water thing was that you're a terrible, insane person.
He said something about a terrible, insane person.
Which is funny. Well,
sure.
yeah.
I mean, but I'll just say, attacking someone's character, you know as well as I do that that's a common rhetorical tactic when you're criticized but have no actual rebuttal to the substance of your critic's argument.
And I would just point out, to make my point, that with narcissists, every accusation is an admission. Someone asked Lane Norton, this was during the Zero Reps Reserve failure thing 7 years ago, who's right, Mike or Lyle? And Lane made 3 statements, none of which actually answered the question. The third one being, Lyle is insane. They all use the same playbook. Now, Lane Norton will absolutely war with every single person to the end of the earth across every form of social media. And I'm the insane one. Okay, sure, Lane, sure. Same thing here. Okay, so Mike says I'm insane. Now, am I the most emotionally stable person? No, I wouldn't claim to be. And I'll actually say the same thing that I retorted to Lane. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I am a little bit insane. But I'm also right, which is why none of them can actually rebut my facts. And relative to Lane and relative to Mike, I would rather be a little bit insane than to be who they are. Lane cheated on his pregnant wife. I'm not that. I'll take being a little bit insane over being that kind of trash human. Mike Israetel, and we'll get to this again later, thinks that threatening to assault someone, he said he wants to strangle me, is a rebuttal to scientific criticism.
You know, debating Lyle McDonald, like if he was in front of me, it would take the world for me to not choke him to death. You know, like I can understand like why you would feel like that about someone.
I've never threatened violence against anybody. I've written mean words on a screen, and I'm the insane one? I'm not the one threatening to assault people. I'm not the one, for example, saying that I imagine strangling a puppy, which Mike Israetel said.
Now, I believe the quote is, man, wouldn't it be cool to like fight a dog with just your hands and kill it?
Like, man, it'd be cool to like fight a dog with just your hands and kill it.
Whatever, same thing. I've said, look, and make no mistake,
That is super
pre-2014 me, before I dealt with my mental health issues and got medicated, I'll absolutely agree. I said some really inappropriate stuff. I will own that. I wrote a public apology that's still on my website because men take responsibility for their actions. Now, Mike is saying that I'm saying a terrible person because I made him look bad. And without getting into politics, if you want to see another great example of this, look at the wonderful leader of the US and how anyone that criticizes him goes from being a saint to a terrible person. The narcissist playbook is word for word identical. So yeah, I'm a little crazy. We all are. Mike is in no position to criticize, given that if you also criticize him, he will come screaming in your Instagram about how I can be better in your field within a year than you are.
You've never met anyone with as much willpower as me. I don't guarantee that.
Liberal convention live on CBC right now. They're going to announce a new prime minister. This doesn't even sound like it's constitutional, honestly. Bloomberg, CTV News.
Merci. Merci.
Thank you. I'd like to start by thanking all those who have supported
That was her campaign theme song. To each and
everyone. Thank you.
Mark Herchik here. The big election. And we will stand shoulder to shoulder together to do it. Because the stakes have never been higher. You have just heard from my colleagues what we stand for as the Liberal Party. The Charter, healthcare, childcare, opportunity. We have made this the greatest country in the world. And now,
like, my God, there is no point whatsoever to expanding childcare because nobody's having fucking kids. What's that going to do for anybody? Oh, you save, like what, $50, $100 a month on childcare? Well, great, your rent is like over $2,000 for a shitty, like, one-bedroom apartment. You can't buy a home. No one's having fucking kids. The only way to actually increase the population of the country is through immigration. What's the fucking point? Like, why don't you do something about fucking housing?
and now our neighbors want to take us. No way. No way. Impossible. This party has more than quadrupled its membership in the past 2 months. More than 300,000 with one purpose. Proud to stand shoulder to shoulder.
So it just sounds like the Liberal Party has no actual economic plan. Dude, it's insane that they can do this. That Justin Trudeau just shuts down Parliament, decides, let's just pick a new prime minister, and they can't, and there's no federal election. Like, what the fuck, dude? I remember somebody said they were going to, like, sue the government or something because apparently it is technically unconstitutional to do that. So Mark Carney won, right?
Of the vote.
Yeah, that was Mark Carney.
9 allocated points.
Please welcome Cleo
Yeah, I figured.
Carney. Amis libéraux, veuillez accueillir Cleo.
Yeah, this guy's literally a billionaire, and he literally just bought. He literally just paid for himself to be prime minister. Retarded. Like, such an insane, stupid situation.
I'm going to try and deliver this speech with as much grace and poise as Ella Grace.
Dude, I should have got into Bitcoin early. I could have become a billionaire, and I could have become Prime Minister of Canada. All you have to do is just pay the Liberal Party enough money, and then you can be Prime Minister. So fucking retarded. I don't know why anybody wants this guy to be in power. He literally just paid to be Prime Minister.
Statistics are what they are, but I bet a decent chunk of change on it. And whatever it is you think you're good at in your life, I'd probably take about a year and become an authority in the field in which you think you're good.
Whatever it is you think you're good at in your life, it'd probably take me about a year to become an authority in the field.
Mike
in
is
which
not
you
even
think
an
you're good.
authority of being a good bodybuilder, and people have made that point.
Shall we move on? Yeah. Greg asks if Mike was ever your friend, to which Mike replies, he was never your friend.
I don't know if you guys were friends or were never coached him.
Which actually is true. But if Mike was trying to make it out as if that's down to him rejecting your friendship bracelet, then that'd be a bit deceptive, because for the longest time, it was actually, as you may recall, Mike trying to be your friend and you rejecting his advances. He was really buttering you up for the longest time. For years, he'd say things like, Lyle is brilliant. I have the utmost respect for Lyle. I think Lyle's probably smarter than me and knows a lot of shit.
And Lyle, listen, I think you're fucking brilliant, and I think you're onto a lot of really correct shit. I have the utmost respect for Lyle. I think Lyle probably is smarter than me and knows a lot of shit, but
we're never going to like one another, and that's fine.
I'm open to liking you, Lyle.
So which is it, Mike?
Right, but again, there's no consistency. And I'll be honest, I don't remember much of that because I don't care. I was aware of him for years and years and years, and I don't think I paid any...
Well, thank you for that, 9014. Appreciate the donation, dude. Dude, I hope to fucking Jeebus the Liberal Party does not win the federal election. I still find it very hard to believe. They have gotten a boost in popularity because of Trump, but dude, 10 years of Justin Trudeau and the Liberal Party absolutely ruining everything. It's just hard for me to believe that they can end up becoming more popular than the Conservatives and either winning a popular vote or electoral vote. It just doesn't make any sense to me, so I think some of this polling data you're seeing is probably just reactionary horse shit and probably just bias selective polling or some crap like that, but I'm still very certain Conservatives are going to win. I have no idea why people want their guns to be taken away, why they want more crime, why they want criminals to just be allowed to run fucking everywhere, break into your fucking house, kill your kids, steal your car. I have no idea why.
I don't recall exchanging emails with him, although I believe he claims we did. And maybe he's right. I don't. I'm old and my memory is rapidly failing, so I won't say one way or the other. But if you go listen to the debate that we did, which if you watch it, honestly, was very civil, right? I'll give him props. I'll give Steve Hall props for being very impartial. He
Yes,
really
Steve was a good moderator. I will say Mike was sort of performatively yawning while you were talking about your mum's concert pianism.
They used to let the conductors listen to the musicians play. And somebody noted that there were a dearth of women getting elected.
I also firmly believe that Mike had been coached. And make no mistake, I was too. I got with some smart people to make sure I understood the statistics. Like I'm convinced that his explicit goal was to be so unbearably frustrating to get me to fly off the handle so that he could go, see, Lyle's just an unstable, and I didn't do it. I wouldn't bite. You can also see me in that thing just going.
Yeah, we went through this in our podcast with Greg.
But regardless, at one point towards the end of it, because I think we did it on Valentine's Day for some ridiculous reason. I think if you go back.
If the Liberals win, it's almost certainly going to be a minority government, and they're probably going to fall in 1 to 2 years. Well, yeah. There's no fucking chance in hell they would ever get a fucking majority. If they do somehow come out with a win, it's going to be a huge fucking minority. And again, they're probably going to do some horse shit with the NDP. You know, the pseudo coalition again. But I don't even think with the NDP and Liberals combined, they'd really be able to do anything. Conservatives would probably be able to call an early election.
And he said something in that towards the end. He said, you know what? You and I could still be friends. And I don't remember what my response was to that, but I don't have any interest one way or the other. I mean, again, I had no malice towards the guy. I don't really remember what my opinion of, other than he was, part of Brad's posse and kissing up and defending a volume paper that none of them ever actually believed in with the most ridiculous arguments. But even when when I did the whole failure thing, it was because I wanted to take a pot shot at him, and I'll be the first one to admit that. But did I ever want to be friends with Mike? No, not that I'm aware of. And if he's got emails to the contrary, post them up, buddy. It's easy to
we'll
make
get
claims.
to that.
Yeah. So anyway,
email allegations.
Okay. I mean, again, that's the narcissist playbook. Wayne had hundreds of emails about metabolic damage. There was tons of evidence about voter fraud that never showed up in the US. Narcissists always play the same games. All right, moving on.
Mike claims that you've alienated every expert in the industry because you're insane, cruel, mean, psychotic, and have zero accomplishments.
Crying and bitching from our new elites. JD Vance totally lying. Also, how he describes walking his 3-year-old is hilarious, like his child is a pet.
Yeah, while walking my 3-year-old daughter. Yeah, I saw this post. If you're chasing a 3-year-old as part of a political protest. Dude, like, no one had any interest in your daughter. They just wanted to talk to you, and he's, like, just overblowing everything, making himself seem to be a victim or some shit. Like, what a way to put it, right? Like, oh, they were attacking my 3-year-old. Like, fuck you. Just what a jackass. Investigation has found 5 Act Blue funded groups responsible for Tesla protest, Troublemakers, Disruption Project, Rise Resist, Indivisible Project, Domestic Socialists of America, Act Blue. Funders include George Soros, Reid Hoffman, Herbert Sandler. Act Blue is currently under investigation for allowing foreign and illegal donations and criminal violation of campaign. Oh, you mean like Trump. So they're basically doing the same thing Trump does. This week, 7 Act Blue senior officials resigned, including the Associate General Counsel. If you know anything about this, please post in replies. What the fuck? He wants random people to just post on Twitter for evidence? Like, what? I have no idea what the fuck Act Blue is, but... well, it's still Elon being a retard. Thanks for the donation, retard. Actually, let's take a muscle mommy break. She has such a nice thick hiney.
Good. A little easier than the 225.
I gotta get one of those things just to take stress off my pectoral tendons.
So now I have the machine, the shoulder press. You guys have seen
very weird noise. That is a nice big full moon butt.
It is 3 sets of...
All right.
Insane and cruel and mean and psychotic and has zero accomplishments.
Okay, I'll have to ask you. Okay, so have I alienated all experts in the field? No. I've alienated a handful of experts that are part of the supposed evidence-based circle jerk.
Yes.
Brad Schoenfeld, Eric Helms, James Krieger, Menno Henselman, Mike Israetel. I know there's a couple others. There are lots of people.
Dodo donates $2. As far as I know, ActBlue is like a payment gateway like PayPal, so it doesn't make sense when they say ActBlue funded groups. I guess the accusation would be like the actual institution ActBlue was like paying people. Like I don't know if PayPal had a political bias and PayPal started actually, I don't know, funding some political activity. I don't know what they mean by that though. That's really weird. It's like saying a bank-funded group. Let me see. I didn't vote for eggs, though lower egg prices would be nice. I actually voted for Trump to burn the entire Krupp system to the ground and begin again with something better. Why did you vote for Trump? I can guarantee you she's said in the past she voted for lower egg prices. I voted for the price of groceries. There you go. It's just a mental illness. They're just part of a fucking cult. Also, last night you skipped the Chloe text. You skipped that Chloe texted you in the game, so check once you start, okay? Yeah, sure. I will check that. I didn't see it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
No joke, at the mall I was in a queue and a guy smartly dressed and a gym rat had a disagreement. The big dude dunked his paston on the guy's head, and the guy on his lunch break threw his lunch back. Seeing security escort grown men covered food was funny.
That's pretty goddamn weird. I don't even understand how people get into fights like that. Like, I just go to a store to buy food and shit. I don't know how you end up fighting anybody. Thanks for the donation, though. Weird day.
People in this field.
Yes, and if you alienated anyone in the evidence-based sphere, then it's basically just because you held them accountable, as in you
Correct.
called out their nonsense when no one else would.
Correct. If we go back to the 2000s, there was a different circle jerk in place. Alan Cosgrove, Jimmy Smith, Jimmy Moore, it was all part of, they were all, and they did the same thing. They were selling the same BS with the same line of patter, and I would say this is what the actual science says. And I was persona non grata. I alienated them because I actually tried to, hold them to the truth and evidence, and they didn't want to hear it because that hurt their profit picture. I alienated Brad by bringing up valid criticism of his volume studies that he could not address. I alienated James because he's one of Brad's lackeys. I alienated Eric because he's one of Brad's lackeys. Menno, I alienate because I point out that he's wrong repeatedly. Greg Knuckles, who also whines about me having no accomplishments and not being a success, I alienated him by pointing out that a couple things in his book were wrong and criticizing his Bulgarian powerlifting thing with completely valid facts. Now, if
I can't speak to Greg Knuckles, but I know that each of the names you mentioned had been in your Facebook group for years, even newer names like Milo Wolf. He was in your Facebook group for years, absorbing your information.
Sure. And then as soon as they got butthurt over me because I said something critical of their work that they could not address, they all wimped out of my Facebook group. Most of them block me because they can't address the criticism. You can prove it to yourself. Go to Brad Schoenfeld's Instagram.
Almost forgot, Elon has decided to pick a fight with Poland today. Scroll up from this reply. Rubio also chimes in.
Oh boy. Isn't Poland like their white ethno state paradise? Starlinks for Ukraine are paid for by the Polish digitization ministry at the cost of about 50 million per year. The ethics of threatening the victim of aggression apart. If SpaceX proves to be an unreliable provider, we'll be forced to look for other suppliers. Oh, he's not friendly with Putin. Oh, I literally challenged Putin to one-on-one physical combat over Ukraine, and my Starlink system is the backbone. He shut it off. Like, what are you talking about? And he also challenged Mark Zuckerberg to a fight, and he backed out because he's a pussy. So, like, as if that means anything. Their entire front line would collapse if I turned it off. What am I, sickened by is years of slaughter in a stalemate that Ukraine will inevitably lose. Yeah, there we go. Putin. Kremlin propaganda. Anyone who really cares really thinks another... What a faggot. Be quiet, small man. You pay a tiny fraction of the cost, and there is no substitute for Starlink. Yes, there is. Donald Tusk has an alternative for Starlink, the Tusk Link 2.0. Say no to Starlink, say yes to Tusk Link. Dude, what a jackass. These people are absolute scum. Just making things up. No one has made any threats about cutting Ukraine off from Starlink, and say thank you, because without Starlink, Ukraine would have lost this war long ago and Russians would be on the border of Poland right now. Oh my god, dude. Wow. Marco Rubio is just... This is great. Thank you, Marco, for confirming that the brave soldiers of Ukraine can count on the vital internet service provided jointly by the U.S. and Poland together. Europe and the United States can help Ukraine to achieve a just peace. He's going to hold them to that. Guarantee you, Musk is going to try to cut off Starlink. Almost guaranteed. They've already cut off intelligence sharing. Wouldn't fucking surprise me if they end up cutting off Starlink. But Musk did, at like early on in the war, actually cut off Starlink at one point.
Instagram and take an issue with something that he said. He'll either ignore it if he can't address it, or he'll block you. They all do it. Milo, again, he was in my Facebook group for 4 years, never said a word, never commented, never debated anything I said, never criticized anything I said. Then we had the squat challenge thread, which he stepped up well enough. I said, I'll pay $1,000, then we could finish the workout. He did, and I did pay him. Then he got butthurt over something else I said, flounced out, and then put me in D tier and said, Lyle does not have any expertise in hypertrophy.
To quickly talk about someone else who knows remarkably little about how to interpret exercise science research, unsurprisingly, given he's never conducted any studies himself, Lyle McDonald. The one brownie point I'll give him is that he stuck to his promise and gave me $1,000 for completing the challenge. Beyond that, very poor at interpreting research, quick to accuse researchers of bias, and has name called nearly everyone in the industry at some point. Bottom detail.
Well, why were you in my Facebook group for so long? Why did you sit there absorbing information? If I'm such shit, if I'm so dumb, if I'm so ignorant, then people do this all the time. They'll be in my Facebook group for years, and then they'll pipe up and I'll get in their face and be like, you suck, you're nothing, blah, blah, blah. Like, then why were you here? Why were you in a Facebook group when you thought so little of me? And it's because, yeah, I do alienate people because I actually hold them accountable for what they're saying. And if that alienates them, that's a them problem. It's real simple. Because I'm not going to kiss up to them to play politics and kiss their ass to be part of their group if they're going to be a bunch of hypocrites and liars like Mike and spread false information and expect everyone else to address their criticisms and be incapable of addressing mine. I have no interest in being friends with those people.
Yeah, so as to these experts whom you might have alienated, they respect your work. But even if they didn't, the truth isn't decided by popularity contests. Surely, I mean, if Mike's argument is most people don't like Lyle, therefore he's wrong, then that's just an appeal to the bandwagon.
Yeah, and there are many people, like, many people do have difficulty making that separation. Okay, there's a lot of people that I like as people. I think their information is crap, and I'm not going to mention names. There are lots of people that I dislike as human beings and think their information is great. Those have nothing to do with one another. If I have an issue with their information, I'll criticize the information. If I have a criticism with them as a person, I'll criticize them as a person. Those are different things, but these folks can't see it that way. Yeah, they all still will repeat the same things I've said 10 years later. They'll never acknowledge that it was mine. They won't acknowledge the influence I had on their models, their belief systems. But because I butthurt them, they'll just talk endless shit about me. If people can't handle the truth and facts and evidence, that's a them problem. It's just that simple. I don't care if people like me or not. Clearly, if I did, I would act very differently. The information is the information. Because people also play the game of, yeah, Lyle tells it like it is. Lyle gets in your face until I do it to them. And then suddenly I'm a no good POS, nothing who's never accomplished anything. It's funny how that game gets played.
Can we talk about that? The claim that having zero accomplishments somehow alienates people is nonsense. And I think that just highlights how gratuitous Mike's insults are.
Let's come back to that to the end. So we went through mean, we went through, I don't see what, like I said, I'm not the one threatening to assault people because they criticize my work. So Mike calling me psychotic, I'm not really sure what that, like, it's probably because, yeah, when I get irritated at people, yeah, I send them pissy emails. So that you've alienated all the experts. No, I've alienated this small circle jerk of people that defend one another's BS, even when they know it's wrong, because it's economically valuable for them. They're playing politics. Mike thinks that him and his 5 little buddies are the only experts in the world. Oh, going to the narcissist thing. Another one of Lane Norton's claims, Lyle thinks he knows more than every expert in every field. That is provably false. Come into my Facebook group and I will defer to the experts in their fields every day. Lane, on the other hand, thinks he is an expert in every field above and beyond everyone else, just like Mike thinks he. So again, every accusation is admission. And I think that brings us to Lyle has 0 accomplishments.
Yeah,
okay.
let's talk about that.
Now, am I wrong? Didn't Mike at some point say that like I had been an industry leader and basically been top tier in the field?
He used to be one of the top fitness industry scientific experts.
Yeah, so he's arguably contradicted himself.
So
How can you at once be a top scientific expert and have 0 accomplishments?
Mike can't even keep his lies straight in one conversation, like all narcissists. The fact that he contradicted himself a few minutes apart, he believes both are true at the same time.
Seconds, actually.
It can't be both, Mike. But because I believe what it was, this was all related to me, was like, oh, I was a leader in my field, but then I alienated everyone by being a big old meanie head. But I also have no accomplishments. Okay, cool. All right, so let's look at that claim.
Well, you have plenty of accomplishments. You basically introduced the very concept of a scientific or evidence-based approach to bodybuilding to the internet. You were the first person. You've published like 14 books. You introduced the concept of flexible dieting to the fitness industry, basically. You've coached a world record holding powerlifter, and you coached Larry Shipe, whom we did an interview with, to a natty pro card. I mean, can you really be said to have 0 accomplishments?
It's so ridiculous just at space level because it is so easily disprovable. So yeah, so let's go back.
I mean, endless testimonials as well.
I created the online evidence-based industry. That was me. Although in hindsight, I think it was a mistake because it gave people like Mike Israetel a platform to pretend to be a scientist when it suits him. Right? Like 30 years down the road, I think it was a mistake. But that was me.
By the way, when I say you published 14 books, I don't just, you can publish 14 bad books, but your books are widely held to be some of the more helpful ones.
I've published what are considered the seminal works on ketogenic diets, my first book, Protein for Athletes.
Yeah, it was in the UT Austin library, wasn't it? You were telling me.
My keto, it is in university libraries because it is a tome. My protein book is a tome. Nobody will ever or could ever write a book equivalent to my women's book. So there's 3 right there. And I dare say, Mike, that the Renaissance periodization scientific guide to hypertrophy crap will not hold up over the long term. My books will be around. Okay, so in 2004, yes, I was the first to introduce the concept of flexible dieting to the industry. I was the first. Some people even gave me credit for it. Some people plagiarized my stuff and pretended they invented it. Lane claims that he really was the one that did the most to popularize flexible dieting. Oh, get bent.
I mean, like macro tracking, flexible dieting, I was kind of the one who popularized that.
Yeah.
But it was me. I was the guy. The stubborn fat protocols that I did in the book in 2009, those protocols are essentially part and parcel of contest prep now. There is Sumi, my elite powerlifter, who in any 1 year of her 8-year career, won more awards and set more records than Mike has ever done in his entire career. So no accomplishments, Mike? Come on. This is just sad.
Thank you, Lyle. We'll move on because it's funny.
My tirade.
Your input is very good. I think that's
well, I mean,
what needs to be. But Greg, to his credit, he says that you seem educated, and Mike replies, "Lyle is smart, but nowhere near as smart as he thinks."
He seemed educated. He must be like
he's educated.
Like, he must have
he's
like
a smart guy.
The studies.
He's a smart guy. He's if he hears this, don't edit this out. He's substantially less intelligent than he thinks.
Which is so basically his accusation here is that you're delusional.
Again,
your perception doesn't align with reality. Ironically, I think that's a claim that often falls back on the person making it, because we know Mike Israetel never boasts about his intelligence.
I'm both on a raw IQ scale smarter than almost him.
Camden Teller's got to move state after this one. Dad confronts his kid's bully in school.
You think you're fucking cool? You wanna fucking pick on some more kids? No, you wanna pick on some more kids? You think it's fucking funny? You think it's funny? Got that on video?
That didn't go like I thought it was gonna go. Thanks for the donation, Cam.
Lyle McDonald has a dairy farm EIEIO. On that farm he sucks black cocks EIEIO.
I think you've got the wrong McDonald, but thanks for the donation, broski.
every coach, maybe every coach.
All accusations are admissions when it comes to narcissists, because I am told Mike did a video of his 20 biggest flaws, and among one of them, he said he's got a bit of a chip on his shoulder about his intelligence.
I still have a chip on my shoulder about my intelligence, still to this day.
Mike is not talking about me, right? I don't. I think I know a lot.
Astutely observed.
I know a lot about a few things. I've dedicated 30 years of my life to this field, and I know a little about a lot of things. I know enough to sound like I know what I'm talking about, as long as conversations stay exceedingly superficial. And that's just so I can occasionally deal with small talk about nonsense, right? But I would never pretend, right? But all these people who are like, oh, you know, Lyle thinks he's smarter than me or whatever, or smarter than everyone else or smarter than he is. Well, A, have I ever said that? No, because people who are smart don't have to say it. They show you. And if you look at my output over the decades that I've been doing this, if you look at my ability to make scientific arguments, that's what you should be judging it on. It's not a matter of my personal opinion of myself. Then look at, say, some of Mike's statements. Sleep is more important than steroids.
An hour of extra sleep that brings you from sleeping 2 hours less than you need to 1 less than you need is unreal powerful and comparable to tons of anabolic drugs.
I think most might consider that an unintelligent statement.
Yes.
The natural should train more than the pros. I think most might consider that an unintelligent statement.
You should probably train more than the pro bodybuilders you follow. That is.
So again, when it comes to narcissists.
Striated glutes aren't unhealthy.
People see striated glutes and they go, that can't be healthy.
Mike Israetel is a Russian spy. He needs to be stopped.
I doubt it. He's probably just dumb and from Russia. Thanks for the donation, though, Blake.
And I would love to be in real life with that person instead of over social media and say, okay, no, I hear you. Why not?
Which is the message he put out, the natural lifters in the...
By the way, Mike can't even come into shape for competition. Like he's saying this, oh, there's nothing unhealthy with being like sickeningly, disgustingly shredded and having nearly zero body fat. He can't even get that lean, has no energy, feels like shit, can barely train, can't even stick to the diet to get there. And then he's like, well, there's nothing unhealthy having like practically zero body fat and starving yourself. So stupid.
In the general population.
And again, if Mike or anyone, if you want to prove that I'm not as smart as you think I am, like I said, I know I'm good at what I do. After 30 years of literally dedicating every minute of every day of every year to pretty much nothing but this, I'd hope I'd be okay at it. Right? I would like to think that I'm decent at what I do. And I think when people, see the insanity of my books, they would probably have to acknowledge that, yeah, he's unstable.
Check the description, discount code. Mike has no 10 for Lyle's books and services.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh yeah, I should admit, should probably mention again, I also just wrote what will end up being the seminal book on GLP-1s because I read every study.
Yeah, we did a podcast on it.
Yes, there are things in that book. Like I'm working with a couple guys, like they work with these compounds in practice, in clinic. They didn't know half the stuff I was talking about, right? There are concepts in that book that I guarantee you nobody but me is aware of. But anyway, okay, so Mike makes that claim. Well, if you want to show that that's demonstrably true, that what I'm saying as part of thinking I'm smarter than I am is factually incorrect. You rebut that with facts, Mike, not with ad hominem personal attack BS. If you think I'm wrong, when the fact is every piece of research on bar speed at 0 reps in reserve shows that it slows down, every single one, without exception, every piece of scientific evidence. If you think I'm wrong, and you're an exercise scientist who criticizes Jack Reacher's workout or whatever nonsense you put up today, if you think that's true, it's real easy to prove it. Show that I'm factually wrong. You've had 7 years to do it, and yet here we are. If it were that easy, to show that I was wrong, because you've done it. You've done videos about Mike's claims, and
Yeah, he does kind of remind me of Scott Mendelsohn now. It is sort of similar.
you can show factually why they're incorrect without going, Mike's a dum-dum. That's Mike's entirety response to criticism. You're dumb, you suck. I have to in the A. That's what he said about Doucette after their debate about failure, right? It's just assertion that, oh, I won, but you didn't. You provided no facts. You talked in circles. There is no evidence. There's only one person delusional here about their knowledge, and it's the guy that has never been able to get into shape and never will, and who thinks it's because he didn't get a goddamn tan. Coupon code Mike has no tan, 10% off all my books. So yeah, again, all accusations are admissions. Always has been.
According to Mike, you invited Brad Schoenfeld to debate you, but Brad didn't because Mike describes him as he
He asked Brad Schoenfeld to debate him on a study that Brad published. Yep. Brad wasn't going to do it because he's a respectable scholar, but I'm not such a respectable person.
I never did
so,
anything.
I guess, no. Okay, so that's the first thing. It'd be great if Mike could provide this evidence.
I never did anything. I never.
In the absence of evidence, well, what can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. That's Hitchin phrase. But also, according to Mike, the hallmark of a respectable scholar is apparently refusing to defend one's claims when challenged. That's a fascinating redefinition of academic integrity, isn't it?
Mike Israetel takes gear and thinks naturals can also grow from his gimmick exercises. Everybody got a gimmick nowadays. Mike Athlean X Jeff Nippard Ripperto Joel Seedman etc. Just curl your leg bro, you will grow big biceps, ha 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 ha, wackos everywhere.
I don't know if Ripperto has a gimmick. I know he's like weirdly just sexually obsessed with sets of 5. It is what it is, but like I don't think he ever claims to really have any good programs for like advanced athletes. His big thing is just, you know, beginners and novices. And I do think he still pretty much has the best program for somebody just getting into lifting. I still recommend it, just because of how simple it is. But yeah, Mike Athlean X, Jeff Nippard, I wouldn't say he's really gimmicky. There's some evidence that Jeff Nippard, his girlfriend, actually plagiarized Lyle McDonald. So that's a little weird. And yeah, Seedman's a fucking idiot. Just complete fucking moron. He might be like the worst out of all of them. I've tried some of Mike Israetel's, you know, like bicep stupid exercises, like laying flat on the bench and, you know, doing the curls. That doesn't do shit. I don't know. Thanks for the donation though, Hawklord.
Joey in 2019 versus Joey in 2025.
Hello, handsome.
Oh, poor Joey. Oh, he looked so sad at the shelter.
An updated video of December, and he
Oh, I
is
feel
available
so
for
bad for him that he had to go through that.
He's about 2 years old, and his ID.
Oh, you're such a good person for saving Joey. He really needed the help. Oh, look at him, and he's so happy right now.
Is 718321.
Oh.
Hi,
What a
bud.
beautiful, handsome boy. Just look how sentient he is. Oh my god, he's so handsome.
Hi,
Oh my god.
bud. He seems like a mellow dude to me.
Oh wow.
Are you pretty mellow? Oh, yeah, you want
Look at him, he's sleepy tired here. You can see his little kitty paws.
scratches. You want your very own home with lots of love. Yes. So his skin, he does feel like he has scabs on the top of his head. He's probably been an outdoor cat, and since he's not neutered, I'm sure he's been in his share of cat fights. So he just needs a good forever home.
Oh, look at him. He's such a sweet kitty.
That will keep him safe inside, have him neutered,
Poor baby.
so he can just relax and nap away his days.
Yes.
You can see
Nap
little
and
missing fur
snack.
there,
That's what he
so that was from
needs.
an old scab. Yeah, you just need to get
Oh.
cleaned up. Some TLC.
What a
for this
good
handsome
baby.
guy.
Oh my god. Holy shit, he's so sentient. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Oh, that's an amazing cat. Oh dear god. Oh, that's a really good cat. Oh my goodness. Oh, I love Joey. Oh, that's a good boy. Thanks for the donation, even though.
I would love to hear what his professors back at MTSU would think about this. Because, yeah, science is and has always been based on open debate and open criticism. You can get into the letters pages of any journal and watch researchers go back and forth because real academics are willing to defend their beliefs in a public forum, not make YouTube videos where their assertions and lies cannot be rebutted. To my knowledge, and if Mike has the email, please send it to me. Brad used to teach a class on logical fallacies, but I swear to God, these people take that class and use it as a how to win internet arguments because they use all of them on a consistent basis. So I would not have ever emailed Brad to say, let's debate this. Mike was the one who brought it up And I was like, why? And then everyone was like, Lyle doesn't want to do it, and he's a coward. And I'm like, fine, I'll do it. It's a waste of time, but I did do it. It was a waste of 90 minutes, but I did agree to it.
Yeah, so on the topic of this debate, so following on from his baseless assertion that you invited Brad Schoenfeld to debate with you, Mike states that he stepped in to debate you because, unlike Brad, he's not such a respectable person, but that you didn't want to go up against Mike and said to him in an email, you're a tough guy. I'm not going to go up against you.
So I said, I'll take a shot at the title. Went back and forth in email, and he basically said,
Let's see. F donated $2. Hard to swallow pills. It's not capitalism's fault you went thousands of dollars into debt for a useless degree. Well, that's mostly true, I would say. Almost 100% true. The reality is, though, a lot of dumbass kids are tricked into thinking that their useless degree will help them make money. That is certainly a thing universities are doing, where they're doing marketing to idiots, and they tell you, oh, if you just get any degree, it'll help your job prospects and you'll have a better future. And yeah, dumbass kids who've never been taught, like, proper financial planning, they've never had a job before in their lives, they've never had to pay off debt and shit, they might end up being tricked by this, like, stupid horse shit, but fundamentally true.
Until the monkey, you climbed up in that tree. What you doing up there? Why you scared? Why you running from every debate? You ran from Andrew and from me.
That's a hilarious thing for Jay Dyer to say when he runs from every hard debater. Like, he ran from me, ran from Isaac. The guy's a complete coward.
Donald's from Florida.
Thank you, Chairman. This is my third term on the Oversight Committee. We've been talking about illegal immigration and oversight the entire time. I remember we had a group of this committee that went down to the El Paso section of the border.
This guy is an insane whack job liar, and he's just a fucking scumbag. Like, he wants to get rid of Social Security and Medicaid. Like, he's just absolute insane wacko.
This was back in February, March of 2021. And during that time period, we were at one of the holding centers, and there were these buses that were coming to the detention facility, and they were picking up 30 kids, 50 kids at random, walking out of the facility. And when I went over to question the bus driver that was transporting these kids, border agents told me, as a member of Congress, that you're not allowed to question the bus driver. And of course, people knowing me, I didn't take no for an answer, and I repeated the...
What he's saying here is completely and utterly irrelevant. It's part of New York law. It's a sanctuary city. They have to allow these people in.
question. And I was told that this bus of children was leaving El Paso and going to San Diego. And so what was occurring under the Biden administration is that they were busing unaccompanied minors all across the United States for one reason and one reason only. And that was because
he has no evidence for this. This is just his own personal testimony. How does he know they're minors? Did he check their ID? Is he a cop? Does he just look at everybody's ID, or did they just look young to him? This guy is just an insane whack job liar, dude.
they did not want the press to see the pictures of kids in cages. They did not want to see our borders being overrun. They wanted to disperse that problem all through the United States. That is the reckless history of illegal immigration under Joe Biden.
He doesn't even understand what illegal immigration is. These people were applying for asylum, which means they have legal status, dumbass.
And the Democrat Party. Mayor Johnston of Denver.
Like, by the way, when people say, oh, they're not going through legal border checkpoints and shit, there's nothing in the Constitution saying, at least as long as you're applying for asylum, that you have to go through a checkpoint.
You lamented earlier that there were 10 to 11 buses coming per day to your city. Did you ever talk to Joe Biden about why this was happening to your community?
Thank you, Congressman. I both reached out to Governor Abbott from Texas. He didn't respond, and I did.
Why would you reach out to Governor Abbott of Texas when it is Joe Biden, the former commander-in-chief, that opened up our borders? Why didn't you talk to him?
Biden did not open up the borders.
Our buses directly were being sent from Governor Abbott in Texas, so that was why we reached out to say we're happy to collaborate on a coordinated entry system. We understand no one state or no one city should bear the entire brunt of this, but let's collaborate. But I did.
So I'm glad you said that, because that brings me to my next point. Governor Abbott and Governor DeSantis, when they started moving illegal aliens out of their states who were bearing the brunt of what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were doing, and they've sent them to Denver.
Again, like, nothing he's saying makes any fucking sense. Like, Joe Biden was the one who wanted to pass the border bill, and then the Republicans shut it down because Trump knew it would be bad for his election campaign if he couldn't run on this border issue.
They sent them to Chicago. They sent them to New York. They sent them to Martha's Vineyard. The reason why they did that is because you four could hide behind the realities of illegal immigration on border towns.
Okay, this guy is just a retard. Thanks for the donation, F.
Revival is such a spineless retard. I called him out in the comments. He deleted my comments and blocked me. He claims he was vegetarian in the comments and was feeling bad and claims vegan diet is dangerous.
Oh my god. Oh, what a actual retard. We can take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, Hawklord. Retard donate $2. Tesla down 30% year to date. Tesla take down anti-Musk protesters of swarm and shut down Tesla dealer in Manhattan. That's hilarious. Wow. $486 billion peak. His wealth is decreased by approximately, to approximately $330 billion. Loss of $156 billion. I've never seen anybody go after like car dealerships like this.
People at the expense of our environment, at expense of
Dude, like especially electric cars. Like, that is just psychotic. Yeah, this is the beginning of the end for Musk, dude. This in front of the Tesla dealership. That's good. Don't buy fascist cars. I hope he just goes completely broke. Thanks for the donation, retard. CDG donate $2. Hey Richard, how are you doing today? Have you always been into politics, or is it more since the past few years? I was mildly interested for a while, but then shit just started becoming absolutely retarded, so I got more interested in it just because I felt I had to. Because there's just so much stupid nonsense everywhere. Thanks for the donation though, CDG.
Makes him a fucking ass clown. Straight up. I don't care what else you've done in life. If you're promoting an anti-vegetable diet, you're an ass clown. That includes Revival Fitness. That includes Jordan Peterson. Anybody who could be convinced to even try a carnivore diet, I struggle to believe that they're intelligent enough to tie their own shoelaces. Because
this is a Revival Fitness.
You know, that's one of the rare Jason Blaha W's. He's totally right.
Your home for gains and brains. And yeah, be sure to join the class action lawsuit against me and I guess Jordan Peterson and whoever else has tried out. I'm in the gym. All my lifts have totally gone down. I'm losing muscle mass, which is really funny because I'm at a point now that I am, you could call it pathologically. I can't stop. It's terribly unproductive. I need to fix it. But so I tested the waters a bit, my skin cleared up, but I went back to my normal bulking diet, and unsurprisingly, the spots started to come back. Then going into 2024, I was preparing for a bodybuilding show. I decided to adopt a similar diet for cutting because one of the biggest benefits overall of carnivore is that it is very satiating. And after that, I decided I'm going to do something that's pretty unprecedented because you see almost everybody who talks about it uses it for fat loss. I am using it in a bulking phase now as I'm trying to build muscle, and there's going to be some body fat that goes.
He's not really on a carnivore diet. It's usually described as only eating skeletal muscle tissue, primarily coming from red meat. That's not what he eats. He eats a lot of dairy. You can look at like the amount of cheese, cream. He's not really on a carnivore diet. He's just on a dumb idiot diet.
With it, the goal of course being to minimize the body fat gain as much as possible. And something to note as well, I have tried pretty much every common variation of a diet there is. I've never been vegan. A few years ago, before I even started the channel, I was
Okay.
vegetarian for a period of time. I then went into sort of standard mixed diet for a while. I have done iterations of keto. I have done full strict carnivore during the cut, as in exclusively animal foods. I have done carnivore in the sense that it is 70% of animal foods. I've heard a lot of people mention that. I think that comes from the animal kingdom classification. That's what I'm really doing now. It's not exclusively animal foods that I'm eating, but it is the vast majority of what I eat. So after my show, I got down.
Well, there you go. He's admittedly not even on a carnivore diet.
To the mid 150 pound range. That's what happens whenever you cut down extremely low body fat. You're going to be much lighter than you think. Just a heads up for some of you who are going to embark on that journey. It is a mind trip. And as you can imagine after that show, as is pretty much standard in bodybuilders, especially more amateurs, that's the level I'm at, I went on a binge.
What's his height? Because 150... I'm gonna guess he's probably around like 5'7", maybe? He's 5'10", according to Reddit. Okay, 150 at 5'10" is a fucking string bean. So yeah, I mean, I'm not saying he has a bad physique, but I mean, 150 at 5'10", I understand that he's very lean and everything, but that's still very small. For the bodybuilding show I did way back in the day, like this would have been when I was, I think, 23? Yeah, or no, maybe 21 or 22. I think I got down to 172 or 173. So he's and if anything, I was probably a little leaner than he is here. So he's not a very big guy, and then he's like talking about how like, oh, the carnivore diet's so amazing, I build so much more muscle, and he's 5'6". Why does, I don't know what his height is. According to the Reddit thing, it said he was 5'10". 5'6". I don't know, he doesn't look stubby enough to be 5'6". If I had to guess, he's probably like 5'7", 5'8", maybe. Mormons versus Muslim donated.
Do you know what you need to do with your life?
Dude,
after
he
this?
has his collar up like a vampire. It's because he only sucks at night. Queer. He doesn't look like kind of Dracula.
Hey,
Let's
Chris.
go for the suck.
Chris, you know what you need to do with your life after this? End it.
Man, I wouldn't disagree.
Related. So when you hear of, Bill.
Ma'am, I have a question. So Pfizer has the biggest criminal fine in history. So how is it anti-science to not trust them? If they're on record bribing physicians and fudging with test results, $2.3 billion fine. So how is it anti-science to simply question them? Can you explain that, please?
So I appreciate your comment. I'd like to finish my presentation, and you can hold your questions.
I mean, it's
to
not
the
going to be answered. I had 4 questions. Hey, I had 4 questions that didn't get answered. What the hell? Why are you doing this?
No, please.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, that's right. Oh, so, like, this is so silly. Why is this old guy at a scientific conference grabbing this dude by the neck when he's twice his fucking size and like half his age?
What the hell? Why are you doing this?
No, please.
It just like throws. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Your ring. Your ring just rolled. It's right here. It's right.
Excuse me, go sit.
Dude, Alex Rosen, he's such an idiot with the whole anti-vax thing. Like, I appreciate the predator poaching shit, but like, oh my god, that's stupid.
Yeah, right there. Sorry. Go and sit the.
I love how he just walked into a scientific conference and like threw a fucking 70-year-old man.
Down! Go and sit the down right now.
I'm so sorry.
You're sorry? Go and sit the down right now when you talk. Who the are you? Are you here?
Please.
Get off me, son. Get him!
Alex Rosen is such a fucking idiot. Oh my god.
We had a pedo in Wyoming who came to drink baby's blood. I mean, it's so common.
I mean, that sounds minty. We might watch that later.
What? من أحسن قولا.
Yeah, you know, but North Carolina's still the U.S.
Yeah.
Oh, this guy's a psychotic, insane jackass. Like, this guy's actually a terrorist.
Like California, it doesn't seem like the U.S. sometimes, but it is. Right? What about you?
I'm from Utah.
Utah, you're from the homeland, man. You're from the evangelicals. They're way different.
I don't really know a whole lot about Islamic afterlife or anything like
All that.
that.
All right. Celebrated.
We're celebrating the Christ part of it, right? I don't think
Right,
God's
but-
gonna be mad. I know what you mean, but
Yeah, you don't think it's like
not that much of an issue
when were you born? Right? No, don't give me exact date, but let's right. Like not to like another god, but like to God above. Yeah.
Yeah, that one's just boring. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. We might watch this later. Might not have time. We have to do the thing at 9, the Discord AMA. So maybe like tomorrow or some
The
shit.
store, you have to buy them online. But no matter what you eat, after you restrict food for so long to get ready for the stage, your hunger is going to be completely out of control. And now that the show's over, you can eat whatever you want. And a lot of people do, and a lot of people gain.
What's up, nigga fag? I'm currently taking a shit at work. Is this girl jacked?
Yeah, I'd say for a female, she's jacked. Yeah, she's definitely in good shape. Got a nice butt. Well, enjoy your shit at work. Thanks for the donation, Nigpoo.
Lots of weight back very quickly, but not even one full month after my show, I had gained almost 30 pounds, and that's whenever I embarked on the 6,000 calorie carnivore bulk. I covered this in a previous video, I'm not going to go over the entire diet here, but especially for someone like me, I am naturally on the skinnier side. I don't have a huge appetite in general. I don't think a lot of people could manage eating this much food, carnivore. Maybe Eddie Hall, I think he was doing 10,000 or more, and he talked about this diet too. He talked glowingly about it as far as I can tell, so I guess you can throw him in the lawsuit too.
I can almost guarantee you there's no fucking way this guy's eating 6,000 calories a day, and if he is, he's probably like eating, you know, like 6 sticks of butter, and then it's all getting shat out with this like buttery, oily diarrhea, which, you know, he's just not absorbing it. There's no way he could be eating 6,000 calories and then not gain a ridiculous amount of weight very quickly.
But just to give you a quick recap.
Like, Again, like so with my activity level and my size, my maintenance calories are about 3,000, maybe a little over that, around 3,200. So assuming he has roughly the same energy expenditure, which probably he doesn't because he's smaller and shit, he'd be gaining nearly a pound per day. That's like roughly a 3,000 calorie surplus. So it's just not happening.
The diet consisted of a dozen eggs, half a pound of sausage, and 2 slices of cheese in the morning. Went on to drink raw heavy cream, 1 pint or 2 cups every day. That is no longer in the diet, as you're going to see, but I'm really glad because that got really old. I did this as an experiment to hit the 6,000 number. Cream was the only way I could possibly get there. Then we had 1 pound of ground beef, that is 80/20.
So I'm assuming he was having just crazy diarrhea.
And another slice of cheese. I had 2 cups of raw milk. So many health problems, so many people dropping dead, you'd think. Later on in the night, I'd have another pound of ground beef, as well as 2 slices of cheese. Throughout the day when cooking, I would use 4 tablespoons of butter, and I would put some sour cream on top of those meals as well. This came out to 6,044 calories, 280 grams of protein, 43 grams of carbs. That's something to note with this diet as well. I get a lot of comments saying no carbs. There are some carbs in this diet. I mean, you could eat no carbs at all if you feel like it, but my diet is not totally devoid of them, and a whopping 528 grams of fat. That was probably the biggest issue I encountered with this diet. A side effect of that is the shits. I would just be standing there doing work, and then all of a sudden, you have to run to the toilet. And it got...
Yeah, so he's not absorbing it. He's just having really oily, disgusting, gross diarrhea shits. So why would he follow a diet like that? It's like... it's like me claiming, oh, I'm consuming 10,000 calories a day. Oh, well, how are you doing that? Well, I chug a bottle of olive oil every day. Okay, how does your stomach manage that? Oh, it doesn't. I literally shit out olive oil. Okay, so, well, you're not really... It's not really eating 10,000 calories then if you're, like, literally having oily diarrhea shits?
Got to a point where I tried different remedies. I tried ox bile. I tried probiotic supplements. I tried breaking up the fat consumption more throughout the day than in one sitting, but even so, I was eating a lot of fat all day long, given the diet. It got to a point where it was unsustainable in that sense. Now keep in mind, people will say, oh, so the diet's unsustainable. Not the diet itself outright. The amount of fat that I was consuming was unsustainable for me. There's a very easy solution. Just reduce all of that fat. So now you might be asking, well, why did you do this crazy diet in the...
Yeah, but if you reduce the fat, you reduce the calories. So he's not been eating 6,000 calories a day.
First place, especially with that amount of food. Because it's an experiment. I wanted to see, and you can watch this in the original video. You know, maybe I'll just put up a clip right now so you can see it for reference. So age, I just turned 28. Height, I am 5'10". My current weight at the start of this...
Okay, so Reddit was right. He's 5'10".
Stabilizing after the show was about 185 pounds. And then the activity. So this is something that's kind of funny in its own right. You pick your activity multiplier and you find your so-called maintenance calories, your TDEE, based on what you input and this estimate here. Which again is extremely vague, but people think this is like some ironclad hard science. So what I'm going to do, guys, for the purpose of this experiment, I'm going to pick the highest outputs possible to make the margin of error as small as possible. Let's just pick the extra active one. So to maintain weight, and mind you, I picked the highest energy multiplier possible, 3,449 calories a day. Now let's show the info for weight gain. Mild weight gain is 36.
So again, I went on that diet recently, and and just doing simple math, how many calories I was consuming, rate of weight loss, my maintenance calories with the amount I was exercising came to, I think, right at 3,200 per day. And I'm a much bigger person than he is, too. So there's no way his maintenance calories are at, what is it, 3,500. It's just not. So yeah, he'd be gaining roughly a pound per day if he was consuming. He's just full of shit. CDG $2. Anyway, the idea of eating a 100% surplus is retarded. Why would you do that? You're going to gain 95% fat doing that. Like 10 to 15% surplus is probably enough. I've done higher than that too, like 25% surplus, but for like a month, and I got a lot of fat quick. Well, yeah, he's just not eating what he's saying he's eating. He's basically saying the laws of thermodynamics do not apply to him. And then his dumbass, followers who are like, oh, carnivore diet is so amazing. They just all buy it. Somehow the carnivore diet breaks the laws of thermodynamics. Calories in, calories out doesn't apply to that particular diet. Like, and I mean, he's acting as if this is, you know, a benefit. Like, if you want to get big and strong, and you're claiming you have to eat in a 100% surplus, and you still can't gain weight, like, that's a fucking problem. That's a negative. That's not a benefit to the diet if you have to be in a 100% surplus and you still can't gain weight. It's like, these people are just retarded. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
99. 1 pound a week, that is the 500 surplus, as you can see, compared to that. 3,949 calories a day. Fast weight gain, 2 pounds a week. 4,449 calories a day. So I am 2,500 calories per day over this amount here that says I should maintain my weight, and that is 1,500 more than the point that I should be gaining, apparently, 2 pounds a week. So based on this calculator, every subsequent 250 calorie addition is going to net 0.5 more pounds gained per week. So if we take 6,000, subtract it from the maintenance weight, 2,551, divide that by 500, which should equal 1 pound gain a week. That gives us a multiplier of 5.1. Let's multiply that by half a year, 26 weeks. I should gain over 132 pounds by the
Why are you not bothered by the disrespectful / racist comments that people send in? Hope you having a good weekend.
Anger comes from within. So whether you get angry, upset, offended, that's entirely your choice. So I just choose not to be offended. But thanks for the donation, Sprained Ankle. Yeah. I'm enjoying myself. Thanks for the donation, dude. CDG $2, yeah, and I thought I couldn't gain weight until I actually tried eating more and tracking calories. Once I actually tried, gained like 2 pounds a week. I proved to myself that if I actually track calories, you can gain weight. Not gaining weight is a myth. Well, yeah, everyone who says they can't gain weight, no matter how much they're... Again, I don't know why people think this. It's just basic math. Your body does not violate the laws of thermodynamics. If you're in an energy deficit, you lose weight. If you're in an energy surplus, you gain weight. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
beginning of 2025. According to all conventional wisdom and calorie calculators, I should have gained so much fat up to this point following that diet. So now you can take a guess how much...
Yeah, you didn't eat that food. He even admitted he didn't follow the diet. He had to stop because he was having, like, horrible diarrhea. So, if he wasn't absorbing the food, no shit, you wouldn't gain anything. And by his own admission, he ended up stopping. He wasn't even eating like this for this whole time. So, I don't know what the thesis of this video is. Thanks for the membership, my little noodle.
How much weight do you think I gained at the pinnacle of the 6,000 calorie carnivore bulk? Over that time span, the highest that my weight got was 196 pounds. And this was a one-off. It was not even consistently this high. I was getting...
July, August, September, October, November, December. So he's claiming he ate this for 6 months. So, 2,500, well, I'm gonna go 3,000 because it's really 3,000. So 3,000 surplus, I'm just gonna go by weight. So this would be 0.85, yeah, 0.85 pounds per day. So 0.85 times 7, that would be 5.95 pounds a week times 4. 23 pounds a month times 6. 6 months, 142 pounds roughly. So we went from 185 to 196. So that's, so he gained 11 pounds over 6 months. If he gained 11 pounds over 6 months, What would that work out to be? That's 2 pounds per month, roughly. Yeah, let's just make it even numbers. So 2 pounds per month, 7,000 calorie surplus in the space of a month. So that would be divide by 4. Wait. Yeah, 2 pounds a month. So over the course of a month, so that'd be 1,750 calorie surplus in the space of a week.
Rich
Divide by
ARD, the
7.
retard.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Joshua. So he had an average calorie surplus of about 250 per day. And he's claiming he's in a roughly 3,000 calorie surplus, when in reality, it could only have been 250. So he's full of shit. He's just completely and utterly full of shit. There is no way you can explain this discrepancy. Like, you're talking about a magnitude of 10. More than 10. Like, he's just full of shit. CDG donate $2. And who the fuck thinks eating a diet that you get diarrhea from constantly is a good idea? How are you supposed to be consistent, add weight consistently if you're constantly shitting your brains out? The whole idea is retarded. Just eat a normal diet. Yeah. Well, that's far too complicated, and it doesn't really get you clout on social media, so... Thanks for the donation, CDG. Dodo is gay, donated $2. Let me see. All porno is gay porno.
A lot of people, try to put in my comment section, oh, but you would never say the N-word in the Allegheny National Forest in Pennsylvania. Well, you're wrong. Nigger! Nigger! Nigger.
I don't know what he's doing. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I'm surprised that you're openly so rude and lack self-awareness given that like 90% of your donos come from the same 3 or 4 people. If one day you end up pissing those people off, then your entire source of income is gone. That easy for you to understand?
Well, it's worked for me so far. So I don't know why I'd bother changing. Thanks for the donation, Joshua.
Getting up to around 190, I slowly crawled toward the end of October into November, around 191 to 192, and that was the apex of my weight gain on this diet. The 196 point was an outlier. It did not consistently stay that high in the days after I measured it. So at this point, I get accused of lying, and people say, you didn't actually eat that much, bro. I did. It was painful. There's a reason I stopped doing it, because I could not keep up with it. I have the grocery receipts.
Okay, then show the grocery receipts.
To prove it. My grocery bill was off the charts, and that is a...
Then show your grocery receipts. Oh, I have the grocery receipts to prove it, bro. Doesn't show the grocery receipts.
Here's a donation record.
Oh, damn. Thanks for the big donation, CDG. I'll be sure to be nice to you and not piss you off so you keep donating so that I don't go broke. Thanks for the big donation, though, dude. Appreciate it. I love this. I have the grocery receipts to prove it. Doesn't show the proof. Okay, so you're full of shit. We calculated he could have only been in a 250 calorie surplus. Like, obviously, there's going to be some wiggle room there based on, like, macronutrient composition, thermogenic effect of food. Like, it could be a little higher, a little lower, who knows. But it mathematically works out to 250. There is no way you could have been eating in a roughly 3,000 calorie surplus. When we do the basic math, it only works out to a 250 calorie surplus. He's claiming he's eating 10 times more food than he really did. Just complete liar. He's... You know what? Worst of the fitness industry may be coming back. I might actually do a worst of the fitness industry vid on this guy.
Especially the case if you were going to buy everything organic, pasture-raised, grass-fed, etc. You don't have to do that, by the way. There are some people that do carnivore that are kind of elitist in that sense, and they make it sound like you have to buy those things to do this diet and see benefits from it. You do not. I do like to support local farmers, and I still do that. But if you can't afford it, you can't afford it. Just do what you can. But you can see this ridiculous discrepancy. I was projected by every single calculator, any person you would ask in the industry, general people, it doesn't matter. I was supposed to gain dozens and dozens of pounds, the vast majority of that being fat. My body fat is roughly the same, I would say. Really, you could call this the closest to a lean bulk that I've ever had. There's a lot of factors, of course, and I think the next experiment that I would have to do, the same number of calories on paper, but invert the fats and the carbs, and I looked at that briefly doing some math. I would have to eat like 800 plus grams of carbs a day if I'm going to drop the fat very low and keep the protein the same. And I would not look forward to that. But I have to say, I like this way of eating a lot, and I don't see myself deviating from it anytime soon. Something a lot of people have asked me is, whenever you first switch to it, did your gym performance suffer? Because the carbs are so low in relation to what any gym...
So, by the way, how does he account for weight loss, then? If he needs to be in a 6,000 calorie surplus in order to gain 9 pounds? How much does he eat when he tries to diet down for a bodybuilding show? Like, he's clearly full of shit. Okay, so... Oh my god. Like was he eating 5,000 or 4,000 calories when he was getting really lean for his bodybuilding show? I can guarantee you he was probably eating, like, maybe 1,800, maybe less when he needed to get really lean. So why do you need 6,000 to gain 9 pounds over the course of 6 months? Like, again, the math isn't mathing. He's clearly just full of shit.
General fitness information is going to tell you. And for me, not really. I mean, some people, if they change their diet...
CDG donate tellers, hey, sorry if this is a dumb question, but how do I join your Discord? I've been watching you for 10 years, but haven't been regularly watching for a while, so I don't know where to go. Is there a link? I have a Patreon Discord. I think I might actually shut my Patreon down. There's a public Discord. Give me a second. Let me look. Just give me one moment. Somebody told me the problem with my Discord link has to do with streaming mode. There we go, that might actually work now. So this is the public Discord. There's the link in chat. Yeah, so it was streaming mode. I don't know why streaming mode would fuck up the link for no reason. But thanks for the donation, CDG.
It relatively fast, they will see negative side effects when it comes to energy, digestion, gym performance, etc. I didn't see a lot of that for myself. Now, I might be an outlier in that regard. I know some people have the same experience, so you'll have to see for yourself how that goes. But that's one of the biggest hits against this diet that people say, oh, you're not going to have any energy to train. Sure you will. Oh, you can't build muscle. Sure you can. Probably my favorite is the inevitable, oh, I tried carnivore for a few days, bro. Oh, gym was terrible. I had no energy. I couldn't do it. You tried it for a few days, man. You need to give things ample time to really start working. I've heard some people say that it can take weeks for them to get fully fat adapted, which is not exactly the same as being in ketosis, by the way. It's not even beneficial to always be in ketosis. Your body's going to naturally kick you out at certain points during the day, as far as I understand it. But even so, I don't measure my ketone levels all the time. I'm not peeing on sticks. I'm not doing a bunch of blood tests. I don't really care about being in ketosis or not. I can't say, though, because I've experienced this both during cuts and bulks, The single biggest tangible difference on a day-to-day basis, being high fat versus high carb or mixed, is that the mental clarity is night and day difference. So even during my cut, whenever I was eating, it was like 20 or 30 grams of carbs a day. Some days I was having none at all. It was purely beef and eggs and maybe some cheese. Even when my energy was that depleted, I found it very easy to just focus on tasks. Whereas even in the past, whenever I was in an abundance of energy, I was eating all kinds of food, the brain fog would get to a point that it's almost uncontrollable. I know some of you go through this right now, like you're just constantly going from thing to thing, jumping around, but not doing anything actually, not finishing tasks. You open something here, check your phone, open a tab here, check your phone again. You just find yourself in random rooms looking at stuff. It's very easy to just get distracted over and over and over all the time. Even with that, I find that whenever I'm on a high-fat diet, the mental clarity aspect is demonstrable. So with all of that said, let's go into...
So there's research on this. People often self-report that, oh, when I go on a low-carb diet, my mental clarity is amazing. But then when you give them actual cognitive tests, they perform worse. What's actually going on is they just have elevated cortisol levels, and they're kind of getting a weird sort of caffeine-like high from it. It just makes you feel kind of more energetic, but your actual cognitive performance isn't any better. It's just a perception.
To the new iteration, I'm still at about 300 grams of protein a day. Now, do I need to consume that much protein? Probably not. But am I a bro at heart who's going to always eat a bunch of protein because gains, bro? Yes. Total carbs for the day comes out to
74.
And fat is 390 grams. And I find for myself that this level of fat, compared to last time, the digestive problems are almost non.
So he reduced calories by 1,000, and somehow he's still gaining weight? Even though he just said he could only gain 9 pounds in 6 months, which means he's in a 250 calorie surplus. So eating this much, again, if we do the math, he should be losing weight now. Does that make sense? Like, no, it's just all stupid. He's not eating this much.
Existent, very few, and overall it's just much easier to do this way. So compared to the previous version, I am eating a bit less beef overall. I do start the day still with a dozen eggs, and I have sausage to go with that, and then I will go into the pre-workout meal. So a new addition to this version of the diet is Oikos Pro, a Greek yogurt. You guys heard me talk about in the past why if you're going to have carbs in...
Anybody who eats yogurt is a disgusting, degenerate scumbag. Is he taking a fucking carbohydrate supplement?
Or in some chicken broth, add a little bit of flavor. It tastes very good. It's so quick to do, very convenient. I will link it down below if you want to try it. And I also added this specifically for pre-workout. This is cluster dextrin. You also see it called cyclic dextrin. I use this one from Transparent Labs. You can use code...
So he's probably... Wait, this doesn't make any sense. He's adding a carbohydrate supplement into his diet while eating 1,000 less calories, but he's claiming his carbohydrate intake only went up by 30 grams. The math isn't really mathing. Again, he has no clue what he's eating. He just eats whatever the fuck he wants, dude. CDG donated $2. Is that the Discord you use when people want to debate you? I'm not trying to debate, just curious. Yeah. The other private or locked off Discord is a Patreon perk, but I'm probably gonna delete my Patreon. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Revival on Transparent Labs website to get 10% off any order that you make. So the formal name is highly branched cyclic dextrin, or HBCD, and it is unique because it is one of the fastest absorbed.
I don't understand why he'd take this when glucose... What? Time to fatigue was about 70% longer in the HBCD trial than that in the glucose and control. Significant difference. Plasma glucose in the HBCD group was maintained at higher levels during pre-swimming cycles than in the glucose. So this is a slower digesting carbohydrate source. This guy doesn't even know how to read. Like, literally doesn't understand how to read words. It is not fast digesting, it's slow digesting. That's why they were able to maintain higher glucose levels for a more prolonged period. Like, this guy's an idiot. He literally can't read. Keto Vegan donated $2. Is a keto vegan diet possible? I bought a book on it from Amazon. Well, yeah, it is possible.
You've heard of the keto diet, right for you. It's really a matter of coming up with a lot of planning. Things I tell people.
I wouldn't bother going on a keto diet. Keto can help symptoms of dementia immensely.
I am.
There's not really good evidence on that. So, compared to what? Compared to their previous diet? Maybe? Like, if you have a really shitty diet with lots of processed food and crap. Like, maybe, if you're not eating well. Like, if you're on a keto diet and you lose weight, improve insulin sensitivity, you're eating less foods that are like pro-inflammatory and crap like that, yeah, I could see somebody having improvement in symptoms, but it's not necessarily from the keto diet. It's just from like improving your diet and losing weight and shit.
I am a physician.
I haven't seen any actual convincing evidence that that's a unique benefit of the keto diet.
I'm a neonatal. Claim to improve the memory and cognition of nearly half of the people who took it with Alzheimer's disease. And you don't hear that ever about.
The issue is, what is the comparison diet? So it's, yeah, I mean, it's just horseshit. Thanks for the donation though, Keto Vegan.
Absorbing carbohydrates that we know of. No digestive problems. You can spots for me were the hamstrings, the abs, and the calves. Since adding in this supplement, I have dealt with 0 cramping issues at all. So before the workout, I have about 5.
Oh, okay. Oh, my diet is so much better than a vegan diet. Oh, it's nutritionally complete. Oh, yeah, it makes me dehydrated, and I can't hold on to electrolytes, and I cramp like crazy, and I need to take a supplement to compensate for that.
Beef, I like to put cheese on top of that. I also will eat slices of cheese. I've been doing medium cheddar lately. That has benefits not only for skin, but also joint health, which enhances. I like to take that amount of it from the diet. I like to take this as an insurance.
Collagen does not improve joint health.
I think I get a good amount. Also contains vitamin K2, which enhances the effects of vitamin D, and not only the MK7 form, which is the industry standard across almost every other vitamin D supplement that I've seen. This includes MK4 as well, and that is the one that the body is truly going to use in a more
K2 supplements don't seem to have any actual benefit.
Holistic sense. Levels checked in the past, and they were very low. I've seen some doctors even posting recently about big on pre-workout. I've tried some in the past, very sporadically, never considered.
Okay, well, this guy's a dum-dum.
Said like, okay, you're a tough guy. I'm not going to go up against you.
That's a bold-faced lie.
Yeah, Mike, let's see the email.
I would never, because that's just not the kind of thing I would say. I would
no, of course not. And if he doesn't produce the evidence, then we have no reason to believe it exists. Again, Hitchens razor.
Somehow it got lost.
I mean, look.
I would never say that.
If you have to manufacture falsehoods to make a point, and that says more about your
They're
argument.
Pathological liars.
Well, actually, funny that you should bring up Mike's 20 flaws, because in that same video in which he admits that he has a chip on his shoulder about his intelligence, he also admits that he's lied a lot in the past.
I've lied a lot.
But I guess now.
Oh yeah.
Self-admitted liar making claims about people.
Truth. He's done a 180.
This is a man who admits that he lies a lot. What? I'm not going to debate you on a computer screen because you're a tough guy, and you're going to do what? Reach through the screen? This isn't.
Bobby Men's donated $2. Bobby's false perspective.
Another example has to do with milk. During the meat ban, drinking a cow's milk was considered the same thing as drinking its blood. Despite this, one emperor would periodically have
which
dairy
it
cows
basically
delivered
is.
to them.
Yeah, so not many people know this, but ultimately
Drinking cow's blood is not the same as drinking cow's milk.
the milk is filtered blood. It is
Milk is not filtered blood.
the blood, the nutrition of the female, in this instance, of course, filtered through the glands in the breast, becoming then milk. And therefore the
Someone is a little retarded.
nutritional profile of milk is not so different of blood.
It is vastly different.
Of course, you're lacking.
This guy doesn't understand like how proteins form. Like he's just a complete utter dumbass.
Heme iron, you're lacking creatine and carnosine as well, and it has obviously
just complete dumbass.
Lactose, some milk, sugar, but other than that, it is almost identical, meaning it has almost all.
No, it is not.
The nutrition that blood has as well. People that don't know.
How does anybody take these people seriously?
Way back, I actually went vegan. Yes, shame on me. For 4 years straight, I ate a plant-based diet, if you want to call it that. Exclusively plants, no meat, no dairy, no eggs, none of those sorts, until I destroyed my health single-handedly.
So very early on in his channel, he was eating a raw diet, and he clearly had an eating disorder. He was anorexic. He ended up getting out of that raw diet thing. He gained weight, gained muscle, was strong and healthy, and he's lied about this consistently for years. Like, whenever he talks about him being vegan, he shows photos of when he had anorexia. Way earlier on, like when he, like the first year he went vegan. He never shows the photos of when he was vegan later and eating a normal balanced fucking diet. So he's just lying. He never had any health problems. It was only when he was anorexic. Oh, hey, Gum Gum. What you doing, little buddy? Aw. Poor Gum Gum. He's afraid of my mom. My mom's upstairs.
And started eating a carnivore diet at first, and now to this very day I'm still eating a heavily animal-based diet, if you want to call it that. I'm predominantly eating animals. This is my way of living, and this is the only way of living that actually makes me feel healthy. If I'm not eating any meat, any
He's lying.
Eggs, any dairy, I deteriorate rapidly. So that
Yeah, he's lying. He was in better shape before when he was vegan. He's just completely full of shit. Thanks for the donation, Bobby Ments.
Believe it or not, the amount of melanin is directly correlated to level of compliance.
I don't think it is.
Estoy atrapado en un sueño muy raro. Ando volando y no es por la hierba.
Yeah, that cop wasn't gonna bother throwing hands. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu. CDG donates $2. Why are you gonna delete Patreon? Well, I'm not really making any money on Patreon, so there's no point. I'm not really active on there either. Just too busy. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
This isn't one of those old weird horror movies. This isn't The Ring. Mike's the one who gets butthurt over words on a screen. And here's the thing. Even if I did say that, which I didn't. And again, Mike, if you got the email, send it to me. I'll put it up on my social media. I'll do an entire YouTube video saying you were right. LionelMcDonald23@gmail.com. Send me the email, and I will publicly announce that you were right. Send it to Solomon. CC whoever you want, so that if we magically don't put it up, you can go, see, I did send it. And then they do it. Do it. I'll put it up in a heartbeat. I promise you I will. But you won't. And the excuses for this will be fascinating because they always are.
Correct. Yeah.
And even if I had said that, which I didn't, did we do the debate? Yeah, so clearly what's the damn issue? Other than he's looking for another way to go, well, I want to debate Brad. That's a lie. Brad said no. Well, that's a lie because you can't say no to something I never asked. And then I sent him an email, said, I won't debate you because you're a tough guy. No, didn't care about debate it because there's nothing to debate. My criticisms of the problems with that study are completely valid, period. And all that needed to happen was...
Dude, that is the funniest shit. They actually found a clip of Mike admitting that he lies a lot, constantly. And then Mike wants you to take his word for it. Like, you can't make this up. He's such an idiot.
Brad needed to address them directly. There was nothing to debate.
Hey,
but
Gum Gum, you want
he wanted to
cuddle?
do it. I went ahead and said yes. So even if I had said, I'm scared of debating
Boy,
you,
Gum Gum.
did Did I show up?
You can
Yeah,
come
did I waste 90
cuddle.
minutes of my life so that I could give direct answers while Mike talked in circles for his 45 minutes?
Well observed.
It's okay,
That's how Mike
baby.
works. Oh, no,
Yeah,
because I know.
come here, baby.
And just because it's funny, and
good
because he missed
kitty.
it, because he, at some point in that podcast, because I just watched him. You can ask him a question. You ask me a question, I'll talk for 10 minutes, and I will eventually get to the point. It just takes me a little while. Ask Mike, and he'll talk in circles for 10 minutes and never actually give a concrete answer. And I looked at him and I said, Mike, you should be in politics. And he said, I don't know what you mean. And I said, of course you don't. And I moved right on.
If no one's ever told you before, you should be a politician.
Of course you don't, sweetie. Mike has the ability to talk through both sides of his mouth, tell one lie to this group of people, tell a contradictory lie to this group of people, and believe both are true when it suits him.
Yeah.
He'll never be a successful bodybuilder, but damn, he could be a successful politician because that man can lie in a heartbeat. That's his
By his
truth.
own admission. I mean, he stated that it's
No,
very easy for him to lie.
No, Solomon, that's old Mike. That was Mike the day before the Greg Doucette thing. Everything you said there, the supposed emails that will never materialize, the fact that I had zero. No, that was all the stone cold truth. The day before was the last lie he ever told.
CDG, don't need $2 wait. Sorry, I think I missed your reply. Why are you going to delete your Patreon? Left the room to get food. Oh, I'm not very active on there, and I'm not making really any money on it, so I'm probably just going to delete it for that reason. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Lie being that,
Yeah, like if people want to contact me, they can just like message me on Instagram or something.
lie being that I don't lie anymore. We can talk about the two people, two guys, and one always lies and one always tells the truth. I bet Mike has that one solved too.
great
He solved
riddle.
the trolley problem, so I'm sure he knows how to solve that one.
I love that riddle. Anyway,
Yeah.
shall we move
Yeah, let's
on?
move on.
To the, I mean, we don't have to spend a lot of time addressing this claim, but it's that apparently you provide good content because you have lots of mean things to say about Mike that sound sort of thought through.
But I understand, like, getting him on and getting all the insight. It's really good content if you're going to bash me, because he has a lot of mean things to say about me, and he sounds sort of thought through.
I guess here he's referring to the video that you and I did together as good content.
So it's good, but it's not, mainly because it's critical of him.
So he describes your criticisms as mean, but I guess when he says they sound sort of thought through, he seems to be implying that they're superficially plausible, but maybe upon closer examination are false. That could describe him. He says a lot of things that sound superficially plausible, and he delivers them authoritatively, but they're nonsense, and they're patently false upon a closer examination.
Well, again, I told you I was going to keep repeating this. For narcissists, every accusation is an admission. If Mike thinks that our criticisms are poorly thought through, the onus is on him to demonstrate factually why they are poorly thought through. Because if it's that easy, if they're that poorly thought through, if they're that full of so many logical holes, they should be easy to disprove. And yet here we are with mere assertion. Oh, like when he said, oh, the critics of failure, they're just not very intelligent.
You have enough muscle, and whoever tells you you do not train to failure because your rep speed is not slowing down. Like,
Those people are just not
it's the people we know.
Well, if we're so unintelligent, prove us wrong with facts. Show me the study that bar speed doesn't slow at 0 reps to reserve. Should be easy to find, Mike. You're an exercise scientist who criticizes Dorian Yates training and thinks, I don't think he does enough. Yeah, I mean, he only won 6 Olympias. If he trained more, he probably would have won 12, right, Mike? Isn't that how bodybuilding math works? If he'd done 8 sessions a week, Dorian would have run twice as many Olympias, right? Now, that's a poorly thought out statement, but I'm being facetious. Mike, you can look that word up online in case you're not clear on what that is. Might even be a little bit obsequious saying that. And again, Mike, you can look that one up.
What? That doesn't make sense. How would that be?
Don't care because it's a fun word to say.
If it doesn't work there.
You don't work here.
Sorry, I'm no fun. I know what you're doing.
Obedient or attentive, excessive or okay. So yeah,
it's like a sycophantic.
Yeah, if our criticisms are that poorly thought out, Mike,
smarmy,
it should be easy to dismiss them with facts.
Gay retard.
And yet here we are.
Contemptuous, ingratiating. Yeah. I like my synonyms.
Defenestrating. Just as a quick tangent, because I had 3 years of Latin in high school because it was required. I've never been clear on if defenestration is an active or passive verb. I don't know if it's to be thrown out a window or to throw someone out a window.
Defenestration is a noun.
Well, to defenestrate, though.
Oh, yeah, that's a verb. Yeah.
Okay, I should have just looked it up. It is the action of throwing someone out of a window. Well, there you go.
I think Mike's going to want to defenestrate you after this.
You know, it's funny. He's been in Austin twice in the last year, and he's never reached out to me to strangle me. It's really funny.
It is funny.
It's interesting. It's really
someone who talks
really
big game about.
Well, didn't he say he wanted to punch out Greg Doucette too, and they met face to face, and yet somehow, it's Daniel Peckett intensifies. Because again, all these guys are just like, yep, real men should settle things with fists, and then words on the screen just cause them such emotional trauma.
Well, Mike measures people's worth through gauges other than just physical prowess. He also remarks that you've been losing followers for a really long time.
He's a person that has been losing followers for a really, really long time.
First, I don't think it's true. I mean, I've been keeping track of your Instagram and YouTube following and subscribe account respectively since we started doing videos together, and they've gone up astronomically. But even if your following hadn't gone up, is Mike implying that the quality of an argument depends on the popularity of its author? Because that'd be truly absurd.
So this isn't the first time I've heard those. So there was a paper that got criticized many years ago. I forget what it was. It's been far too long. And Menno Henselman. So there's a thing called ResearchGate, and it's essentially social media for nerds, for scientists, where they put up free papers and stuff. And literally his defense was this paper is good because the author has a high ResearchGate rating. Basically, science is now a popularity contest. Someone in my Facebook group, over the videos we put up, made a very similar argument. Well, rather than criticizing Mike's information, because he was like, why don't you just do this? I go, Mike has 3 million people that he lies to every day. He's like, well, rather than doing this, why don't you just work on your marketing and get more people following you? What? Like,
Yeah.
It's not an argument. And yeah, look, I'm quite sure over the years, yeah, people, they bolt out of my Facebook group, usually because I'm mean to them, and they usually flounce out and get all pissy with me, you're this and that. And let me give you, this one guy last year is like, I got in his face about something, because we put up the Mike Israetel thing. This guy had not said a word in 10 years. He'd been in my group for 10 years, totally silent, and felt the need to chime in on this one thing about how we were wasting our time. And I was like, I'm flabbergasted by this. Said,
There were several instances of that.
There were, but this is one specific one. You've been in this group for 10 years. You've never contributed anything, and you come in to whine about this one topic.
Brilliant.
If you're not, and he was like, F you, Lyle, he wrote this big block text about I am the C word and this is British and all this other stuff. I'm gonna give you a little piece of advice. You're not gonna be nicer to people. You're never gonna be.
Gummy's burying his face in my armpit. Why do you do that? Why do you do that? You know I love you, Gum Gum. Gum Gum is a really special kitty. I love him so much.
Successful, and it's like, okay, F you too. If you think so little of me, again, it's after they get butthurt. People love that I'm in, Lyle's direct and tells it.
CDG Donateller's question for you. Do sweet potatoes / yams still keep most of their antioxidant properties, especially like beta-carotene for the eyes, when you cook them in high heat and oil like on a grill? Yes. Ah! What the fuck? Stop biting me. I want to know if they will still give health benefits. Yeah, I think, I don't know what the exact numbers are. I think generally cooking only damages like 30% of the nutrients in it, but it also improves bioavailability, so it ends up not really affecting anything, or if anything, it's a net benefit. So, yeah, don't worry about it. Cooking method doesn't really matter. I wouldn't really worry. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Why are you biting my armpit? Are you just a silly kitty? You just silly?
Like it is until I do it to them. And then they'll go butthurt and whiny. And I'm like, then why are you in my Facebook group? They're like, for the lols. Really, you stay in your group for 10 years because you think I suck and wanted to see that. Okay, sure. It's the mental gymnastics.
Well, it's ad hoc.
Well, yeah, it's like they decide after the fact. I've had several people do that. But even if it were true, and yeah, my Instagram, as much as I rarely post to it, yeah, it's
debate animal rights. Sure. Give me a second. Where's the stupid thing again? It's probably just a troll, but whatever. There's the link to the Discord if you want to debate me.
growing in my face. I did a bunch of YouTube videos and people joined it.
CDG donate $2. Okay, then conversely, what about eating raw stuff like raw versus cooked carrots? Are raw carrots just as healthy as cooked? Difference in nutrient you can absorb? Well, generally, cooking food makes it easier to absorb nutrients. There may be some benefits to eating raw vegetables. It may have beneficial effects on your gut microbiome, but who the fuck knows? Anybody who talks about gut microbiome has no fucking clue what they're talking about, and yeah, just who knows. But it may be beneficial for that. And one other benefit is just caloric control. It's much harder to eat a high quantity of food if it's raw, so... But if you like raw carrots, it's totally fine. It's not a big deal. I wouldn't go out of my way to either eat raw or cooked food, you know, for some arbitrary reason. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG. Looks like CDG. Did he want to talk? Who's the guy in the waiting room? Where's this dipshit who said he wanted to debate me? Who the hell are you?
What's up?
Yeah.
I was watching your stream. I was. You were asking. Someone was asking to debate you on animal rights.
Okay.
Yeah, but I wasn't like. I wasn't asking for that. I wasn't the guy who asked for
Okay.
that. But I just want to ask you, what's your thoughts on the new liberal leader, Mark Carney?
He's probably just going to be a useless dipshit, and he may be extremely politically corrupt. Like, again, this guy's a multi-billionaire. So I don't know, it's kind of like getting excited for Elon Musk joining politics. I think it's clear. Yeah, I think it's clear right now. One of the reasons Canada has such a huge issue with housing, it's very likely due to political corruption. So there's large investment firms and housing developers that probably have lobbyists that have tried to prevent the government from building new homes, and they're trying to rig the system so that they make way higher profits on new builds. So I don't know why anybody's excited for it. He also hasn't really given any kind of real economic planning. Like at least Polyev, he's talked about issues like lack of industrialization in Canada, provinces trade blocking each other. So he seems to have some like genuine plans as far as improving Canada's economy, but Mark Carney hasn't really talked about that, and we already know the Liberal Party's policies when it comes to like crime, legal system, banning guns. None of that I'm a fan of, so I'm not at all excited about Carney.
Well, the thing about it is that he's a banker. He was the governor of the Bank of Canada.
Yeah.
So, and if there's any part of the economy that's rife with corruption, it's the banks.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and also he's not even a member of Parliament. So I'm not even sure what they're going to do. I think what he's going to do is he's going to call a by-election in like some liberal seat in like the Maritimes or whatever. Or maybe he's gonna run like the federal election. I don't even know.
Dude, it's so bizarre. He literally bought his way to become prime minister. Why is anybody in favor of this? Like, it's psychotic, and it's probably what the Liberal Party is doing is unconstitutional. I remember there was talk about somebody actually like suing the Liberal Party over this because it just doesn't sound right. It's retarded. You got a billionaire buying their way into being a prime minister, and this guy is this billionaire banker.
Yeah, and I mean, previously, before Justin Trudeau was the leader of the Liberals was some journalist who wasn't even living in Canada for the majority of his life.
Yeah.
And we know how that turned out. The Liberals got third place.
Yeah, even worse than NDP. That was a blowout.
Yeah, and partially that was mainly because Jack Layton was kind of a Chad, but that was the majority of the fact was that Michael Ignatieff wasn't even living in Canada for the majority of his life. He was living in America. He called it his country.
Yeah.
And then he just bought his way into the liberal race.
I think I think in the US and Canada, liberals and Democrats, like their parties are absolutely fucked. They have no strong leaders. It seems like most of them aren't even really career politicians. They're just rich people who just want to like spread some social ideals. That's really
right.
it.
I mean, in 2020, we saw one of the big candidates was Mike Bloomberg.
Yeah.
For aside from Trump and maybe Vivek and Musk, there's billionaires on both sides, but it seems as though that the electorate views the Democrats' billionaires as more corrupt or senile or whatever, and whether that's true or not is up for debate. But
well, Trump and Musk are absolutely corrupt as fuck. But like, again, like look at Polyev's history versus Trudeau, and I mean, there's no comparison. Polyev just seems like I don't agree with everything he does or says, especially when it comes to some like social progressive policies, like with trans stuff. But I mean, he's a much more serious individual.
Yeah, I mean, also he's a much younger guy. I mean, if you look at Mark Carney, his hair is fully gray, right?
Yeah.
He has all gray hairs, whereas as Pierre Polyev, he has a little gray hair, but it's mostly black hair. So
yeah, he's not in an age where I'd be concerned about anything. Like Mark Carney's still young enough, but yeah, Mark Carney
also,
I don't know. I don't know why anybody would vote for him. He literally bought his way into the Liberal Party.
Yeah, that's right. I was watching the results being announced, and the way that Mark Carney was talking, like this guy has no charisma.
Yeah.
He has no like at least with Justin Trudeau, he was this young hip guy who was good at campaigning. What does Mark Carney even have?
Money.
Like he's just this bumbling old banker who as you said, he bought his way into the Liberal Party leadership and to the premiership of Canada. He has no chance.
Well, and I can guarantee you too, this guy's paying a PR firm to do all of his speeches, public talking. He's getting coached. Like it's not really even him talking.
Yeah, even with those PR people, he still appears to be this bumbling old man, this bumbling old banker, right? And another thing I would say is that the NDP is really just they're definitely on like their last breath.
Yeah.
Like Jagmeet Singh, for whatever reason, is not resigning.
People are assuming it's the pension thing.
Yeah, he has that pension.
I don't even know why he cares. Apparently he has like 100 million net worth.
Yeah, for the longest time, what's the funniest thing is for the longest time, he was making his whole MO about taxing the rich. Like, dude, you are the rich.
Yeah. Well, they're never gonna do it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
They made a confidence in supply with the Liberals, which backfired. They left the agreement, and they decided to not stand with the Tories in voting no confidence and delaying the election. Like, polls have them projecting to only win 12 seats compared to the 24 seats that they have now in the House of Commons.
Yeah, it's going to be a train wreck. So we're probably going to have a really good, healthy conservative majority. And at the very least, we'll get our guns back. And hopefully there's also some reforms with like crime, getting rid of the stupid, like, oh, if they're black, give them a lower sentence. If they're a minority, let them have like no bail and just like release them. That sort of horseshit.
Yeah. Also, do you know if they repealed that thing where Sikhs wearing motorcycle helmets?
No, they never repealed it.
That's ridiculous. But before I go, I will say that the funniest thing about this is that back in the 90s, there was Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, and he resigned, and his successor was Kim Campbell, and she led for about 4 months, and in the federal election, her party lost 196 seats, including the seat of Kim Campbell.
Hopefully we get that again.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think Mark Carney is going to have the same fate as Kim Campbell.
Yeah.
So what comes around goes around.
It's probably asking for too much and being too hopeful, but I can almost guarantee you, if you were to ask Polyev in private, he would like to allow people to conceal carry. They're probably never going to do it, but I'd love conceal carry in Canada. That'd be great.
Yeah, that would be a good thing. I think the fact that we have these ridiculous laws. I mean,
well, dude, the
like,
the amount of
what are you
home invasions and shit that have been happening too, like it's just fucking crazy.
Yeah,
It's all
imagine.
because of the Liberal Party. Concealed carry wouldn't have been a big deal, like more than 10 years ago, but now because of the Liberal Party, like you really should be carrying a gun.
Yeah, like, not only are you in a housing crisis, but your home is being invaded.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that does it. Hope you have a good day, and hope you have a nice AMA. Hope that everything goes smoothly with you. Thank you for having this discussion. It
Yeah,
was
no
really
problem,
nice
dude.
having you.
Yeah, thanks. Take care, dude. Alrighty.
And people, yeah, and I've heard a bunch of people's feelings, and they don't like me because I'm a big old meanie head. And so what? Like what? Since what? Like yeah, fine. Mike's got 2.9 million followers because he had the marketing muscle of RP behind him. It's not to do with anything with his information being any good, because it's not. It has to do with the fact that they had good marketing people, because they had a money guy to throw a lot of money at this, and I don't care, right? I truly don't, because if I did, I would do things very differently. But yeah, it is objectively false, I think, numerically. But again, I don't pay attention to my analytics, so because I don't live and die by them. And even if so, because that's what Mike's saying, is that it's better to have lots of followers by pandering to them, lying to them, telling them what they want to hear, than to be honest and lose them. And again, in as much as accusations from narcissists are always admissions, how many followers do you think Mike lost from our video? I bet it's a whole lot more than I lost by being mean. No, we can't prove that.
I'm not sure.
But watching the tone of the internet relative to him change, watching so many people finally see through the lies.
Oh, okay, good. It was just a fart. Thought I was gonna. Oh no, I might have to shit.
And the bullshit. Due to our critiques and Greg's and others. Make no mistake, we were not the only ones. We just made it cool, and we made it okay to dump on this, high guru or whatever. I guarantee you, he's had more people lose faith in him than have ever lost faith in me. And number one, what is he basing this on? Like, does he track my analytics? Does he stalk me? I mean, he's made claims to that about, I know for a fact that Lyle has done this.
Well, I think it was just a baseless assertion.
Sure.
Slanderous, actually.
Yes, it is. It's basically just trying to say, well, Lyle's information, somehow my information is bad because I'm losing. What? Also, because again, it's objectively disprovable. It is. My YouTube channel is still very small because I don't. When
I say it grew astronomically, I mean in relative terms.
In relative terms, my Facebook group has been getting bigger and bigger and bigger because of the videos we're doing.
Yes.
By all metrics I'm aware of. If anything, more people are hearing my message and like what it is because of what
Yes, it's false that you've been losing followers for a really long
but
time.
again, even if it were true, it doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with my. It's just him character assassinating me, like he did with a lifting dermatologist. Since he cannot rebut my poorly thought out arguments with anything approximating evidence, he's got to come after me personally. That's what they all do. That's what they all have always done.
Shall we move on? Just before, I thought of another synonym for obsequious: wheedling. Anyway, sorry, I'm sorry. I can't help myself.
No, that was the enzyme on Star Trek Next Generation that kept blowing up the core reactor.
Oh yeah.
No, that was Wesley. Okay. Go on. It was a reference that didn't even land. So
I'm too young.
No,
I should have watched Star Trek, but anyway.
That was way before your time. Way before your time.
I don't know about Spock.
Oh no, this is Next Generation. This was early '90s when they redid it with John-Luc Picard. Yeah, with Jean-Luc Picard as the captain and Worf and Data and all of that stuff. So it was on when I was in college. And fun fact, Patrick Stewart, who played Jean-Luc Picard, taught at UCLA a couple years before I went there. He's in the English department.
Cool.
I never would have run into him. But yeah, that was my near brush.
Oh, that's awesome.
With nerd greatness. So.
Wow.
I also worked at a place briefly where the actor who played RoboCop worked out. So that was
cool.
That's
cool.
That is cool. I like
all right, moving on.
Well, apparently, according to Mike, and this ties into an earlier. I mean, we raised this before, but I do want to return to it. It's that you used to be one of the top scientific experts until you were mean to everyone.
Like he has a fault. Like I didn't know he used to be one of the top. He used to be one of the top fitness industry scientific experts. Back in the early 2000s. No joke. Yeah. And then he's just mean to everyone.
So apparently, you were brilliant until you hurt some feelings. And then I guess you stopped being brilliant. Mike doesn't seem to grasp that science isn't predicated on how nice you are, right? If your work was sound before, then surely it's sound now, regardless of any mean words.
Well, and I would point out again, Mike is basically defining mean as actually expecting these other supposed scientists to back their claims. Now, if that's what you define as mean.
Tom donated $2. Despite your perceived shortcomings of Mark Carney, you have to admit he's pretty fucking hot and charismatic. He is not. But thanks for the donation, Tom. I'm gonna go take a piss and take a shit, and we're gonna start the Discord AMA thing. They want me to pop into the server right now. But I'll be right back. Ugh. I am back.
If you could conceal carry, would you carry everywhere you go?
Well, yeah. Gun is only useful if it's, on your person, preferably strapped to your waist or in a holster. So yeah, you never know when shit's about to go down. You should always conceal carry if you have an opportunity. One mistake that a lot of people make with conceal carry is they'll get a fairly large handgun that they like to shoot at the range. So, they might get a full-size Glock 17, and then they'll use that as their carry pistol, but because it's, so big and maybe a little heavy, it kind of is hard to fit in some of your clothes and stuff, and gets a bit uncomfortable. Just get a smaller pistol. Even if it's a little shitty, 32, it's better than nothing. You'd rather have, a really crappy 32 caliber concealed pistol that's tiny than absolutely nothing at all. So I would say you probably either want to go with a Glock 19 if you're a bit of a larger person, and if you're a small person, something like a Glock 43. So if you're pretty big, you can probably get away with a Glock 17 just fine, because most of your clothes are going to be large enough and you're going to be large enough to carry a bigger handgun. But yeah, if you're a smaller person, just get a subcompact. Thanks for the donation, though, Chris. AMA room, no rush to join. Open for whenever you decide to pop in. Don't have to pop in right now. Okay, I'll be there in 15 minutes. Alright, I'll pop into the Discord AMA thing in 15 minutes.
Being a whistleblower, basically.
Yeah, basically going, well, here's what the actual facts are, and you should defend them. If that's being mean, then I'm sorry. Science has a lot bigger, exercise science has a lot bigger problems, right? Because that's what he's saying, right? Milo liked me until I was mean to him, and that I made a statement that wasn't even aimed at him in the first place about the 52-set workout. Brad used to invite me to talk to his class. He suggested me as a peer reviewer on a PCOS paper until I criticized his research. And then I was persona non grata and was suddenly the biggest moron in the field. Now, people would say, but you did the same thing with Brad. No. I criticized Brad's actual evidence, and I had the facts to back it up. I don't think he's a moron. I think he's a bad scientist, and I can prove that factually. He thinks I'm a moron because I criticized him. That's different. So Mike is saying that I mean because I'm, right, but also because I'm critical in a field that's based on criticism. Science is based on argument and debate. Otherwise, it's religion.
Yes.
And of course, for gurus, it is religion. But I find it interesting that Mike says I mean when he's the one saying that he wants to strangle people, that he's the one threatening violence, that he's the one making personal attacks. Who's the one being, and that's not mean. It doesn't hurt my feelings because it's just laughably pathetic. It's laughably pathetic that this big, burly, juiced up drug pig has taken so many steroids that his balls are so shrank that he cannot handle valid criticism while he feels like he can criticize others, just like the rest of the guru crew, right? But I'm the mean one because I hurt his little feelings, because that's what it comes down to. And again, if that's what you consider being mean, providing scientific evidence on why what you're saying is wrong, then that's weak-minded as hell, and you have no business in science. And what's also funny, and this is a general truism, well, I've known actual scientists. What they are in person, if you heard the amount of crap they talked about each other behind closed doors, it would blow your mind. They don't do it in scientific journals, right? Because journals have a certain expectation of the way things are presented and the way things are written. I've always found letters to the editor to be truly hilarious because they're so passive-aggressive.
Paul Carter alleged on his Instagram that scientific experts within the fitness industry have reached out to him, telling him that they think Mike has done more than any person currently to erode the public's trust in evidence-based bodybuilding fitness practices.
Not that I would take anything Paul Carter said with more than a grain of salt, but I wouldn't necessarily, I don't even know if I'd go that far. Because I don't think most people listening to Mike's gibberish even think of it in terms of exercise science. It's a bunch of 14-year-old wannabe bodybuilders listening to a guy who's big and being lied to. But again, fine, if Paul Carter says that, then cool, put up the messages. There's an old song, this is way before your time, this is early internet days, and you can go Google it. It's called The Lurkers Support Me in Email, or The Lurkers Support Me in Private, something like that. So you get into flame wars with people, and when they can't address your actual argument, they'll go, I've gotten dozens of emails from lurkers who agree with me and say I'm right. Do they? Fine, we'll put them up. No. They asked me to remain anonymous. Cool story, guys. Right? Maybe it's true. I don't know. Like I said, anything Paul Carter says I would take with a humongous grain of salt. But for people that actually understand training, that understand physiology and understand science, would absolutely look at what Mike's telling people. And I don't know if he's done the most to erode people's faith in sports science, because I don't know that most of his listeners think in those terms. I don't think that's his general audience. I could be very wrong about that. But whatever. I think I would absolutely say that Mike personally has done more to harm this industry in terms of providing provably terrible information that changes every day with nothing but endless lies. I mean, going back to the failure thing, and I know I keep harping on this, but I provided 30 videos showing what happens to bar speed. Mike's rebuttal was F you Lyle, and then a bunch of nonsense, and then an hour of character defamation, right? And the people, his followers, all, infested my comment section with a bunch of nonsense. It was more important for him to not have to admit to being wrong. He was happy to waste. And then 7 years later, he does that, some podcast with someone, some interview, and he's like, you know what, if you're not grinding or really exerting effort on that last rep, it's not a training set, which is exactly what I was saying.
So towards the end of all of your sets, either the weights are slowing down, or even if it's the same speed, to you, they feel perceptively harder. You do this, and in a couple reps, you're like, that's what you want.
He was happy to waste their very short training lives. People that trust him, that take him as providing good information. He was happy to waste years of their training simply to avoid admitting he was in the wrong. That's sociopathic.
Yeah.
That probably borders on dark triad.
Forgot my namification, donated $2. Hey dude, off topic, but I got a chance to debate animal rights yesterday, and I ran name the trait that picked human as the trait, and when I ran the hypothetical of a near identical group who wouldn't fit their definition of human, I added that continued. Okay, that's exactly what I would do. So I am awaiting your next dono. Thanks for the donation, dude.
But I don't know enough about it to know if that's part of the cluster.
Well, the dark triad is Machiavellianism, narcissism, and antisocial personality disorder.
Okay.
We leave it as an open question.
Yeah, I don't want to get it.
You used to say Renee's periodization was good channel to learn about science of hypertrophy. Have you changed on this?
Yes, because as of late, Mike Israetel has put out enough misinformation where I wouldn't feel confident where if I sent somebody to their channel, they would get good information. So earlier on, what he was saying was pretty sensible, but I think the steroid use has actually eroded his brain. And I'm not being hyperbolic or anything like that. I think the massive amount of drugs that guy's been on has actually killed his critical thinking, and he says so much stupid nonsense. Like, he's been telling people that alcohol is good for you and you should drink every day if you find it relaxing. I mean, I do not want to send somebody to a YouTube channel who says stupid shit like that. Like, you're actually going out of your way to harm people if you say shit like that. Thanks for the donation, though, Jacked Up. Yeah, right now, if I were to recommend lifting channels, I think Alpha Destiny puts out a lot of good content. Jeffrey Verity Schoolfield puts out a lot of good content. Barbell Medicine is good. What's it called? Juggernaut Training Systems is pretty decent. And you can look up some of Lyle McDonald's, like, his Facebook page. He has his books. He's a good resource. Yeah, there's probably a few others that I'm forgetting, but Jeff Nippard's pretty good for lifting, too. So I would say those are better resources than Mike, generally speaking. I've seen some stupid shit with Jeff Nippard's programs that he put out, but generally speaking, he puts out good stuff. Thanks for the donation, Jacked Up. Forgot my namification. Utilizers could produce viable offspring with humans. Was that a mistake? Well, the most common definition of species is like a requirement is the ability to produce viable offspring. So if there's a alien that came to Earth that is almost identical to human beings but clearly distinct, but they can produce viable offspring, then they would technically be the same species. So that would be a mistake. Like, the definition of species is a little nebulous, though, so You know, like if a Kryptonian came down to Earth, and like Clark Kent or Superman, Kal-El, he was able to have offspring. Like, although he technically isn't human, he's Kryptonian, he would still technically be part of the human species. It would just be a different subset. It'd be like Homo sapien Kryptonium or something. So that is a bit of a mistake, because they went on to say that they would never eat a humanoid because they're so close to humans, unlike a chicken. It kind of went in circles because they kept pointing out that a humanoid is... I think you're continuing that. Well, if they're going to say... So if they're going to say... if a being is similar to a human but not a human, but the trait they named was human, then that would be a contradiction. So it both is and isn't true that they would be fine with killing and eating anyone so long as they're non-human. So they would have to adjust their trait stack. And if they're going to say if they're similar to a human, well... I mean, chickens are similar to humans in a lot of ways. Like, we share an evolutionary history. How much DNA do we share with a chicken? Like, I think it's a pretty high percentage. DNA similarity between humans and chickens. Yeah, we share about 60% of our genes with chickens. So, you could say that's a great enough similarity where that would make it unethical to kill a chicken. We also have a very similar bone structure, again, because we share an evolutionary lineage. Like, they're sentient, they have eyes, they have ears. Those are similarities with human beings. So, like, that's a very... vague kind of trait. Oh, well, they have to be similar to humans. Like, what do they mean by similar? But you did clearly lead them into a contradiction. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification. CDG $22. What kind of variety of foods should someone eat to make sure that they're getting optimal levels of all micronutrients? I don't know if I can really put a number on it because, like, there's some foods where you can almost live off of just one single food. Potatoes give you almost every single nutrient you need aside from B12. And even then, there's probably a lot of people who could only live off potatoes and just take a B12 supplement. So menstruating women might need to eat some more high iron foods to avoid iron deficiency. And there might be some people who don't get enough vitamin A from potatoes, so they might need to eat carrots or sweet potatoes. But if you eat nothing but potatoes, that covers practically every single macro and micronutrient you need. So you don't necessarily need that much variety. I would just recommend, use an app like Chronometer, track what you eat, and see whether or not what you're eating meets your nutritional needs. And if it doesn't, you can either supplement or just adjust your diet to meet those nutritional needs. But you really don't need much variety. Like maybe eat a few different kinds of fruits, vegetables, etc. What about antioxidants, phytonutrients? There's not necessarily any, requirement for antioxidants and phytonutrients. Like, there's no RDA technically. But, eating at least 2 or 3 different varieties of fruits and vegetables, from each category might be a good idea. So, like, blueberries, strawberries, grapes, something like that. And then, like, broccoli, kale, collard greens, potatoes, sweet potatoes, carrots, like root vegetables, and then like lentils, tofu, black beans, for beans and pulses, something like that. But again, there's not really any rule I can give you. It's just, try to eat a good variety of foods. You don't have to eat the same thing every day. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG. Forgot my namification, no detailers. Not the same species, even if they're very similar. When that didn't go anywhere, I tried to do a hypothetical of an alien, but they wouldn't even do it and called it unrealistic hypothetical, called them hypododger to at least point that out. Well, they're clearly retarded, even though you did make a slight misstep by saying they could create viable offspring with human beings. It doesn't really matter. You did lead them into a contradiction, so... Yeah, they're just fucking stupid, dude. Like, most of these debates, you're just talking about complete fucking morons, so... You know, what do you expect? Thanks for the donation, forgot my namification. I'm just gonna join the... So, I'm about to join the Discord AMA. I'm gonna link it in stream chat.
Yo bro, check this out and LMK what you think.
Let me take a look. So once I join the Discord AMA, I'm not going to be able to respond to Streamlabs donos, but once it's over, we can go back to the Streamlabs donos.
You don't care about checking you out, do you? Yeah. Hey, hold on. Stop. Time out. Go back there.
Well, I've seen this. He clearly violated department policy when it comes to searching a female suspect in particular. That's why his supervisor told him to stop. And they did apologize to her. And they said he's a rookie, he's still in training. So, yeah, I mean, he may not have meant anything by it. He just didn't follow department policy. Thanks for the donation, though, Farce. Forgot my namification, $8. Lastly, I stated my position that I wanted to extend human rights to animals in a trait-equal fashion. They then kept saying that the legal system would implode because a chicken would need to have a jury made of its peers, which would have to be a chicken. No. That's ridiculous. So, if a mentally retarded person committed a crime, would you need to find a mentally retarded jury? And everybody would have to be, have Down syndrome in order to... It doesn't work that way. That guy's an idiot. So, yeah, there's no Down syndrome juries. Like, that's just stupid. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification. Thee than thou, donate $3. Okay, that's the last dono I'm responding to before I join the Discord AMA. Oh my god. Oh my god, those are good kakash. You know Gummy does the kakash? Whenever there's birds outside and he jumps on my bedroom window and he does this, the kakash. I want to get a bird feeder so I can see Gummy doing the kakash more. Those are a good catch. Oh my god, that's so many kakash. Thanks for the donation, even though. Alright, I'm going to join the Discord AMA now.
Thinking about the vegan position, they don't... Oh, Vegan Gains is here.
I am here.
What about the vegan position?
Games. Welcome.
What's up?
Wow.
Sorry, what about the vegan
Gains.
position?
We were just talking about speciesism.
Speciesism? What about speciesism?
Like, this guy was saying moral value because human. We were saying, like, you know, is it just the fact that they're human, or is it something else?
Well, everybody, I'm a moral anti-realist, so everybody's going to have their own set of preferences. You could value humans over other species based on the trait human. But that can lead to unique issues. Like, what if we found an alien species? Like, let's say Star Trek aliens came and you had, like, Klingons and, what's the Spock one with the pointy ears? Vulcans and shit.
Vulcan.
Yeah, they're not human, but you'd probably grant them the same type of rights as humans. So it doesn't seem like when somebody says, well, the reason I value humans is because they're humans, it doesn't seem like they value humans specifically because they have, you know, a genetic trait of human where they belong to the species Homo sapien. It seems more like it has to do with traits inherent to being human or that go along with those genetic traits like sentience, intelligence, stuff like that.
Depends on who you're asking. I mean, if you turn the clock back a couple centuries, you have black people and the way that they were perceived, and Irish people, and Italian people, and Jewish people still up to this day. So it's kind of subjective. It particularly mean that they're going to have the same moral consideration just because they look the type of way or they talk in a specific way.
Yeah, I
think
mean, this is like if you track humanity's progress through thousands of years, we used to live in very small, isolated tribal societies. And anyone outside the tribe was seen as like lesser than, we'd enslave and genocide other tribes. And then slowly we just expanded our sort of social circles where we included people outside of our tribe as deserving the same kind of rights or treatment as people within our tribe. And now we're just expanding that out even further to include animals.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, to some capacity, anyways. Not obviously not to the extent of like veganism or anything, but to the extent where you can't go and like beat up a dog just because you're bored and want to do it. But still, to the point of whether or not there should be a specific level of moral consideration, I think that point needs to be argued based off the person you're talking to. I don't think these generalizations, which is what we were talking a second ago before you joined, can just be like blanketed across the board, and everyone just needs to go along with it.
Oh, just so you know, Vegan Gains, this isn't the stage if you're looking for that. I know your event starts in like 5 minutes.
Oh.
It was right above here.
What's
you should
the
see
stage?
it's going to be a category called Vegan Gains AMA, but it's right above voice channels and guest rooms.
Here, I'll put it in chat. You can just press on that.
Did I fuck that up?
Are we moving to another channel?
No.
Wait, join stage. There we go.
There he is. I'll probably just go to audience.
There we are.
Vegan Gains,
Hey.
having a good evening so far?
Yeah, pretty good.
Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Now that you're here, I'm going to go ahead and set up the image real fast, and then we can go ahead and get started here. I know I covered some of it with you prior. Do you have any questions about how this is going to work or anything, or is everything pretty clear?
No, I think I'm pretty ready and things have been clear.
Well, we're excited to have you, and as you can see, there's a lot of people pumped to have you here as well. And Square, you're welcome to hang out up here if you want, or you can go to the audience, whatever you want to do. It's not a big deal either way. I know you're a big fan.
Yeah, big fan. I'll do a ping, and then I'll head to the audience in a bit.
No worries, no worries.
I pooped, so I am ready. I'm not going to have to go to the bathroom for a while.
That's a great start to an AMA. and if you don't, or if you have to get up for whatever reason, don't worry about it. Everybody's going to understand. I know you said you were able to go to like 4 a.m. We won't go that late, but we get it if you need to run to the restroom or something.
All right.
Do I need to do a no pin, Square?
Go for it.
All right.
I'll do a ping too. Should I wait till 6 o'clock on the dot, or?
You want to do the? I'll do a no pin, and then you want to do the everyone and announcements at like 6 or 8:05.
Perfect. Yeah.
Still like 5 minutes after to get that second batch. so it's not all at once, overwhelming.
Yeah. Also, I think when you start the stage, like a notification does go out.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bump this back for 15. It's gonna start on time, but I gotta bump it back or it's gonna break. So bear with me.
And I'm streaming this as well. I left the link to the politics Discord in my chat for those of you in my chat who might want to join.
All right. You ready to get started?
I have been born ready.
I figured as much. Cool. Let me go ahead and launch this. All right, I got the announcements out. People will start filing in over here over the next minute or so, so it should get quite a few more here shortly.
All right, dope.
Now, Vegan Gains, I really appreciate you taking the time to join us on Politics Discord. It's awesome having you here. I've seen you doing some of the atheist debates with some of the big Christian names building up and out there right recently, and it's been a lot of fun watching some of your debates. And we even spoke about atheist presuppositional apologetics the other day, and I love talking about it, so I appreciate that opportunity. Now we'll go ahead and get started with this. We've got a lot of people in the audience already, and it should be filtering in. There should be more filtering in here shortly. Before we get started, I know Square said he was going to go to the audience. Square, do you want to ask a quick? You want to start it out with the question for Vegan Gains before we get started here, so you can be the first one?
No, I'll let you pilot this one. You got this.
Cool. Well, I broke everything. So tell me a little bit about how you got your start in veganism and YouTube, and what that path looked like you from the start to where you are today.
Yeah, I went vegan right at the end of high school. It was before my 19th birthday. And I had a guy who's become one of my worst enemies in real life, but at the time we were friends. He linked a Gary Yourofsky speech on Facebook, and he said, "Oh man, after watching this, I'm never eating meat again." So I thought that was interesting. I watched the video, and after watching that Gary Yourofsky speech, he's a well-known vegan activist, he just obliterated every kind of excuse somebody could come up with to not be vegan. So he talked about like the ethical issue with eating meat and animal products, learned some things that I had no idea about before going vegan, like the, cruelty in the dairy and egg industries. Because I didn't really know anything about veganism. I sort of understood what it was. Like, I knew they couldn't eat any animal products, including dairy and eggs, but I didn't know why. And he just explained all the cruelty in the industry. He explained why, like, it's not even healthy for you. You don't need, meat to get enough protein. It's bad for the environment. And just after watching that, just because, I'm like an openly minded, ethically minded individual, I just decided to go vegan right then and there because I just wouldn't be able to live with myself being, an animal abusing piece of shit. So from there, I was working part-time as a personal trainer, and I also did group training for hockey players in a dryland training gym. And I was also doing photography part-time. And around that time too, I was getting involved in like just YouTube. YouTube was popping off. And I saw so many people posting like stupid shit online saying, oh yeah, don't ever go vegan or eat plant-based protein. Soy is bad for you. And eventually I just got to a point where I felt like I had to make my own YouTube channel and dispel a lot of misinformation. And my YouTube channel popped off pretty quickly. I guess I'm just good at making videos, kind of making people laugh, providing information, getting attention. And the rest is history.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So I guess with the vegan side of things, could you go into some of the, I'm sure some people will want to come up here and debate, but would you mind going a little bit more into detail on some of the, I guess, ethical and philosophical considerations besides your choice to remain a vegan all these years?
Yeah, so the definition of veganism has kind of evolved since its inception. I think the people who originally created it, they saw it as just a diet, but it's evolved into a moral philosophy. And the idea is basically there are no significant trait differences between humans and animals that would justify taking away animal rights, but also preserving human rights. So veganism is just a logical extension of human rights. And if you believe humans should have rights, like basic rights like the right to live, the right to bodily autonomy, not be harmed, cheated, exploited, then you should, by logical extension, believe animals should have at least those same, basic rights. And I mean, fundamentally, I think most people have grown up with like cats or dogs or some sort of household pet. I don't think anybody, unless you're like a psychopath and just, a jackass, I don't think anybody really has ever considered, killing and eating their pet or going out of their way to like abuse them, lock them in a cage, and then, slit their throat open, kill and eat them. So I think it just makes kind of intuitive sense to, not, if you're not going to treat dogs in that kind of way, where you're going to keep them in a small enclosed pen, let them wallow in their own shit, and then slice their throat open, cut them up and eat them, why would you treat any other animal that way? There's not much difference between a dog and a cow and a pig and a chicken and a fish. So I think it just makes intuitive sense for most people, even if you may not go as far as to adopt the idea that, animals should have the same rights as human beings if they're to be trade equalized. At the very least, if you're not going to treat your dog in that kind of way, why would you treat other animals in that kind of way?
I'm with you. And so how did you get pulled into the atheist and theist debate sphere from there?
I've always been involved in the theist-atheist debate sphere. So as soon as YouTube kind of started up, it was becoming big when probably in the like beginning or middle of high school for me. So, Matt Dillahunty is kind of like an old OG in that space. And when I was in high school, I was watching Atheist Experience and everything. So I've always been part of that community.
I gotcha. And we will start pulling, and then I know there were some other topics that you went over, and I'm sure we'll get those pulled up at some point. I did put some topics in the text chat. There is a text chat linked above to discuss, the AMA, right? If you guys have text questions you'd like to ask, there's a Q&A question on the YouTube. Doesn't cost you anything to submit a text question. Just keeps it super organized for me. It's got a question window, makes it really easy. We're going to be focusing on people in the audience that are above, that are green rank and light green rank and above right now. So if there's anybody below that in rank, we'll get them pulled up at some point. But we want to focus, basically avoid the nonsense for right now, right? Or you know what I'm saying there. Just people that have been on the server for a little bit. Although if you have somebody in your audience that wants to come up, just say their name and I'll get them pulled up, right? It's really easy to do. I just want to make sure that nothing crazy happens, right? Now, with that being said, we can go ahead and start pulling some people up. The topics that, let me get these pulled back up real fast. So some of the fun topics to discuss today might be like Israel and Palestine, Trump, weight training, minor nutrition talks, veganism, and obviously the atheism, right? But I'll go ahead and start pulling people up. The first person in the audience is Amnesiac, and I'm pulling you up right now. So go ahead and accept the invite whenever you're ready. Oh, looks like they're muted. What's going on?
Yeah. So, I'm actually from the same country that he is, from Canada, albeit I'm from a different province.
Oh, nice.
I'm not sure where he's from. He said he's in a rural area, so I assume he's from the prairies.
No, Ontario.
Something like that. Oh, well, I'm from Nova Scotia, which is in Maritimes. But I'm just gonna do the inaugural question. So how is it that moose are so hostile, yet they're so friend-shaped?
I don't know, man. I think it's just because there is no intelligent planning when it comes to evolutionary design. So you can end up having animals that are friend-shaped, but also very aggressive and hostile. So like bears, rabbits are also pretty territorial and aggressive too. So I think that's evidence that God has not been involved in any of their design. And yeah, these animals might look friend-shaped, but they are possibly quite hostile.
Thank you for the amazing question. That was a pretty good one there. And then I know Treeman was very excited. He was saying he's been a fan of you for years.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Vegan Gains. Well, first of all, Taco, thank you so much for setting this up. And Vegan Gains, dude, like, it is an incredible honor to talk to you, man. I encountered you when I was 16. I've been vegan ever since. It's been 7 years.
Nice.
Yeah, dude. And you really got me to think, man. You got me to be compassionate, and you're a legend, dude. A legend and a beautiful man. And like, just thank you so much. That's the first thing. And the second thing is, what do you think about culling in cases of overpopulation that wreaks havoc on the rest of the ecosystem and so on?
Yeah, so culling when it comes to overpopulation is a bit different than culling carnivorous animals. Like if there was human overpopulation, I don't think we would be in favor of wiping out just human beings randomly. So if there was like an existential threat to maybe everybody, like, I don't know, deer were just like eating all the corn, all the soybeans, all the trees, and like all of us maybe would be negatively affected by like deer overpopulation. At the end of the day, we all have interests in living good lives. So if it's something that would disturb our sort of preferences for living good lives, we probably would think it's acceptable to cull deer. But like if you're just talking about a deer population in isolation being overpopulated and then maybe over the shorter long term suffering starvation from eating too much vegetation, I don't know if it's really the ethical thing to get involved and cull them just to prevent a greater amount of deaths. I don't think we'd accept that in a human context. So I don't know why we'd impose that for deer if we wouldn't impose it on ourselves.
That makes sense. And yeah, I just wanted to say again, like, this is a huge honor, man. A huge honor. Thank you so much for everything you did. And it was a big part of my life. Like,
well, thank
genuinely, you. A really big part. I used to, I'm going to talk too much to it. Anyway, thank you. Cheers.
All right, take care,
You can
dude.
talk if you want.
Okay, yeah, cheers.
Have a good one, Tree Man. Thanks for coming up. Great question. And then we've got Bimmy Gap. What's going on, Bimmy Gap?
Hello.
Hey.
How many questions do I get?
I mean, you can chat for a minute. I mean, he didn't really give a time frame, right? So
Okay, first question. Where do you get your protein?
Mostly from tofu these days. I was consuming a lot of seitan before, but I got kind of tired of making it, so these days it's primarily from tofu. But I also eat like chickpeas. I do supplement with protein powder as well.
Okay. Do you post about how much that costs anywhere?
No, but at my local store, each 500-gram tofu pack costs $2.50, and the protein I get is, like, the protein powder is $20 per kilogram. And I think the chickpeas that I buy are, I think, $1.89 per can.
Okay. Question 2. When people say, like they agree with veganism, but they're just not vegan now because, they struggle with like cravings or, whatever, they're lazy. Do you think that those people genuinely hold those moral beliefs?
Yes. I mean, there's a lot of people who say they want to lose weight, but then they struggle to lose weight and they can't commit to losing weight. There's people who say they want to make more money and work harder, but they just don't commit to it. And I think it's the same with, some moral failings that people have. You'll find a lot of like child predators that are very remorseful and regretful for what they did, but they did it anyway. These people just don't hold themselves accountable and they just have a moral failing.
Okay. Well, that's all my questions.
All right, thanks.
Thank you for coming up.
So this is Square real quick. This is not really a vegan server, but we do have a vegan room on the server, and End Animal Cruelty is leader of the room. He also has a partnership with Vegan World server, and I think he's very familiar with, all your stuff, and I believe Ask Yourself also, and he wanted to talk here.
All right, cool.
Hey, Vegan Gains. Yeah, if you ever want to have some like carnists to discuss with, like the vegan room is always open. We pretty much have like a 24-hour thing going on.
All right, sweet.
What I was kind of curious about is if you have any ideas about what are kind of some high impact things that the vegan movement can do in order to achieve its values, that may be something like more probable that we can probably do, and maybe something a little bit less realistic that's like less probable to happen.
I like convincing people to go vegan is sort of like convincing Americans to not be fat anymore. It's people just have to make the choice, and I don't know if there's really a big way where you can have a massive impact without some sort of technological change. Like what we're seeing right now with GLP-1 agonists, those medications, when you put people on them, that makes it far easier for people to lose weight. And over the last 10 years since they've been introduced, you are seeing obesity go down in the United States because of that. So I think we're going to need something similar in the animal rights movement to have that sort of impact, because most people are just selfish, lazy jackasses, and you can argue with people till you're blue in the face, and they're just not going to change, because at the end of the day, unless we start shooting people or locking them up and there is some genuine risk to their life or well-being if they don't go vegan, they're just never going to change. So I think you're going to need lab-grown meat, some sort of technology like that to be adopted. You're going to have to see some sort of climate catastrophe or some like diseases being spread by animals. Something like COVID, where if there's some new superbug that cows and chickens and pigs all spread, that could make people, adopt a plant-based diet, and you end up seeing, like, on the level of government, these foods being banned. Outside of that, In terms of activism, I'm fully convinced at this point, after doing this for like 10 years, people, like, you can run Name a Trait and people will tell you, oh yeah, it's okay to eat like African children if they weren't technically human. If like black people weren't technically part of the human race. Yeah, it would be okay to kill African kids. Like, I just don't see it. So you're going to have some radical technological change, like lab-grown meat, or you're going to have some sort of catastrophe, like cows, chickens, and pigs carrying some sort of super bug that's killing millions of people.
Okay, well, maybe we'll see what happens with this H1N1 that's been going around a little bit, right?
Yeah, the problem with some of those diseases is, even though they're extremely deadly, they're very easy to trace and track down. You'd need a virus that has a very long incubation period and is very deadly. That's the problem.
Okay, so technological innovation when it comes, or some type of event that psychologically motivates people to be vegan, that would be something that's probably something that's going to happen, or that you might believe that will happen to influence people.
Yeah, I mean, especially with globalization, there's a very high risk of pandemic disease, and we're seeing that now over and over again. And yeah, aside from that technological innovation, which is happening right now, we are seeing lab-grown meat.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your time. Again, if you ever want to stop by, we're more than welcome to have you there. And I appreciate you being here, man.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Thank you for coming up, and thank you for the questions. And if anybody decides they'd like to, just for time frame, if anybody decides they'd like to ask a couple questions, do a quick debate, whatever, feel free to, unless Vegan Gain says otherwise. But it sounded like you're cool with pretty much anything anyone wants to say, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm going to invite Taryn up. She's one of our longtime top vegan debaters and activists on the server, and she's also a longtime Vegan Gains fan. And welcome to go, Taryn, when you're ready.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's nice to meet you. I am a fan. I've been watching you for years.
Well, thanks.
And so I have a question. So I wanted to ask you, do you think the vegan movement is close enough to the percentage we need to enforce a Bill of Animal Rights and conscious consumerism acts? And do you think achieving these legislation changes are necessary to achieve the change we wish to see as vegans?
No. I don't think the percentage of vegans in the US has increased by all that much in the last decade. Like maybe 1%. It's like 2% maybe of the American population. And I mean, you can just look at the current political discourse in the United States. It is pure, utter AIDS. If you're talking about like a Trump administration right now, that basically has half the population completely hypnotized into complete nonsense. There is no goddamn way.
I'm Canadian as well, by the way.
Yeah, okay,
I think in Canada we have a better chance.
Canada, there's a better chance because we're not insane, and I think Canadians are a little more ethically minded and stuff like that, and I don't know, we don't get wrapped up in like, oh, my right to do this or that. I just don't see that happening. I think the meat and dairy lobby are kind of too strong right now. There's a little too much corporate corruption, and again, I just don't see there being much political motivation right now to get a bill like that passed. If there is like some big pandemic disease, like some new swine flu, and a huge amount of people end up getting sick or dying, that could very well happen. And I do see Canada probably being one of the first countries to adopt lab-grown meat if it becomes economically viable. But as for right now, a bill like that getting passed, no.
Oh, sorry. Do you think vegans will need things like safe houses when this happens due to carnist violence?
No, definitely not in Canada, anyway. Like, Canadians are a little too polite. Maybe safe houses against, like, Muslim extremists, but we've kind of clamp down on Muslim immigration a bit, even though a lot of the pro-Palestine protesters are a little feisty.
Do you agree with the number of around 10 to 15% to achieve legislation changes?
Yeah, I think that would be realistic. I think if 10 to 15% of the population was actually vegan, you'd expect probably half the population at least being in favor of legislative changes, even if they're not actually vegan themselves.
But you don't think we are close to that number? It would take something like another pandemic. Okay. But what about, I know you're not able to tell the future, but do you think it'll happen in our lifetime?
Almost certainly. Especially with advancements in artificial intelligence, we may very well end up living to 200-300 years. So with all the new advancements we're going to see in medical technology, especially, so our lifetime may be very, very long. But yeah, especially with AI,
I agree.
A lot of these technologies with lab-grown meat, you may end up having a very easy solution in the near future where AI just solves the problem with, scale of, economies of scale and stuff like that. So I think it's very likely in our lifetime.
Okay. Well, thank you for what you do, and I'll let you go for now, but I hope to see you here again.
I probably
Bye for now.
will show up on the server again for some debates, but thanks.
Thank you for the great questions. Do you have anybody else you want to pull up, Square, or do you want me to go with the hands?
Well, if quick sidetrack, this is a politics server. I don't know if Taco will allow it, but I heard Palestine was mentioned. I've also heard Vegan Gains does have some spicy views on that situation. I don't know if you want to go into that at all, or we could do that later, whatever.
I'm up for anything.
It's up to Taco then.
I'm not here to stop anything, right?
Oh yeah, so Vegan Gains, what are your views on Israel-Palestine situation? All your takes on that. Be interested to hear that.
Yeah, Palestinians do not want a state. They do not care about self-determination ever since this kind of concept arose of a Palestinian state. They've never been interested in a Palestinian state. The Mufti at the time in the 1940s was trying to cooperate with the Nazis to bring Nazis to come to the area known as Palestine to wipe out all the Jews. That is what they wanted to do initially. They've always wanted to exterminate Jews, and it has never changed since. That's why they have slogans like "From the river to the sea." It's just a way of them saying, we want to wipe you all out, and we want to drive you into the ocean and kill you all. That has been the political rhetoric since day one. That's why they organized with the Nazis to kill Jews. And that's why, to this day, you will see Hamas using Nazi slogans and idolizing Hitler, saying, the only reason Hitler didn't wipe you all out was to show the world how wicked you Jews are. So that's all they want to do. If they wanted a state, they had many, many opportunities since day one to establish their own state. They never wanted to, and all they've been doing since then is causing trouble. All the people complaining about border walls and apartheid and checkpoints, they've done that to themselves with all the stupid terror attacks and all the stupid pointless wars they keep doing. And the reason they keep doing all these stupid pointless wars is because of radical Islam. It's an Islamic belief that as soon as a territory is taken away from Muslims, it has to be taken back. And these people think they're going to get some sort of paradise in the afterlife if they try to kill a Jew. And you have seen Palestinian leaders talk about this. There is no point in not fighting the Jews, because if you die, you win, you go to paradise. And if you win, well, then you get to kill a Jew. So they have no issue pointlessly throwing away their lives to kill Jews for this ridiculous Islamic belief and this whole narrative that, oh, they just want peace, they just want their own land. It is bullshit. They're going to keep killing Jews endlessly until you do something to get rid of Hamas, get rid of this radical Islamic ideology. And I'm in full support of sending weapons to Israel for them to completely and utterly eliminate Hamas.
tactfully said.
Any other questions, Square?
No, you can take over. I'm sure some people will probably want to like answer him on that, but no, for now, good.
Cool, no worries. And then we've got Van All In. What's going on?
Hi, guys, and hi, Vegan Gains. I've heard a bit about you over the years. I don't really want to get into the Palestine-Israel conflict because I don't really have much of 2 cents on that. But can we get into your philosophy on animal rights?
Yeah, sure.
And the separation of man and animals, because you kind of touched upon that.
Sure.
Have you looked or have you heard anything about the mirror self-reflection test?
Yes. So they use that for identifying whether or not a species can understand like itself, like they can see their self in the mirror.
If
Forgot
you want,
the technical
I can
term.
like they can recognize themselves independently within their environment, especially based off of a primal area of a marker and pointing it out.
Okay.
So we do know that bottlenose dolphins, elephants, and different great apes have passed, but a majority of animals have not. Now, me personally, I'm an animal rights activist of the animals that have passed the MSR, getting as near rights to humans as possible. But the animals that have not, is fair for humans to either take care and like shepherd them or cull them if need be it overpopulation, be it for farming,
So
on
you'd
so
be
forth.
so you would be in favor of giving ants more rights than squirrels.
How so?
Ants can pass the mirror test.
Well, that I'm not entirely sure of because they go off of chemical basis and they're more of a drone species. So I might need a study on that.
Well, they do have brains.
Because I'm saying I genuinely don't know.
Yeah, they do have brains. They're very, very primitive brains, but they do have brains and they can pass a mirror test. So by your reasoning, an ant should deserve more rights than a squirrel.
I would say this needs to definitely be looked at, and I would be more than happy to see if they've passed the mirror self-reflection test, because I do get into conversations like this, like the dog recognition test, where it's based off of a urinary tract, and the sulfur content that would then match with their own, and then they would be able to recognize it for their own tracking purposes, and that's a way for them to recognize themselves. Like, that's something that I have discussions on. But this is, I would say, separate because it's a non-mammal species, and it's mostly recognized as a drone species that is a majority of its. I don't know how I want to properly say this, but it has its majority of its motor controls. They get most of their bases for control simply based off of hormonal practices, or forgive me, chemical recognition and practices that they have to do to best keep their queens in a survival state.
Yeah, so it sounds like
it's a complete degree of separation that I wouldn't say it's comparable.
So this doesn't really have anything to do with the mirror test. This is about other qualities that coincide with the mirror test.
For the ants specifically?
Not even necessarily the ants specifically. Like, I mean, you're just talking about, like, one single arbitrary trait, like whether or not you can recognize yourself in a mirror. Like, babies can't recognize themselves in a mirror.
Correlates with... No, exactly, but that would be their brain, especially frontal cortex, still being, still developing, still mature.
Well, assuming
that
a baby...
I don't believe truly happens until the age of 23.
Well, assuming a baby...
But we can still have a degree of separation for what is a species that, though it's still in a formational process, does have a degree of consciousness, whereas another species doesn't.
Yeah,
have a degree to develop that consciousness.
So, assuming a baby had some sort of developmental problem where it could never recognize itself in the mirror, but otherwise develop normally, you'd be fine with giving them the same rights as, like, I don't know, a squirrel?
I would say that would then fall into the same delineation we have now, where those who are mentally handicapped are a ward to their parents or to the state if their parents can't take care of them.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they don't have human rights.
I'm not saying that they don't, but they still have a lesser than what would be an average citizen.
Well, yeah, that's because they can't, and it's in their best interest. Like, I'm not advocating for squirrels to have a right to vote. So when we're talking about human rights, the argument is, what rights would we give a human if they were trade equalized to an animal?
Well, and that's why I'm saying I would give an animal that passes the MSR a degree of rights that is comparable to human rights.
Right, so...
Like, South Asian elephants, bottlenose dolphins, they get utmost degree of rights, and any organization that slaughters them, we should have the utmost UN restrictions placed upon them.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if you found a human being that was trade equalized to a squirrel where it couldn't recognize itself in the mirror, or whatever animal you want to choose that can't pass a mirror test, would you be fine with, like, allowing these people to be, like, culled, like, slaughtered, or, you know, whatever?
I mean, this goes to then my secondary my secondary point of, yes, they would be then either allowed to be shepherded or culled. And in the society that we have, though it goes into different degrees of conversation, we do have a modicum support for eugenics, be it abortion, be it for those who are mentally impaired, being put down under maid, be it for those who are elderly and the suffering is too much, so on and so forth.
Okay, just to be clear, you'd be totally fine with killing mentally retarded children who can't recognize themselves in a mirror and will never recognize themselves in a mirror on the basis of not being able to recognize themselves in the mirror.
I'm gonna bite the bullet and say yes, and this is gonna sound horrible, but genuinely, don't we already have places that allow and practice this?
No.
Okay.
We have mercy killing, so there's assisted suicide and shit like that.
For this point of philosophical conversation, I of course will bite the bullet, but in no way am I then equally supporting that we then should have eugenics for those who are mentally deficient, especially in the 21st century world that we live in, where we can have societal standards meet a degree of comfort for them.
Yeah, so I'm not necessarily against eugenics, but when you're talking about murdering people on purely arbitrary bases, like they can't see themselves in a mirror, that sounds insane to me. I'm fine with like not allowing them to procreate because their children might be seriously messed up or something like that.
I'm not. Forgive me, but I'm saying that we utilize it, especially how it connects to secondary consciousness, as a degree of separation that we can say these are a species of animals that deserve a degree of rights comparable to human rights, and these are a species that it is fair to either cull or take care of. Where that's why for humans that are somewhat mentally deficient, we would still give them a degree of rights comparable to everyday human rights because they are a part of the species that is Homo sapien.
Okay,
because
then
they are
that
part
has
of the
nothing to do
general
with...
species that already has the degree of protected rights.
Yeah, so that has nothing to do with the
So
mirror
they
test.
still get the protections, but at the end of the day, the MSR still passes for the separation of what we can say is a species that can recognize itself and have a degree of consciousness and what other species cannot.
So if we had species differentiation between races, let's say like African blacks became a different species, couldn't create viable offspring with whites or Asians, so they're technically not part of the human species, but they have all the same human traits. If they had mentally retarded children that can't pass a mirror test, you would have absolutely no issue with killing them
Well, they would
on
be
the
a
basis of not being
subspecies
able
of
to...
Homo, but they would still be a Homo that would still be able to pass the MSR test, though they would be able to have offspring that has greater range of mutation that leads them to be unfortunately to a degree of lower IQ where they may not be able to pass the MSR. They are still a part of the species, therefore they still deserve that degree of protection.
I don't know what the
because of how you do this separation, they are still a subspecies of Homo that is able to pass the MSR.
The issue is okay, so what if this were the inverse, where you have a random squirrel that's particularly intelligent and can pass the MSR? Surely you wouldn't say, well, the rest of them are retarded, so it's okay to kill the smart squirrel.
Of course, and I would actually say that then that...
Yeah, so the common denominator here isn't...
Well, wait, please let me finish. If that was a situation where I've had conversation about this, we should then have protections in place within that state where we have found that species for 5 to 15 years to see if that is a variable that has just recently been found, or if it is a commonality amongst the species where we can then enable it rights that would be comparable to humans.
Okay, what if it's just like Rocket Raccoon? Some rogue scientist created Rocket Raccoon, and it's like cyberized and has a human-like brain, so it wouldn't be a common trait within the species. Like, again, surely you'd give Rocket Raccoon human rights.
I would say that that would be a trans species that would then be a different degree of conversation altogether, but yes, I would say it would be fair to give them, a comparable degree of rights.
So then
the common of rights comparable to that of a human.
Yeah, so then the common denominator here is whether they pass the mirror test, not whether they're also part of some other species.
Well, yes, the massive importance would be if they can recognize themselves independently.
Right, so then you should be perfectly fine with killing retarded children who will never pass a mirror test. You clearly don't give a crap about species.
But I already answered this because they are part of the species that is
but you don't care.
sapien that can pass the test. Forgive me, is it because I bit the bullet earlier to answer your question that now I don't care? Because I clearly do. I have even stipulated that they deserve a degree of protection,
it clearly doesn't
society
matter
today.
what species they're a part of, because if we go by the inverse, you'd still give them rights. So the common denominator here isn't species. The common denominator is whether or not they can pass the mirror test. Like the species thing is just completely irrelevant or superfluous.
Well, the species is, I would say, important, especially when it comes to genetic traits for species overall, where then we could say that it's a variable trait. Or, forgive me, it's not just a mutated trait that may die off. It would be something that we would actually say, now this is a species overall that then deserves a degree of rights that are comparable to humans. Because then it would be a way that we can actually have nations force protections for other species that are not humans.
What I find absolutely bizarre about this is squirrels just go around collecting nuts. They don't really commit mass genocides like we do. They don't try to exterminate Jews. And then you're talking about giving squirrels less rights than humans on the basis of, well, they can't pass a mirror test. Have you ever thought of can they pass a genocide test?
I mean, if anything, in degrees of the animal kingdom, there are probably plenty of other animals that have wiped off other species of animals that we could then say is comparable to genocide.
Yeah, but I'd be fine with culling off T-Rex or velociraptors and crap like that, like carnivorous animals, because they're actually violating rights.
In degrees of philosophy, because a squirrel in this conversation, we would then be able to shepherd and protect them, I would say is better off than humans because we are the only things that create evil, outside of even a religious perspective and purely philosophical.
Yeah, but I mean, what would be the practical utility of not granting squirrels human rights, assuming a human's being trade equalized with squirrels? It just seems like you're creating an extra set of problems.
They are aesthetically pleasing, and especially they are environmentally important for the moving of different types of corn, and especially for manure. And there's another one specifically, swamps and squirrels, but there are plenty of arguments for squirrels being protected.
Yeah, I know,
outside
but
of just the
Okay, well, like inversely, humans are extremely intelligent, and we're destroying ecosystems, killing each other, committing genocides. Like so
I
many
would
of us
actually
are
disagree
like
with the
child
premise.
predators. I
Too
mean,
many humans are not intelligent. And like that, I'm not even saying like in degree you. I'm just saying in general, plenty of people are unintelligent. Plenty of people want to stick either with ignorance because it's bliss or with their held prejudices because it gives them a degree of comfort, especially with their tribes. I wish plenty of people were more intelligent, but unfortunately,
yeah,
they're
but
not.
the point I'm making is like
Especially
it's
in degrees of
extremely
conversations
strange.
about stuff like this.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is it's extremely strange that you'd give like some idiot Republican who voted for fucking Trump, who wants to enact like Project 2025 and is like also like pro-Russia, pro-China, like pro-fascism, you'd grant them human rights, but then like a fucking squirrel that's just climbing around finding nuts, well, they can't pass a mirror test. The idiot Republican who voted for Trump can pass a mirror test. So, he gets human rights, but the squirrel, does he live? Does he die? Well, this particular squirrel living in this woodland isn't really all that important. So yeah, you can shoot it with a BB gun.
Well, I did come in here with the focus of conversating on animals and animal rights, but in degrees of animals and radicalized Republicans under the Trump basis, right? The wonderful aspect is we can then push within society overall, especially in our globalized world, a protection for squirrels that can be well recognized, whereas the actions of those in the Republican Party are clearly a threat and can clearly be seen as wonderful justification for civil strife and possible civil action. And that's not a call to arms. I'm not saying it's wanted. I'm just saying
So would you
be
be
a
in
way of
favor of
separation.
culling Republicans as opposed to squirrels?
I don't.
I'd rather shoot a Republican
give
than
it
a
2
squirrel,
years. In all
personally.
honesty, give it 2 years. You know what I mean?
Hey, let's move to the next part.
All right.
I'm sorry. I really I don't. This is vegan. I know. Yeah, I've heard you a bit.
Well,
I've heard
again,
this isn't conversations. I'll say this. Some of them clearly deserve it, and those who may have lost their life or got clearly injured on January 6th for their self-radicalized action deserve it's self-justified.
Well, I
will say that.
Let me just say this. This isn't a call to violence, but if the guy who was shooting at Trump missed and shot the squirrel, I'd rather him have shot Trump. That's what I'm saying. If there was an audience of squirrels in the background, I'd rather him hit Trump than, hit a squirrel in the background.
I understand your rhetoric, and it is very good. And let me stipulate this, right? I have always said that those who hunt elephants or those who are like dolphin, like specifically bottlenose dolphin, because there are different types of dolphins, right? But dolphin hunters deserve the death penalty, and Stalin should be throwing them in the gulag and putting them, in front of the firing squad. Like, especially for animals that we can already say have passed the MS.
Yeah, the only difference is I'd also say people who shoot
them.
squirrels should deserve the same treatment.
I live in the south of the United States, and we deal with horrible overpopulation, so I do a bit of hunting when I can.
There's no such thing as overpopulation of squirrels. You cannot have too many squirrels, but you can certainly have too many goddamn people.
It's hogs.
Well, hogs are an invasive species.
Yes, I agree that there is an issue of overpopulation, especially when
hogs
it comes
are an invasive species. They're not native, so that's
creating pods of communities.
That's a bit different.
Yes, that is very true as well. I mean, well, if you don't mind, and I like Taco, I understand if you want to get rid of me or something, because we have been going for a wee bit long. But I do live in the South, and we have created a species of bugs like love bugs. Would you say that insects, or possibly something that is an invasive species like mosquitoes, the eradication would be allowed within your worldview, or no?
Well, yeah, especially if they're carnivorous or just violating the rights of other animals. So if they're an invasive species that don't really belong there and they're causing the death of many, especially many other species, then yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with that.
So, and just because it's always a fun delineation that people have within their minds, what degree of separation do you personally have for what is the, common pet, for what is the common mammal animal that is not human, and what is the common insect? Like, do you have a separation in like typography for degrees of protection, or not truly? And it's just based off of, conversational necessity.
Well, I don't expect our legal system to necessarily like have law enforcement task forces to investigate whether or not somebody ran over a squirrel intentionally or accidentally, and then tracking them down and saying, oh, should this be considered manslaughter? Should this be considered first-degree murder? I don't expect anything like that. But in principle, like, yeah, I mean, yeah, squirrels should have the same rights as human beings if they were trade equalized. So if there were like mentally disabled, very small human beings that lived in trees and collected nuts, and they end up running out on the road randomly, and, there are some people who have the misfortune of running them over, I would like that to be taken with the same kind of interest as if these were mentally retarded humans that were small living in trees, as opposed to just saying, oh, it's a dumb squirrel, who cares? Oh, a kid shot it with a BB gun, who cares? It's just a dumb squirrel.
Okay, and just because I want to know if you hold this view consistent, right? Let's say there's a scarab in Egypt, right? Would you hold that same protective status for the scarab in Egypt that you do for the squirrel in the Western nation?
Yeah, assuming they're trade equalized to human beings, but like that can introduce another issue with like carnism. So if they're a carnivorous animal, like I'm in favor of calling carnivorous animals if it would reduce rights violations.
Okay, I would say, especially within your worldview that you've been stipulating, that's very fair. Before I get kicked or anything like that, if you don't mind one final back and forth, you keep on going over and discussing cloned animals and clone meats, and that's very interesting. Or was it cloned clone meat?
Well, lab grown.
Lab grown, thank you. You have been very focused on lab-grown meat, but in the United States since 2008, it has been illegal for us to clone animals. And if you know anything about it, it's not like, science fiction. It's just taking the egg and so on and so forth.
I'm not sure exactly why that law was in place. I've seen conflicting things that it might have something to do with actual animal rights, because a lot of cloned animals ended up having severe health issues and dying prematurely of like horrible diseases. So I don't know if that's why.
I mean, if I'm allowed to throw in my 2 cents, I think it has to do with crony capitalism, because it is a lot easier for you to take 2 of your already brooding animals to then take their separate parts and create a continued offset of different generations that will have the exact growth patterns that you would want, than have the exact cull measures that you desire. So I believe personally it's a lot of big business practices. But nevertheless, going on with my point, right? This practice is being allowed, and it is being done within the United States. So since they are and forgive me because I know people will take these words up in a level of upsetness, but non-natural. They are cloned animals from the same base pairs. We have been seeing more, shock value journalism talking about the fears of rising level Malcat disease, more mutations, and issues with meat. So if it is an animal that is continuously cloned and it is, from the same original base pair, would it be fair to eat those because they are of a less natural source?
Well, we're not cloning animals, we're cloning cells.
Yeah, so we're cloning cells.
I don't even know.
We still have
so
to
wait, I don't
and
even
raise
know.
those
I don't even know if it's technically cloning.
I could be wrong in this, of course.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's technically cloning. I know they're like it's.
I thought it was the same thing that they do with the Dolly sheep.
I'm pretty sure it's not technically cloning. So there's an original cell or set of cells that you use, and then they multiply. But I don't think they're technically cloned. I'm not sure.
Okay, but it is still it is no, nonetheless, right? Nonetheless, it is taking from an original animal and still creating that, let's just say, copy of the original, right?
Sure.
So it's just a copy of a copy of a copy that people are consuming. Would you say that that is more, in your worldview, allowed because it is a non-natural animal compared to an animal that
no, it's because
naturally inseminated?
No, it's because when you multiply skeletal muscle tissue, that's not an animal; it's non-sentient. I don't really care if something's natural or not. I just care if it's ethical. And like cloning just a group of cells, it's not harming the cells. They're not sentient. They can't experience well-being.
You are very correct, but outside of possibly the way you are understanding it, I'm more describing it as taking kind of like the Dolly sheep, where we did take two separate parts and clone an animal and then have to raise that animal to maturity. We still had to raise it, take care of it, and then cull it eventually. And then let's just say, hypothetically, we keep on doing that over and over and over and over again. Would that be more allowable in your worldview? Because it's a artificially raised rather than naturally raised animal?
No.
Okay. May I ask why?
I don't see any substantial difference between raising cloned animals versus non-cloned animals. Like, why would I care?
Because especially if we're thinking of a degree of importance to the animal, ones that are artificially created.
Okay, so if we cloned black people,
than those that are natural.
Right, so if we cloned black people, would we say, well, they're clones, so it's a little more acceptable to enslave them? Like, it just doesn't make a
no, because they pass the MSR.
I don't care about the MSR.
Okay, but they are already a degree of able. Forgive me. They are already able to produce a degree of consciousness, so they already have a degree of human right.
Well, even if I were to agree with you on the whole MSR thing, all else equal, I don't see why I'd care less about a cloned animal versus a non-cloned animal. I just don't know why that would necessarily... Because even in the human context, okay, well, they can pass the MSR. Well, again, the difference between them is that they're cloned, and I don't see why I'd care if they're cloned.
Well, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, that is very fair. The degree of non-care to the separation of artificial versus natural. But if you don't mind my asking, then if I need to get kicked, I understand. But you keep on offsetting the... very understandable, Taco. Thank you for allowing me the conversation altogether. You keep on somewhat pushing down the importance of the MSR, but I've always utilized it as a degree of importance to push some allowance of protection to animals. So since I've been utilizing it for the past few years as a baseline for animal rights and protection, so on and so forth, though I'm not a vegan, what would you say is your baseline that cannot be deconstructed?
Sentience?
Okay. But doesn't that allow a degree of argumentation or even conflict over just what is some basic I might get this wrong, but flora? Like mycelium specifically.
Yeah, there's no evidence.
And I don't want to have that conversation because I don't really care, but...
Yeah, there's no evidence it's sentient.
But it does... Okay, fair enough. So then, if you don't mind my ask, if it's not the MSR test, how do you determine sentient?
You use it with... So you just use inductive reasoning.
But can't inductive reasoning be faulty altogether?
Well, you're using inductive reasoning with the MSR test. Like, animals may be passing the MSR test, but they don't actually possess the ability to genuinely pass the MSR. It's like guessing on a multiple choice question, A, B, 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 D, A. Like, you might get it all right.
It's not truly inductive, it's observational science, which can be flawed, of course. But if the MSR test is being done proper, it can
It's still
be
inductive
highly...
reasoning.
How so?
You're assuming that it has a mind, you're assuming that it's conceptualizing things in a certain way, and you're assuming that based on its mind and conceptualization, it's acting in such a way that demonstrates that it's conducting the MSR. You're using a series of inductions there.
So we are personally taking the inductive inference in this way that you're positing
you can't go inside of its
what
mind.
doing.
So you're using inductive reasoning
but
for all of this.
So just so I can understand your understanding with the MSR, can you tell me how it was done with either the chimpanzees with Gordon Gallup Jr. or the recent elephant test? If you don't know, that's a-okay.
I wouldn't be able to tell you, but again, it would still be inductive reasoning. You can't go inside of its mind and objectively know.
Of course not, but we can
of
objectively know that they can reason through a dot placed on their forehead when they're put under, or forgive me, when they're awoken after being put under, and that they can understand themselves in a reflection of a mirror and then point to the dot and recognize that that is an independent added addition to their recognized entity within a reflective status. That is a degree of consciousness that is objectively understood and not inferenced, not intuitively recognized.
You're still using a series of inductions. There may be other ways in which it's recognizing the dot that has nothing to do with its own recognition.
How so?
Well, it may just perceive a strange image, like a strange dot, but it's not recognizing itself. You're just inductively reasoning that, well, it's seeing it in the mirror, so surely it sees that it's on itself. Not necessarily.
I cannot say for all tests, you know, forgive me, I'm having a stroke right now.
Like,
I can't say.
There's a low likelihood. Yeah, there's a low likelihood
especially with
that
the markers, and
but...
I can't say for all of them, but they are colorless and odorless, so it won't have a degree of a false positive. So it is them recognizing something being
well, again, you're just using inductive reasoning. It may be a lower likelihood that that's the case, that they're recognizing the dot without recognizing themselves, but you're still using inductive reasoning.
Fair enough. Well, let me just say this has been fun. It has been a very productive conversation. Vegan Gains, I love you. I've known you since high school for a few years now. Calm down with some of the rhetoric, but that's what people love you for. Taco, thank you for letting me be up here. Have a good night, everyone.
Thanks for coming up, man. So Stoic Flame sent me a few DMs. He's a heated debater on the server, and he had a question to ask you, and I'm not sure where he's going to go from there, but it sounded like it'd be fun.
All right, sure.
Thank you, Taco. Yeah, I'm just here to ask a question. Thank you, guys, for doing this Ask Me Anything event.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. You have been associated with Destiny for at least like 7 years, appearing many times on his stream and appearing several times on his contest show, Kick or Keep. Is that right?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about Pixie lawsuit against him and the police report that Cherry made against him too? Thank you.
So I've heard conflicting things with a Cherry report. Apparently it was only audio that got leaked, and I don't know what the circumstances were why he had audio. I'm not sure
That's
if
false.
Okay, what was the circumstance? Did you hear me?
DMing me. Anyway, it's and it's a video.
Okay, so he had a video. Okay. Yeah.
He leaked a video of her.
Yeah. So if he released pornographic content of Cherry without her consent, yeah, that's absolutely illegal, disgusting.
Wait, I'm not talking about Cherry. It's about Pixie now.
Yeah, so I'd condemn what he did with Pixie if that's the case. With Cherry. With Pixie, I don't think she has any grounds to complain. She clearly lied about the whole set of circumstances. So she said she had never filmed any pornographic content before. That was later debunked. She did. She filmed it with her ex-boyfriend. Then later, when Destiny proved that she lied about this, she clearly came up with another lie saying, "Oh, but I got permission from my ex-boyfriend to do it." Well, first of all, never showed she lied about it in the first place, which means she's probably lying now. She never got approval from her ex-boyfriend. Also never showed any DMs where she made this clear to Destiny that she got approval from her ex-boyfriend. So if I was a lawyer, I think you could make a very reasonable argument that Pixie giving videos of her and her ex-boyfriend to Destiny without ever mentioning that she got consent from her ex-boyfriend would be an implicit agreement that she doesn't care about sharing pornography with her without consent, thus giving Destiny implicit permission to share her pornographic material without consent.
Do you know if the boyfriend denied having consent?
He did?
Pixie? I'm asking you.
Oh, I don't know. But again, given that she lied, I can only assume that she didn't get consent because she lied about that whole thing in the first place. If she can prove me wrong, then I'd change my whole stance on that. But again, even with that being the case, if she didn't make that clear to Destiny that, oh, well, my boyfriend gave me permission to share this, by the way, that does create a situation where Destiny could reasonably have some implicit permission to share pornographic content. Now, since he shared this, this shit with Cherry, I don't think he was necessarily thinking in that way. But again, if I was a lawyer, I think he would have a pretty strong case if that were true. She never had consent from her boyfriend, and she never made it explicitly clear to Destiny that she had consent from her boyfriend.
All right, that's it from me. Thank you so much.
All right, take care.
Thank you. Have a good one. Then up next, we've got ex-vegan, ex-anorexic.
This should be good.
What's going on?
Hello.
Hey.
How's it going?
Good.
Yeah, I'm a longtime fan. Your work on Freely the Banana Girl kind of got me into watching you.
Okay.
So how's it going?
This guy's a troll, just so you know.
Do you have a question, or is that it? Ex-vegan?
I'm just wondering how his day is going.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming up. And then we've got Son Epstein.
Yo. That's a good one.
Nice. And then Tony Hits.
Not seen him pop up.
Do you know? Oh, yeah. Then I'll invite him. Schadenfreude.
Yo. Don't know if he's...
Testing.
There he is.
There I am. Sorry. Hey, sorry about that. Hey, I'll be quick. Are there any women that are like ugly enough that they slept with both you and Destiny? And could you tell us?
I got him. Don't worry. And then Mensa And if you have any topics you'd like to go more into debate too, I'm sure he's cool with like 15 minutes or so on something like that.
Yeah, what up?
What's going on?
This mic is muted.
You got to unmute Mensa?
There we are.
Hello there. So I was just wondering, so I'm like, I was just like, like wondering and stuff, but what is this debate about? This vegan gangs thing is like a Q&A or something?
You can either
Yeah,
argue
and
with
ask
me
me.
or ask anything.
Oh, ask anything? Okay, so I have a question. So, what made you want to be a vegan? And could you tell me like your life story about how you became a vegan? Was it like when you were like a young child, or like have you always like been vegan or became a vegan?
Yeah, I turned vegan right before my 19th birthday after watching the animal rights activist Gary Yourofsky. He has a speech called I think it's the best speech ever told. And he just went through all the arguments for why to be vegan, like ethical arguments if you don't want to kill and eat animals, health arguments, eating meat is associated with a lot of chronic diseases. There's environmental issues. So I just went vegan because I didn't want to harm animals. I wanted to be healthy, and I wanted to have a lower environmental impact. That's basically it. And I just went vegan overnight. It's not that hard, just rather than eating, chicken and beef and stuff, you're just eating like tofu and black beans and rice and broccoli and stuff like that. A lot of stuff you're probably already eating.
Okay, so it was just like you turned into a vegan and you just didn't want to like harm animals and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, at least you have like your morals, set on, trying to help. But do you ever try to make other people vegan? Or is it just like your preference?
Well, yeah, I'm a vegan activist.
Oh, okay, that's what that's perfectly fine, I don't judge people. But I honestly think that what you're doing, right? I just popped in just now, but I'm listening to everything, and my apologies for that person that came in asking you about your intimate life. That was disrespectful, but I hope you have a nice, wonderful part of your day, and I hope that you live a happy and cheerful life.
Are you vegan?
No, I'm not. I'm not vegan.
I hope you don't live very long,
And
so
I
less
do.
animals have to die.
Uh, what? That
Let's avoid telling people that, please.
I was.
It's a
I
little
was.
much.
Did you think I was being sarcastic when I said that?
No. I don't really care. Why would I want you to live long if you're killing and eating animals?
Oh my gosh.
Do you want people who kick puppies to live long and keep kicking puppies?
No, I would never.
So
I
you
never
want puppy
that.
kickers
That's
to live shorter
of
lives?
evil. No, I want them to change and be better people.
Are you going to go vegan?
Am I gonna go vegan?
Yeah.
If it comes down to other stuff like that, probably. If like somebody shows me stuff, and if there's like there's already a couple of stuff, like I do boycott a lot of certain foods that are meat related. I don't really eat meat that often.
Okay, so why don't you watch the documentary Earthlings? That's a very good documentary, and Dominion is also a very good documentary. And tell me, if somebody who supports those industries, whether you want them to live long, people who abuse animals, slit their throats open, keep them in tiny confined cages, abuse them on factory farms, kicking them, throwing them around. You wouldn't want them to live long, correct?
So with that type of stuff, right? I think the way that people kill animals is very harsh and
Well,
very,
you're paying for it.
very not okay and stuff.
Yeah, but you're
And
paying
I
for it.
think, okay, for that I can give to you. Okay, for that I can give to you because I don't know what happens. I think that the way that they kill animals is not okay. I think they do have to change the way of killing animals and the way of
Okay, so what's the nice
getting
way to
meat
kill an animal?
and other stuff. Exactly what it says in the Bible. Because I'm a
So
Christian.
slitting their throats open.
No, be respectful when you
Okay,
have
so
them do that.
so go through it. What's the respectful way to kill an animal?
If it's like for meat and stuff, in the Bible, Jesus ate lamb. That's
Right, so how did he kill the lamb in a respectful way that you think is okay?
he did it in a clean place and did not do it to like the point where like people just like
Well,
kill
go through
animals,
it step
crop it,
by step. Like,
throw it
what
on
tool did he
something.
use to kill the animal? Did he slit its throat open? Did he, like, cut its head clean off? Did he stab it in the heart? Did he snap its neck? Like, go through it. How would you nicely kill an animal?
Sir, Jesus is a holy man. I don't think Jesus would kill an animal in a harsh way. I think
Right,
that
so
Jesus would
explain
do
how you kill something in a not harsh way.
okay, first of all, Jesus is God, right? Jesus is God, okay? For
None of
any
that
people
has to do with anything. I'm asking you specifically,
so
how do you
we're
kill an
not
animal in a nice way?
I mean, there's not really a nice way to do it. That was a wrong
Okay,
choice of
well
word.
then there's your answer. You should go vegan.
Okay, but I also like to say that if there's any vegans in here, I hope you have a wonderful day, and I hope that God blesses you and your family. Okay, I hope that God blesses you and your family. Okay.
How about
And
how about telling God to bless the animals? There's about 40 billion land animals that are brutally murdered each year. I think people are just fine. They have things like rights and police and military that protect them. The animals don't. So how about thinking about the animals for a second? And maybe you can contribute rather than by praying, which does nothing. You could stop paying for animals to be murdered.
Sir, listen. I haven't eaten meat for up to a whole year
Yeah,
now.
you're lying.
No, a whole year.
Yeah, no, you're lying.
I have not ate. No, sir. I have not ate meat until hold up like a whole year.
Yeah,
I've been
that's
eating.
great. You're lying. So
Yeah,
how about
because
you
okay,
stop eating animals,
okay,
stop eating animal products, stop
sir,
paying
that's
animals to
perfectly
be
fine.
brutally murdered since you agree it's not nice, it's not something you should do, and rather than praying for your imaginary friend to make the world better, maybe you should put some effort into
What?
making the world better and stop killing and eating animals.
Sir, I hope God blesses you and your family. Have a wonderful day. Keep doing whatever you're doing, but you know, have a wonderful day. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mensa. And then we have first cat dog boy hybrid. That sounds like a fun one.
Hello.
Hey.
Oh, so you know Godus
Yeah.
or Sverige. So it makes the point that you need cholesterol to synthesize hormones. Do vegans have any source of cholesterol?
Yeah, your body makes it.
All right, that was my only question, right? See ya.
Okay, take care.
Okay, thank you. And then
That's quick.
I'm being told that Highlander wants to debate you on veganism. Does that sound like fun?
Yeah, sure, I'm down.
Highlander, I pulled you up. What's going on?
Hey guys.
What up?
So I want to ask a couple controversial questions.
what is your thought on that? You guys kill quadrillions and quadrillions and quadrillions of insects, and you also kill 7.3 billion harvester protection for your crops. But you said earlier you want to do this for the animals. Then why are you killing more than we actually produce for food?
Yeah, so the majority of crops that are produced are used for livestock feed. So if you have an issue,
That is false.
Yeah, no. So if you have an interest,
yes, it is.
Yeah, so if you have an interest in reducing the amount of animals killed in agriculture, not killing and eating animals would be a good step towards that because you use less land than you would otherwise be using. So we would
So
have to
you're-
produce fewer crops because those crops could go towards human consumption. Secondly, as far as the insect deaths, there's no evidence on whether or not crop production actually results in more insect deaths. I have no idea if that's true or not.
There's
And
direct
even
evidence,
if it
yeah.
were, even we can just assume for the sake of argument this is true, I don't see that as a rights violation. If we were to trade equalize, so if we were to trade equalize humans and animals, if there were, I don't know, mentally disabled tiny humans that would nibble at corn niblets and destroy crops, or I don't know, we're ground dwelling and again, we're living in corn or soy fields or something, I don't think we'd have an issue with agriculture. So I just don't see that as a problem.
Yeah, I mean, you're just wrong on every single thing you said. So the FAO, the Farm and Agriculture Organization, they released a study a few years ago. 86% of all livestock feed is what humans cannot eat. It's basically forages and what does not meet human consumption.
Yeah,
or
so
quality
you
of
don't
food.
understand
Only
the math.
13%.
Yeah,
I
you
have
don't
literally
understand the
been
math.
part of this study. I know the math exactly. About 13% is actually grown for the animals. That's usually grains. And I have a farm. I literally have a cattle farm. I know exactly what I'm talking about. I know
Uh-huh.
how they're killed, and you are extremely wrong. I can actually post this FAO study if people want to see it.
Yeah, so you're not understanding the math breakdown. You're talking about a percentage of their feed, not an actual percentage of the actual crop production.
It is the crop production. It's literally the crop production. It literally says, the study determines that 86% of livestock feed is not suitable for humans. If not consumed by livestock, crop residues and byproducts could quickly become an environmental burden as the human population grows and consumes more and more processed food. So basically, it is something that humans can't eat or does not meet quality assurance for the animals. I do this for a living. I know exactly what I'm talking about. So what you're talking about is land is actually so the grass land cannot be used as an argument for this because every single cow is on pasture. They're fed grain and soy and corn to fatten them up before they're slaughtered. So they're not, it's actually against federal law for them to actually be in a stall, like you say, for 24 hours a day. That's against federal law. And I can actually state the law if you wish.
Well, that's irrelevant. Sure.
No, it's not. You made that claim earlier.
Well, I mean, I don't care about that. It's not a salient point.
I mean, you
but
should
the
care.
issue,
You made the claim, which is false.
I never made any claim about whether they're in a stall constantly for the entire duration of their life.
I mean, you did. I got it on recording, so.
Okay.
Can't lie your way out of it. 7 CFR .205.239. That's the law.
Okay.
That literally
I'm not
talks about
arguing.
this.
I'm not arguing
So
with you on the law. So
you
again,
are
it's not a
wrong on
salient
multiple
point.
points. It is. And second of all, I want to bring up too. You cannot murder an animal. Murder is a human crime that you commit.
Yeah,
an
that's
act of another human.
Yeah, so you're just doing question begging. You're saying it's murder because it's not murder. My
Right,
argument. Can you let me talk? My whole position is that veganism is a logical extension of human rights. So animals, if they were to be trade equalized to humans, should be treated the same. So if we'd consider it murder in a human context to murder trade equalized human, it would be murder in the animal context. So just claiming, well, it's not murder because it's not murder, that's just question begging.
Okay, so murder has one definition. That is a person
No,
that kills
there's
another
a
person. Yes.
no.
Show it. Show it. I mean, show it.
There's multiple
Well, I mean,
definitions
if
of
you can
murder.
show it.
There's one legal definition.
No, there's only legal definition because if you commit the act of murder, you get a murder charge. So if you murder
Okay,
an
so
animal,
Hitler
you get a
never
murder
murdered
charge.
anybody because in Nazi Germany
He
it wasn't
murdered lots of
illegal to
people.
kill Jews?
Yes, he murdered lots of people.
Well, no, it
That's why
wasn't.
they're
It
charged
wasn't
with war
illegal
crimes.
for him to kill Jews.
He made the law in his own country, but again, those
So he never murdered any
soldiers
Jews in his
were-
own country?
Those soldiers.
So
were
he
then
never
tried for
murdered any
war
Jews
crimes
in
for
his own
murder.
country?
So that's a misnomer.
No, it's
He
not.
committed
You
an act
said
of murder.
murder
Yes,
has
it
to
is.
be is a legal definition. So if somebody doesn't meet the
Yes.
legal requirements for murder, then it's not murder. So Hitler never murdered a single Jew in his own country.
He didn't. I think you're a little getting ahead of yourself here. He murdered lots of people in his country. And again, he would have been tried for war crimes for this murder if he didn't kill himself. His
You
soldiers
just said
tried for war
murder
crimes.
only has a legal definition. So Jews
Yes.
did not have legal status in Nazi Germany to fit the definition of murder. Therefore,
Well,
he never murdered a single Jew in his own country. So you're saying
Well, I
he
tell you
both
what,
did and did not commit murder?
No, I didn't. I never said that a single time. So tell me this. Show me one definition that does not say you kill another person when it comes to murder. If you can show me this definition, I'll concede.
Well, what type of definition you want? Do you want a legal definition? Do you want
The
a philosophical definition? Like there are definitions of murder that just say
show it. Show one.
unjustified killing that are not anthropocentric.
Just one. Just one.
I don't know. Just
So
Google
the-
it.
the-
What is like?
Yeah,
like
I have. The
This-
Oxford Dictionary, unlawful
this
premeditated killing of one
really-
human by another.
this really doesn't matter because my whole position. We should really just go down like a name the trait discussion because my position is that veganism is a logical extension of human rights. If you deny that it is, that's fine, but like arguing over the definition of murder is pointless because I would recognize
doesn't matter.
killing an animal murder, you don't. So this is really
Yeah,
just
you're-
about we're not like it's just pointless arguing about what is murder. We should just argue about whether or not it should be considered murder to kill an animal.
Right, I'm wrong and you're, I'm right.
That's
and you're
not
wrong.
what I'm saying.
So
I'm
your
saying
position doesn't
we
matter.
should focus the
Second of all,
argument on
let's talk
something
about rights.
productive rather than arguing about what
Sure.
murder is.
Sure, let's talk about rights. So, do they have to pay taxes?
Okay, do mentally disabled people pay taxes?
Yes, actually they do. They have
Okay, so
guardian ad
if you're in a
litem.
wheelchair,
Tax-
can't speak, can't work, you're paying taxes?
Yes, you are.
So if you don't have a job, you pay taxes.
Yes, you are.
So your children, like if you have a 2-year-old baby, they pay taxes?
2-year-old doesn't pay taxes. Once you get to
Okay,
a
so
job,
right. So do you think there's certain
That's a-
mentally disabled people who are so severely disabled they can't work? You think
no,
they pay
because
taxes?
you are being dishonest. No, because you're being intellectually dishonest right now. So a person cannot exercise their rights till they're at the age of reasoning, which is usually around 18 or so. So you actually cannot exercise those rights. That's why you have a guardian, a mother and a father, to exercise
You
those
have
rights.
rights if you're an infant.
Of course you do. You have to have your mother and father exercise them for you.
Well,
You do
not
have the ability to exercise those rights
necessarily.
for you. Name
I
one.
mean, children can bear witness to a crime. They can report crimes. What are you talking about?
That's not a right. That's not a right.
Yes, it
What
is.
right is that? What right is that?
I don't know specifically, but like a 5-year-old can report a crime to the police and get protection
That's
under the
not
law.
right. Well, that's not right.
It's not a right?
No.
So we can ban black people from being able to call the police? That wouldn't be taking
No,
away their rights?
I think you're in Canada, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm in the U.S. We have the Emancipation Proclamation. Yeah, sorry, and basically, no, you can't do that because of the laws. But the rights are set forth very clearly. You cannot exercise those rights unless you are able to do so. So if you are disabled or a minor, you have to have a guardian exercise those rights for you. So if you're an animal, you don't have the ability to exercise those rights.
So if
therefore
both
you
your
have no
parents die, you cannot exercise any right whatsoever.
Yes, you can. So you'll if your parents die, you'll have a guardian, either a
Well, you don't
foster
have a
home,
guardian immediately after
grandfather.
your parents die.
That's why you're a ward of the state. You're a ward of the state, which makes all those decisions for you until your guardian can be chosen for you. So no, you can't win on this.
So
if
you're
not-
telling me children don't have like a right to bodily autonomy since they can't exercise those rights independently?
No, they can't.
So
They
it's
have
okay to
go
rape
by what the
kids.
mother and father says. No. Okay, so rape, you don't have a right not to be raped or raped. That's not a right that you actually have. You have a right to live your
Yes,
life.
it's bodily. So it's legal to rape kids.
No, that's actually false.
You just said if you're a child, you can't exercise any rights, so it's okay to rape
Correct.
kids since
Wait,
they can't exercise
so
the right to bodily autonomy?
gotcha. So the U.S. Constitution, can you show me where it says you do not have the right to be raped?
You're like,
No, I mean,
buddy, you have rights as a child, and you can exercise your rights as a child.
You cannot exercise rights as a child.
Yes, you can. So children
What
don't
right?
have a right to free speech?
No, they don't.
Okay, so the government can literally lock you up for, say, if a 5-year-old does some sort of protest.
They've suspended them from schools all the time just for making a finger gun. They've basically done stuff for having a
That's
T-shirt.
not. That has nothing
Trump
to do
on
with
it?
free speech. That has to do with
Excuse
just
me?
that has nothing to do with free speech. That's just being
That's
barred.
false.
No,
That's
that
lie.
has
That's a
nothing
lie.
to do with free speech. You can be
When
in
you
a
make a
you
thing-
can
when you
be
make
in a you can be in like a building like a school where they have certain standards for decorum and be expelled from the school. But if you're in a public area, so let's say a kid, like a 5-year-old, was protesting Donald Trump, saying, I do not support Donald Trump, he should be impeached. You're telling me the police should be able to just arrest them because they can't exercise the right to free speech?
They don't have a right to free speech until they're old enough to exercise it. And when they're in the
Oh,
schools, they have
okay,
to abide by
so
the
you're
rules.
just delusional and you have no idea what you're talking about. This is
mean-
kind of besides
I mean,
the
you
point
can-
of whether or not animals should have
I mean, you can study
human
the
rights.
Constitution. It literally says this.
Yes, 5-year-olds can be locked in prison for protesting the government institution. Says it right in the Constitution. Totally believe you, dude. So let's turn this back to veganism. So I would ask you to name the trait that's lacking in animals that if lacking in a human being would justify killing and eating a human being.
Higher learning. Can a bear cure cancer, build a bridge? build a
Questions aren't
skyscraper?
propositions.
No, they don't have higher learning. They do not have the capability to learn
Questions
like
are
we-
not propositions. Name a trait.
You asked me a question. I said they don't have higher learning.
Okay, so if a human
Clearly
being
said
doesn't
that.
have higher learning, then it's okay to kill and eat human beings?
No.
Okay,
Because,
then
see,
that's a
here's
contradiction.
the-
So it's both true and
No,
not
it's not.
true that if a human being does have prior learning,
Not
then
a
it's
single
okay
time.
and not okay to
Not
kill
a
them.
single time. So you're being intellectually dishonest. So if a person happens to go into a coma, that person was born with the ability to have a higher learning function. That person could have done a lot in his life. He's just now in a medical condition where he doesn't have a higher learning function capability.
Yeah, so
you're being-
what if
it
they
just-
were born with a condition that made it so they don't have a higher learning capability and they never will?
So we still take care of them.
Yeah, so then that's a contradiction. It's both true and not true
it's
that if
not.
somebody lacks prior learning, it's okay
So-
to kill them.
So what you're doing is now trying to make an exception to a rule, and that's actually very
No,
dishonest.
you're the one
Yes.
claiming this is the trait, and then now you're claiming that this trait both does and does not protect them from, you
No,
know.
I'm not. Not a single time.
Do you understand
So
what a
again-
contradiction is?
Yes, I do, and you're contradicting yourself a lot.
No,
So again,
no,
you
no.
are.
If
First
you're
off, you said
if you're claiming a certain trait grants rights, but then you claim this trait both does and does not grant rights, that is a contradiction, which is what you are
you don't have
saying.
granted rights. Your rights are not granted. For one, that is false.
They
Your
are
rights not
granted.
They are not. Your rights
yes,
are
they are.
afforded to you when you're born. Rights are afforded to you when you're born. They are not granted.
Yes, they
The-
are
the
granted. They're
Constitution-
granted to you by the Constitution of the United States. What are you talking?
Oh,
Or
they
whatever
are.
country you're
I mean,
in.
I've just done constitutional law for years. I mean, educate me.
Oh,
because you
you've
are
done
wrong.
constitutional
So-
law for years. The same
Yes.
like yeah, 5-year-olds can be arrested for speaking in public about political matters.
Yes, they can. Yes, they
Right.
can. So if you
Right, so if your
Yes, you can.
5-year-old child says, I don't like Donald Trump, oh, sorry, son, I guess we're going to have to send you to jail. You spoke.
so you
So if
actually,
a kid was doing jumping jacks in the park, can the police just arrest them for doing jumping jacks because they can't express their rights?
no, they have to be violating the law in some way.
Well,
So
that
if you-
you just said they can't express their rights. You have a right to free speech. Doing jumping jacks is part of free speech. So the police can
Wait,
arrest you for doing jumping jacks.
So you're saying I'm contradicting. So I literally said earlier, kids that make a finger gun, get expelled from school, and
that has
t-shirts,
nothing to do with free speech.
That is everything to do with free speech.
No, it doesn't. You don't understand what free speech is.
If you are an adult, you can wear any shirt you want. You can make any sign. You can go and flick the police off all day long and say "F you." They can't do a thing about it.
So you're telling me if I'm 18 and I'm in college and I keep telling the teacher to go fuck themselves over and over and over again nonstop in class, they can't get me to leave because I have constitutionally protected free speech?
They can't, because that's a private institution.
Right.
Now you can go,
right. So that has nothing to do with
right.
free speech. Schools can also dictate a certain type of decorum. They can mandate dress codes. They can mandate finger pointing and making it look like, if you're making it look like a gun, or saying swear words. That has nothing to do with free speech. If you want to, in public, say, go fuck yourself, the police can't stop you. If you're in school and you tell the teacher to go fuck themselves, they can get you expelled from the building. That has nothing to do with free speech.
Of course, it's a private residence. I literally just said it's a private business. Private business, you do not have.
Are your parents cousins?
I'm actually older than you are, kid, so you can't use that little analogy.
Right. Are your parents cousins? That has nothing to do with whether or not your parents are cousins. Sounds like you're dodging. Is this a sensitive topic for you?
You don't know the Constitution at all. No, because you don't know the Constitution at all.
Do you understand that you could be 50 years old or however older than me and your parents could still be cousins?
Oh, okay.
So are your parents cousins or not?
This is how vegans do. They usually lose an argument, so they start the insult. Exactly on
He's
cue.
still not answering, so your parents are cousins.
Gotcha. So you do this nonsense. So
it's pretty obvious that my parents aren't cousins. I wouldn't be half black.
Gotcha. So I really don't care what ethnicity you are. I don't care. That means nothing to me. But again, you don't know the constitutional law. So you're saying that animals have rights.
You literally just said a kid can be arrested for no other reason than speaking in public, but you're telling me I don't know constitutional law.
They have to break the law. So if they
so then they can express their right to free speech, the First Amendment.
Oh, okay. So there's limits to free speech, regardless of where you're at.
Can a kid say I don't like Donald Trump in public?
If a kid says he's going to kill Donald Trump in public,
I'm not saying that. Can a kid say I do not like Donald Trump in public?
Of course they can.
Can they hold up a sign saying Donald Trump should not be president?
It depends on the ordinance of the area, but yes, normally you can.
No, it doesn't depend on the ordinance of the area. You can hold up a sign saying I don't like Donald Trump in any public area. Yes, you can.
No.
Yes, you can. Okay, so certain T-shirts are banned. If you wear a T-shirt saying I don't like Donald Trump, that could be illegal.
If you're on private business, yes.
That has nothing to do with free speech. If you're on a private property, they can ask you to leave for whatever reason.
Yes.
So if you're in a public area, you're telling me the police can tell you you can't wear a T-shirt that says Donald Trump shouldn't be president?
You can say that if you want. That is not a call to action.
You're like not following the conversation at all.
I'm following every single thing. You don't understand anything about constitutional law.
Okay.
Nothing.
Well, maybe you should become a police officer and arrest kids for saying things you don't like.
Gotcha. So, again, you are wrong about the protesting, which is 100% wrong. Some towns have ordinance where you need a permit, which I don't agree with. But yes, you do. That is a lie.
That's, by the way, that can also be challenged. Some of those local ordinances are unconstitutional, so that doesn't really matter. Federal law generally supersedes.
Wait, you said earlier that doesn't happen. Are you lying now? Or are you lying then? You said earlier that clearly didn't happen. You literally said earlier that you do not need a permit to protest. I mean, I got this on recording.
No.
I'm not gonna lie. But you're not gonna lie out of it, bud.
That's great. I will be forever shamed.
Yeah, apparently. I mean, we could talk about a lot. Like I can go to
Highlander. It's been a little bit over 15 minutes.
That's fine.
Do you have anything else you want to say? If you want to raise your hand later, feel free to. But we're gonna move on to some of the other callers in the audience.
Oh, that's fine. I'm sorry to take up your time, but yeah, he's wrong on pretty much every single subject. I mean, I suggest doing a little bit of research. So.
Yeah. How much can you bench?
Have a good night. Actually, I'm bigger than you are.
Yeah, how much can you bench?
Much.
How much can you bench?
Let's see. Around 350, 400 right now.
Oh, well, I can bench 410, so I'm stronger than you. Go fuck yourself.
I Oh yeah, there you go. Insult, vegan insults.
Oh,
Vegan
little
insults.
weak meat eater. Oh, he's upset that I'm stronger than
Actually,
him.
You're not. You actually take protein powders and probably enhancers, but
No, I'm
and
natural. You're just a
whatever.
weak little meat eater who can't lift.
Gotcha. That gets all about bioavailable protein that I require. You do
Well,
not.
how come
Okay.
I'm so much bigger and stronger than you? How big are your biceps, jackass? Huh? You got guns like these? How come you're so much weaker than me?
Bigger. Bigger.
Yeah. Oh, well, weird. I guess you're fatter because you still don't bench as
There
much
we
as I
go.
do.
There we go. More insults.
So you're bigger
More.
but not stronger. So how does that work? Do you know muscle
Gotcha.
mass is
Bigger
what
but not
moves weight? So you're bigger than me. Great. Congratulations. You eat at McDonald's.
I don't eat at McDonald's. I never have.
Okay.
So I was
Well.
carnivore for over 25 years. before you've
Okay,
even been
well,
alive.
all those steaks and butter and eggs aren't really doing much work for you if I'm
Right, which
stronger than you,
provides me
but...
every single essential the body requires. You
Uh-huh.
cannot do that on plants without taking a handful of pills.
Oh,
And you
well,
think you're natural, but you're
apparently
taking
it works
active protein
better
powder.
because I'm stronger than you are.
Are you taking protein powder? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. You're taking synthetic drugs. Thank you.
Oh,
Goodbye.
okay. Oh, I'm cheating. I'm taking
I don't
protein powder. Okay, so protein
Yeah,
powder
which
is better than the
drug?
meat you're eating, apparently. Maybe
No.
you should.
No, it's-
Maybe
it
you
has
should
to-
eat protein powder. Maybe you'll be as strong as me one day.
Yeah, no. 'cause
Cope
it
from
actually
a
is an
little
isolate.
weakling.
Literally-
Cope from a little weakling.
Right.
Oh,
So it's
you're
actually an
cheating. You
isolate
have
that isolates
protein
it from plants.
powder. You're
You cannot get bioavailable
cheating.
from the
Well, guess what? I'm stronger than you. You can think it's cheating all you
Oh,
want, but guess what?
no.
I guess the soy protein powder I eat is better than your steaks. If it makes me stronger, right? If I'm stronger,
that
clearly
soy
it's
boy
better
strength.
than your steaks. I guess that's an
Yeah, get that
admission
soy
that
boy
soy
strength.
protein is better than steak if it makes me stronger than you.
See the childish behavior coming out?
Oh,
That's
right,
hilarious.
childish. Well, you're calling me a child when I can outlift you? Children can outlift you?
You are a child. Oh, children
Oh,
can outlift me.
I get.
Oh,
Well, you know, I guess you're pretty
you
weak
show
and
me a
pathetic if
child-
children can outlift
You show
you.
me a child who was 400 pounds. I mean, just wondering. I mean,
Yeah,
if you show
children
that,
can lift 400 pounds. Maybe you should call the
Gotcha.
police to arrest me because I'm saying I'm stronger than you and you don't like that. Huh?
Gotcha. So you're full of shit. You're full of shit. Yeah, you're full of shit. Just like every single
Yeah,
vegan
call
I've
the
ever talked
police.
to. I've
Call
been
the
for-
police.
been doing this
He's
for well over
police,
17 years.
police officer.
I know
He's saying
exactly
he's
what I'm talking
stronger than me,
about.
and he's a child. He's not allowed to say that. He can't express his rights.
Hey, Taco, you guys have a good night. And whoever comes up, I hope he has a good conversation too, but I doubt it.
Thank you for the questions. Let's do a few text questions real quick because we haven't done any text questions yet.
Yeah, sure.
And then we'll go back to the next caller. So, and one of the mods in the chat did make a good point. He said it's kind of funny, but he said, "I mean, vegan gains is wrong there. His parents could be both half black cousins." I thought that was kind of funny. And then two people were asking if your cat is a vegan or does your cat eat meat?
Yeah, my cat
Cat's a
eats
vegan,
a
gotcha.
vegan diet. I feed him Benevo vegan cat food.
Gotcha. And then Hoopy Fruit was asking, I've heard vegans concede there is ethical vegan meat. If you were to eat an animal that died of natural causes, do you feel this way too?
Yeah, I don't necessarily have a problem with that in a vacuum. Like, I mean, if you come across a human dead body in the woods, in a vacuum, assuming you're not gonna, like, upset the person's parents or loved ones or something, I don't see an issue with that. So, yeah, hypothetically, if you come across a dead body, whether it's a human or an animal, I don't really see a strong argument for why that would be unethical, in a vacuum at least.
Gotcha. And then how do you respond to all the evidence against veganism being healthy in the long term, mainly the lack of certain nutrients like fatty acids and some minerals?
Yeah, so if you look at any large prospective cohorts, so the Adventist Health Studies, the Oxford Vegetarian Cohort, generally speaking, people who either eat vegetarian or vegan, they live longer and have fewer health issues compared to just the referent group, which is standard meat eaters. So if you look at any large prospective cohorts, vegans generally do better, and it all comes down to dietary planning. If you eat nothing but chicken nuggets, you're probably going to be unhealthy. Your average American is very unhealthy. So, yeah, you could become deficient in certain nutrients on any diet. Eating meat doesn't magically give you this super multivitamin that's going to prevent deficiencies or disease or anything. So, just appropriately plan your diet. You may need to supplement certain things, and you'll be fine.
Gotcha. And then, who is your favorite? I cannot speak. Who is your favorite and least favorite vegan YouTuber?
Favorite vegan YouTuber. At the moment, probably the Militant Vegan. I really like her street activism and the way she debates people. Least favorite, I don't want to mention him because he's actually a rapist.
Gotcha. And you can say no to this one if you want, but what is your response to Charlie Penguin's Moist Critical's last video on you?
I think I'm pretty certain I already did a video response to that. Penguin Zero is an 8-year-old with a beard. He is a lying, dishonest child who cannot handle any kind of arguments. He just slandered me the entire time. It was basically one big long character attack, and he came up with the most nonsensical excuses to not be vegan. He said it was too expensive. This guy's a multi-millionaire. I don't make anywhere close to the amount of money he's making, and I've been vegan for 15 years now, so he didn't even make an argument. It was nothing but endless slander. And I've challenged him to debate, but he's too cowardly to debate me.
Gotcha. And then there are a lot more text questions, actually, but we'll come back to those. I just wanted to get through a few of those so that I'm not asking you 50 at once. Next person in queue is CCP Chill. What's looks like their server muted. What's going on?
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I wanted to ask you, vegan. I assume you have a problem with the carnivores eating other animals, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, how do you fix that in nature?
Well, there's two ways. You can either cull them, so just hunt them to extermination. More technological way we could use in the future is modify their genes so that they're just herbivorous, and we can just balance ecosystems using that sort of technology.
Okay. Would you support killing all carnivores like today if we could?
Well, no, because I'm not fully aware of whether or not that would actually end up reducing rights violations, and it could cause like severe environmental catastrophes where all the animals that we want to save might end up dying. So I wouldn't support it today. But if there was research showing we could exterminate, say, lions, and it would reduce rights violations and all the species that we want to remain alive would stay alive, then I'd be in support of it.
Okay. But let's say we could kill all carnivores and it wouldn't, like, fuck anything up instantly. And then we have a bunch of herbivores that just reproduces a lot. Do you want to sterilize them? What do we do here?
Yeah,
At that point.
yeah, so I think that would be preferable to having lions or wolves rip them apart and have their living guts just, chewed on while they're slowly dying. So preferentially, I'd rather kill off all carnivores and just sterilize like a certain proportion of herbivorous populations.
Okay. So that's like your ideal world is we kill all carnivores and then we constantly sterilize all herbivores all around like the globe to keep their population down. I
That
think
would
that's like
be
realistic
preferable.
and worth the money and everything.
I don't think
Okay,
that would
okay.
cost too much money. Again, you'd only have to do this periodically. So we already sort of do this sort of thing. So I don't think it would be too big of a deal.
Okay. Well, that was basically all.
Okay.
So yeah.
Oh, thank you, CCP. And then I have a fiery debater that's wanting to chat with you, if that's all right.
Yeah, sure.
Minar, I invited you up. This will be a fun one.
can't hear him.
I think he's just showing off right
I think,
now.
Let me see if it's bigger than mine.
Yeah,
I
think I
damn.
mod you.
That's not bad. That's not bad, actually. How much do you weigh?
I actually don't know how much I weigh. I recently divorced my wife, and she took the scale, so I'm not sure. I think I'm around 210-ish right
She
now.
probably needed it. It's all right. She probably needed it.
Yeah, she's still
Anyways,
trying to lose weight.
vegan. Let me, man. I think there's something much deeper that I want to dive into. Not only your diet, on how you got that big. God damn! What do you eat? Like spinach? What do you like, Popeye?
No, I eat a lot of tofu and broccoli. I'm super into broccoli. That's my go-to vegetable.
You got that ball. You got that. What happened there? You like. There's not injections? That's
No.
pretty amazing, man.
Yeah.
That's impressive, bro.
Thanks.
That's impressive. That's impressive. Anyways. Yeah, hopefully someday I'll be like you. You know, I eat a lot of chicken, but maybe I should change my diet and get some tofu and spinach with you.
Hell yeah.
Anyways, vegan, I think we need to dive a little bit deeper onto this. Is your actual issue just the animals, or is there something more deeper? Maybe you have an actual, like a moral disagreement in general with the way we, for example, make the choices that we do. Can I go that far?
Well, I think most people do things without really thinking, and yeah, like people just eat things because or do things because it's socially normal, and they don't really think about how their actions really influence other people generally.
So here's my problem with you, vegan. Is you're coming here to try to claim that morally speaking, it's so detrimental, it's so horrific to do certain things to these animals. But then again, you sit there condoning some of the most horrific things that have ever been done to humanity ever. For example, can I give you an example? I'm going to stretch here a little bit because you do make a lot of content online. Do you support sex work?
Okay.
Okay. So, for example, argumentation wise, I would make a moral argument saying that's absolutely abhorrent that you could come here, morally speaking, try to say morally this is all so horrible to do to animals. At the same time, for example, you support girls dancing on a pole dance so they can actually support their own, well-being. So the idea here is it's kind of, you have to go a little bit deeper than that, I think, than more morality. So is there any science here that's actually that you're actually referencing upon that's actually beneficial for us to sit there and look into?
Well, we're talking about ethics. That's purely just based on subjective preferences. You can't really rely on science to prove any kind of ethical or normative claim.
I know, but I just proved that me and you, we don't have the same ethical groundwork and framework and like the foundation. You see what I mean?
Well,
Foundationally
we
speaking, our
might.
ethical moralities are total opposition to one another.
I don't think it necessarily does. Like, do you believe in human rights?
I don't believe in the human right for you to be able to get up on the dance floor and dance and shake. And the human right that you can have, for example, a nightclub not right next to the school, elementary school, and not right next right down the street from the elementary school, there's a church,
there
and then
are
right next to it
ordinance
there's a
laws that
gentleman's
prevent
club.
that sort of thing.
I mean, I'll take you pictures. I don't know how that happened in my city. In my city, there's an elementary school, a church, and a gentleman's club all in one selection. Just so you know, you can go,
Yeah, generally
go to
speaking,
school, party, and then come back and repent at the same time, all in one night. You know what I mean?
usually there's ordinance laws where certain, like, gentlemen's clubs or bars can't be right next to schools.
I know. I'm surprised as well as you. Usually, you're not even allowed to have these gambling machines in my neighborhood, but I have 3 gas stations that we go gamble, and we've been losing. I lost all my money bets. They're actually illegal in that. I'm not going to talk about them. Anyways.
Yeah,
But
despite
here,
you
vegan,
thinking...
Here's the problem. Morality speaking, I don't think you actually, if you want to make an ethical discussion here, I don't think you're actually prepared to have this ethical discussion. Because morally speaking, I don't think you actually have the foundation to stand on. to
Okay,
come here
so
and tell me what to
do you think
about
it's
murder.
okay to kill and eat humans?
Is to kill any humans?
Yeah, do you think it's okay to kill and eat humans?
To kill and eat humans? Absolutely not. No.
Okay, then name the trait that's lacking in animals that if lacking in a human being would make it okay to kill and eat a human.
The ability to foster and create on Earth.
Okay,
to create
so
and foster the life necessary to build in the universe.
okay, so if a human lacked that quality, you would think it's okay to kill and eat them if they were like mentally disabled and
That's a
couldn't
straw
create and
man. See,
foster.
this is so vegan. You ask me questions, and then based on my answers, you're trying to build my own argument, and then you want to destroy it.
No,
But the whole
that's
argument here is that morally speaking, you
okay.
can't actually
I
make a
think this
moral
guy is just
distinction for me
trolling.
to
Maybe
tell
we
me
should
that
just move
animals
on
are
to.
bad.
I think this
Okay.
guy is just kind of trolling. We should probably move on to somebody who's
Oh, I'm
more
trolling?
serious.
Thank you for your time, Minar. And then we've got Caveman.
Yeah, what up?
Yo, hello.
Hey.
Yo, what's up? How you doing tonight?
Good.
Yo, I was just wondering, I'm not like here to argue about the whole eating animals is wrong thing because like in certain situations I do think that that's a like valid argument to have. Well, I think in a lot of situations it is. But I was wondering what you thought about the studies that are coming out recently that show that plants kind of exhibit signs of consciousness and stuff like that, and like how
Well,
that would
yeah,
like
none of them show that plants exhibit consciousness. They show that plants have communication systems, so they might use like pheromones or hormones to communicate with each other. I think there's some on fungi where they share like some sort of electrical connection. They can transmit nutrients to one another and use certain signaling molecules to like create something similar to like a nervous system, but that doesn't actually show they're conscious. It just shows intelligence.
So have you been like studying anything about like plant neurobiology and stuff like that? Have you ever like dove into that research?
No, not really, but again, none of it shows that they're conscious. Like they're not able to have a
Wait.
subjective experience. They just have intelligence. That's it.
Yeah, and that's that. I think that's the point I'm trying to make is that because they are like shown to show intelligence, I can also try to make an argument that they might be able to feel pain when
Okay, do you think
they
Chat
get
GPT can feel pain?
I don't know. See,
Okay, well,
because
the
I
answer
don't.
is no. Chat GPT cannot feel pain. So these are just intelligent systems. Intelligence and sentience are two completely different things.
Okay, that's interesting that you say that because like I mean from what I hear and what I've been studying specifically on PETA's website and the National Institute of Health or whatever .gov NIH.gov, that nobody really knows if they can feel pain right now or anything, and that we're still learning about it, and that like it's
There's
still like
Yeah, there's no one serious claiming there's evidence that plants feel pain. No one's serious. The only people who are making those claims are just tabloid journalists that are just finding some neat study and then saying evidence plants feel pain according to study, and then they write some stupid article about it. But if you read any of this research, it never ever brings up the topic of whether or not they're conscious. It just talks about how plants have like signaling molecules and communicate with one another. Nothing to do with them experiencing pain or consciousness.
I mean I'm looking at a study right now that says that no one knows for certain how these processes work
Yeah, what's the title?
mechanically.
Give me like the PubMed ID or something.
Yeah, I got you. Hold up. The ID.
Yeah, so just name the study, tell me what the journal is. Like, where was the journal published?
On the NIH.gov. That's the website I'm looking at right now.
Okay, and what does it say?
It's basically about plant neurobiology and how it evolved from like thinking, oh, do plants have like feelings and can they feel pain and stuff, to like how
What's the title? What's the title of the paper?
The Plant Neurobiology Revolution.
Okay.
It was posted May of 2024.
And they specifically mention whether or not plants feel pain or consciousness?
Yeah, well, sentience and yeah.
I'm not noticing anything. I'm not noticing anything about it saying plants are conscious. I'm just reading the abstract.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is if you go to the conclusion specifically, it talks about how plant neurobiology and the studies that people are doing to see if plants can have like a consciousness should not be labeled as pseudoscience.
Wrong to refer to plant neurobiology as pseudoscience. It is reprehensible to characterize and lampoon the movement. It is beyond the... This has nothing to do with plants having consciousness. Nowhere does it mention that plants have consciousness. They're just claiming that plants...
2 paragraphs down.
Yeah, they're just claiming that plants may have systems that function similar to neurons or something. That doesn't mean they have consciousness.
I mean, to me, this is showing more of an open dialogue to like show that like there's a possibility that somewhere down the road there could be a study that comes out or like an experiment that can show that plants have more of a
Yeah, sure.
complex...
It's possible that we might one day find out that a flower has some degree of sentience. There's no evidence indicating that now, so I don't know why it. Like,
Well,
okay.
the reason I'm asking is because in this study, you know, is given that open road that like there could be a like path that leads us to the discovery of plant consciousness, and I'm wondering if that would
Incredibly
change
unlikely.
anything. Well,
There's
in a hypothetical situation,
yeah,
would
no.
that
So
change anything?
there is no evolutionary reason for them to be sentient. Sentience is an emergent property that would probably be very energy intensive. There doesn't seem to be any kind of benefit to them being sentient. There's certainly a benefit to them being intelligent. But as far as sentience, they can barely move. They can't really respond in the way we do. So what would be the point? Like there's just no inductive reasoning you could use for why you'd expect them to be sentient.
Well, maybe you know, some certain plants have like, I don't know, Venus flytrap. I don't know, like that could
Well,
be
we
like
know how the Venus flytrap moves. There's no indication that that's sentience. Like, we also know how ChatGPT works. ChatGPT, you can have an actual full-blown conversation with ChatGPT and not even realize you're talking to a computer. So that's not an indication that ChatGPT is sentient.
And you don't think they can get it to the point where AI model is almost sentient, like?
Yeah, it's possible, but there's no reason why you would expect right now ChatGPT is sentient or plants are sentient.
Yeah, that's why we have knowledge, and that's why we're like experimenting still and trying to figure this out. Science is an evolving process.
Do you
It's
believe in Santa Claus? Do you believe in the Tooth Fairy? Do you have a position, well, maybe Santa Claus does exist, maybe the Tooth Fairy does exist? Like, there's absolutely no evidence currently indicating that plants are sentient. So show the evidence,
Well,
and then if the evidence shows in favor of one position over another, then you may be able to convince me that there's a higher probability. But right now, there's absolutely no indication of that.
the plant neurobiologists that have been like studying this have been doing experiments that have shown that plants do at least react to touch and like
Yes, and so
feelings
do
and
computers. There are machines that react to touch. There's motion sensors and stuff. That's not an indication that they're sentient.
yeah, but you also got to think though that machines are man-made too. Like
I don't know why
plants
that would
are
matter.
because plants are natural and
That
like
wouldn't matter. If you're claiming the reasoning that plants react intelligently to stimuli is the reasoning why you suspect they're sentient, then that would also apply to machines.
well, a natural process is completely different from a mechanical process.
No,
And
I don't know why I would accept that.
because especially in terms of plant biology and human biology, those are two completely different
Have you ever
mechanisms
seen
happening.
how DNA is formed? It looks extremely mechanical. Same with cell division. You can look at viruses. They look like machines. So I don't know. I totally
Well,
reject that
viruses are
premise.
machines because they don't have, consciousness. They don't have like they're not like
So plants are
you know
machines, assuming they don't have consciousness?
uh I would assume so, yeah.
Okay, I don't know what to tell
Because
you.
think about it, a tree is like an oxygen machine. My
Yeah.
whole point of this whole question was like if it turns out that one day we find out that plants do have consciousness, does that change anything in your views on what you eat? Not in terms of animals, like
Depends on what
obviously you
type of
wouldn't go to animals.
consciousness. So it depends on what type of consciousness. If they experience pain and suffering, then yeah, I might advocate for what is it? Ephilism, complete extermination of all living things. If their level of sentience is only they may be able to experience light and dark, or they can perceive certain colors and that's it, then I wouldn't really care.
Okay, so if they did experience pain, wouldn't you think that the annihilation of all living things is a little bit extreme for that?
No, if you're constantly torturing other beings and we're just living in this endless cycle of torture, I don't know why it would necessarily be extreme to want the extermination of all living things.
I guess that's gonna have to be a question for another time because I feel like I've been up here for a little bit long. So I'm gonna let you go, but thank you for answering my questions. I hope I give you like at least a little bit of a understanding of plant neurobiology, like in the new like information that's coming out about it. Because I don't want you to like want to have this like to me this extremist view of killing everybody and like having everybody die because plants can feel if that were to be a thing. Just because I do believe that people should have a life. Even if like if it came to the fact that every being was being hurt in some way to facilitate life in others, I think that's just like a natural process that we're gonna have to accept, or we're gonna have to all die. So yeah, I guess I would agree with you on that one, but it's just like we can't really communicate with plants either, and I don't know if like.
Have you ever played Doom Eternal?
Nah, but I played the first one.
Yeah, so
I haven't played the second one.
the storyline in Doom Eternal was these the species called the Makers. They needed to torture human beings in order to stay alive. So you'd be in favor of Makers perpetually getting human beings and torturing them indefinitely in order for Makers to exist?
Well, these Makers don't exist right now.
Yeah, but assuming there was a species called the Makers, Mayker, you'd be in favor of them torturing human beings in order to exist?
Yeah, can I have time to think about this for a second?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, give them the most deplorable people. Yeah, actually, I'm in favor of that. Give them like the terrorists. Give them.
Well, no,
the
it'd be the
rapists,
entire
give 'em
human race.
Why can't we just give them like the bad people first?
Because there's too many Makers and they live off the suffering there's like an energy that's created from the suffering of human souls. So there's too many Makers that exist. There's no way to only torture bad people. So they'd have to torture the entire human race indefinitely to maintain their existence.
I don't think any human would be down with that. Now I think we would go out fighting first.
Yes, but I'm asking you, would it be ethical for the Makers to infinitely torture human beings in order to maintain their existence?
See, I'm a centrist at heart, so this is where you're pulling me because like I see your side, but I also could see the Maker side in a way, in a twisted way. But I still like, you know what I mean? Like I see both sides of this argument that you're making right now. Because to the Makers, yeah, they are just trying to survive. But to us, we're sitting here thinking, what the fuck? Like why is this happening?
Yeah, so assuming plants
And
had a similar level of consciousness as us, we'd be the Makers to the plants. So if you're going to say it's not ethical to infinitely torture a race of beings in order to live, then that would necessitate the position of either wiping out your own race so this other race of being can live, or complete annihilation where you destroy all living life.
so what I mean, in my proposition that I made about plant consciousness, I don't think we would have to murder every single plant on the earth. You know what I mean? And in the hypothetical you gave me, you said every human has to die.
Well, you're still talking about a ridiculous scale. So yeah, there's only a limited variety of edible plants that we eat, but there's also other animals on the planet that eat some of the non-edible plants. Like we can't eat eucalyptus leaves. They're poison, but
Yeah.
koalas eat those. So you'd have to kill koalas, you'd have to kill most insects, like pretty much every plant is feasted upon by some species. And even even if you only account for the edible plants we eat, that still includes thousands of species of plant. So that's every single edible fruit, vegetable, grain you can think of, including wild species.
So then, would you be willing to lay down your life for a plant? If they were...
Assuming they had a similar level of sentience as a human being, where if, I'm munching on a blueberry, it's like being crushed to death. It would go through the same experience as if I was getting eaten by a cyclops or something, then yeah.
Wow, okay. All right. I can't say I would go that far. I mean, I've thought about this myself because, I think I'm not even a vegan yet. I might be, I don't know yet, but like think about this when I'm eating animals. So I think about this when I'm eating plants.
Well, I would
Because
say, given the preponderance of evidence, you should probably only consider that when you're eating animals, and since you can live just fine eating plants, you'd at least be causing far less harm if you only ate plants, so why don't you just go vegan?
yeah, I mean, I just started this like way of thinking like not that long ago. I'm starting my journey in this research. Like I'm trying to see where I fall in line. I haven't made my decision yet.
Well, I
I
mean,
know it's
whether you
you.
think plants are sentient or not, you do know animals are sentient. So if you know they can feel pain, suffer, how about you not cause their pain and suffering and just eat plants where you're at least not sure?
I mean, hey, you're a good arguer, bro. I give that. I give you that. But yeah, I mean, that was all the questions I have. I
Okay.
hope you have a good night, man.
Yeah, you too. Take care.
Thank you for the questions. I'm going to do some more text questions if that's all right with you. It looks like there's a lot in the text question channel.
Sure.
Still. So what's a brand of vegan protein powder you like?
There's a lot. Most brands right now have vegan options. Ghost is pretty good. Some of their flavors are decent. Diesel has really good tasting vegan protein. But I would say just get any protein you want from any like reputable brand. I wouldn't recommend getting something from Walmart, but yeah, any brand that's recognizable that you like that has a vegan option. You're like, it's all the same. It's just protein.
Gotcha. And then I know you answered one of these, but how much do you bench, squat, and deadlift?
So I bench 410. I haven't really focused on deadlift for a while. I got up to 500, but I could have done a fair bit more. And I have a really fucked up knee. I almost had my left leg amputated because of an E. coli infection, so I haven't gotten my squat up much. Best squat so far has been 365.
Gotcha. And there's a question about a dog. Do you want to talk about your dog, or do you want me to skip that one?
You can ask it.
They were asking what happened to your vegan dog.
So the first dog that I had on my YouTube channel, that was my mom's dog. He's still vegan. I think they're talking about my dog Lucy, which had the controversy. She had enzymatic pancreatic insufficiency, it's short for like EPI. So she was losing a ton of weight at first, but it had nothing to do with a vegan diet. We found out she had some enzyme deficiency, so after giving her enzyme supplement, she was fine.
Sure. And then Hoopy Fruit was saying this might sound like a radical question, but do you think that Canada would or should become a part of the United States of America at some point? They could help push the country left?
Well, so in the short term, what that would probably do for Canada is just make everything more expensive. Practically every single time you have a country adopting another country's currency, prices just go up, especially when you're talking about the differences in GDP between US and Canada. So in the short term, probably wouldn't be a great idea, especially under Trump. We'd probably just get screwed over. He would just do things to, steal whatever, like Alberta's oil, and the provinces wouldn't really get anything from it. Long term, it might be beneficial. One huge issue for economic development in Canada is, unlike the United States, where there's laws protecting each state from trade wars, we don't have that in Canada. So There's weird trade wars between the provinces. So in the long term, it'd probably lead to more economic development in Canada, and people would get wealthier, and just the ability for people to freely travel. So you'd have more immigration from the United States. Given how, like, I know a lot of people are going to get offended by this, but Americans are just insanely stupid. You are so dumb. You elected a president who is, in all likelihood, a Russian spy, has none of your interests in mind, is ruining the fucking economy, ruining just literally everything, international trade, commerce, eroding your rights and freedoms, terrible positions on geopolitics, protecting fascist regimes like Russia, China, making an embarrassment out of your whole country, ruining alliances. So I don't know, like, given how much of a liability American voters are, I don't know if it would really be good for Canada in the long run if we keep getting, like, if you guys keep electing people like Trump.
And then let's move on to the next person in queue. There's some fiery questions there. D-Dan? I think he was wanting to debate you, if I'm not mistaken.
All right.
D-Dan, you're welcome to come up. If not, I can pull up the next one. Or if you don't want to come up, I can pull up the next one. All right. World's greatest vegan. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Oh, there's
D-Dan. Hang on. Freak you up. Yep. Hey, D-Dan.
Hey, fantastic. I'm sorry. I thought I was just brought up automatically. So, vegan gains, yeah. We actually have a mutual friend. I'm Jasmine's new boyfriend, and also big fan of your work on OnlyFans. Question number 1 of 17. Do you think your clear and evident mental illness is caused by your vegan-based nutrient deficiency, or is your vegan-based nutrient deficiency caused by your clear mental illness?
Can we tone down if you want to chat?
Well,
that's
it's
fine, but let's
cool.
tone down
It's
the
cool. I
questions.
think it's funny.
Okay.
Yeah, so what mental illness do I have?
That's between you and your doctor. It's just clear that the way you behave is not symptomatic of somebody who's mentally well. What kind of question is that exactly?
Oh, so like exercise, getting enough sleep, eating well, not torturing and killing animals. That's like what mentally ill people do.
That's a great question. You're obviously evading that question. So let's move on to another one. So I actually reported you to the FBI for your threats against my God King Trump. My question to you now is, how many boyfriends will you have in Guantanamo Bay?
I don't know. It depends on how many ladyboys are in there.
There's probably at least 17 ladyboys. You have your pick, but do you think so? You think it would be all 17 of them?
If they're pretty, like if they are passable.
Okay, that's cuckmate. Question number 3. You're abusing your cat by giving him a vegan diet. Do you plan on having any more cats? Like, what's the total number of cats that you want to systematically abuse?
How is feeding a cat a vegan diet abuse?
Well, cats are carnivores. So, next question, number 4. That's right. So,
you want to keep going with these?
No, he's a troll. Some of this is
Okay.
funny, but
Okay.
thanks, dude.
Thank you, D-Dan. Have a good one. And then we've got in World's Greatest Vegan.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, am I on? Hey, Vegan Games, I just want to say I love on your videos. I want to validate what you do for this beautiful movement. Acknowledge that you speaking the truth. Keep making that beautiful fucking content. Making great, lovely, truly lovely ass videos. And I love you. And I just want to thank you. I don't have any questions. Just keep cooking these niggas. Keep cooking, doing what you're doing. And I love you. I love you. And I just want to say thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Thank you, World's Greatest Vegan. And then we've got Insomniac.
Hey.
What's going on, Insomniac?
Saw that he unmuted his mic. He might just be fixing his audio. Might not be on the right source.
Hello?
There we go.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, mic issues. Yeah, so I just had a quick question. Is that a leather chair?
No, it's synthetic leather.
Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, that's all I had.
Okay.
And then we've got Vegan Gains Jr. I guess your son?
What's going on?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, quick question. Are you my father?
I don't know, maybe.
Are you my father? I don't know who my father is. Okay, so are you not? Are you like? I know you have a vasectomy, but when was that?
That would have been when I was, I think, 23 or 24. So if you're, I don't know how old you are. If you're over like 10, you're probably not
I'm
my
19.
son.
Okay, I gotta find my father then. All right, sorry about that.
All right, no
Love
problem,
your
dude.
content, man. Other bro. All right, stay vegan, bro. Love you.
See ya.
Thank you. Then we've got 8-Bit.
Hear me all right?
Yeah, what's
Am I
up?
coming through? Okay. Honey and milk are vegan if you're not a commie.
I don't know how communism makes milk and honey vegan.
Well, because they think they think it's like exploitation of the animals.
Right.
Yeah, and comes down to the reality is that the beekeepers, for example, are keeping the bees alive in exchange for the honey. So it's not really
Well,
exploitation.
not really. Bees are not a native species to North America anyway, and the type of bee that we use is actually it's not a wild species. It's kind of like how, dogs are to us. They're domesticated. So claiming
Sure.
we're keeping bees alive, well, we're also sort of keeping dogs alive by breeding them.
Okay, so do you think dogs should cease to exist?
Yeah, I'm against dog breeding.
A dog, the entire species of dog should just cease to exist. What you're saying?
Yeah, people should stop breeding animals.
Interesting take. Let's see. I think.
You got anything else?
Had something. I'll come back later.
All right.
Thank you, 8-Bit.
Yep.
And then we've got Zionist Jules.
Yo.
Hello there.
Yo, what's up?
I've seen your content before. I think it's pretty cool that you've decided to pursue the vegan lifestyle, but also hit the gym. I have two questions. One, could I know your lifts? Like how much do you lift? Like your compounds, like your squat, bench, deadlift.
Yeah, so best bench is 410. I have really bad knee issues, so I've only been able to get my squat up to 365. And I haven't focused on my deadlift in quite a while because I was trying to get my bench press up for a while, and best I've done is 500, but could have actually pulled more. I just didn't want to risk injuring myself.
Okay. And you're natural. You've never done like any.
Yeah. The only
advancements?
thing I've done is I did, I think, a 4-week cycle of TB500, which is like a healing peptide. I just had a really bad shoulder injury that wasn't getting, better fast enough. So I did do a 4-week cycle of TB500, but that's it. Never taken
How long
any
have you
anabolic
been working
steroids. Since like middle of high school, so like 16.
16 years. Okay. Going strong, I see. Going strong.
Yeah.
And how did you supplement your diet to achieve these I mean a bench of 410 is pretty impressive.
Yeah, thanks.
How did you yeah, go ahead.
So what do you mean by supplement? Like I do
Right.
usually take a multivitamin. But
Mm.
what do you mean?
You didn't take any like creatine or whatever?
Yeah, I take creatine.
Creatine? Okay. Creatine's vegan?
Yeah. Yeah, it's vegan friendly.
Okay. And I'm guessing as far as protein goes, you don't use like whey protein, you use like vegan
Yeah,
protein.
it's either soy or pea protein or a blend of soy and pea.
Got it. And as far as your diet, like, it's just been like, how do you take your protein in?
So it's mostly tofu, chickpeas. Sometimes I eat a lot of lentils. I prefer red lentils and what's it called? Seitan and protein powder. That's my main sources.
Mm. Have you ever competed in like a bodybuilding show or like a powerlifting
Yeah,
competition?
way back in the day. It's been over 10 years now since I've done a bodybuilding show.
Do you think there is an advantage for power bodybuilders that use like animal protein versus like vegan
No.
alternative?
If you look at any study that directly assesses body composition changes and you match each group for calories and protein intake, there doesn't seem to be any advantage to eating animal products. There's a few studies that are poorly controlled. So like a vegan group may be eating far less protein than the animal-based group, or they might be consuming far less calories or something. That's usually when you see differences, but yeah, when you control for calories and protein, it doesn't seem to make a difference.
Do you not also think though, like, I mean, just the I feel like it'd be a little inconvenient to try to build muscle just on like a vegan diet, wouldn't it? Because like I feel like you'd have to eat a lot of like chickpeas, vegan alternatives like tofu, compared to like if you just eat like a few kilograms of like meat, beef or chicken or
Well, they're
whatever.
just different foods, right? So, like, I mean, you can talk to any bodybuilder who's really serious that, like, they'll say, oh man, I'm sick of chicken. So it's like, yeah, I mean, you can eat chicken, red meat, and fish, but I mean, you can also eat tofu, seitan, whatever mock meat you want, like, Beyond Burgers, and you can do a lot with those foods.
Okay. One last question. What's your favorite vegan food?
Probably cherries. Really, really love cherries.
Cherry. Oh, wow. That's pretty cool. That's all I have to ask. Thank you for coming on our server.
Yeah, no problem, dude.
We're really excited to hear you. Thank you.
Thank you, ZJ.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you for coming up. Appreciate the questions.
Of course.
If Taco allows, I wanted to ask or go over ask a few things.
Of course.
So Vegan Gains, I know you're kind of well known for having like spicy content that pushes the limits, especially on social media. Going back the past decade, there's been a lot of like content moderation changes on YouTube and stuff. I also noticed I believe you're banned on Twitter now. Would you like to get back on Twitter now that Elon Musk is running it? Is that something you're interested in? And also, what challenges have you gone through on YouTube or other social media as far as like content moderation strikes or restrictions?
Yeah.
And like how you avoid that now?
I have a throwaway account on Twitter that I don't really use just in case some sort of post is restricted unless you have like an account, and I rarely ever use that. I don't think I've used that Twitter account in like 3 or 4 months. But I have no interest in getting back on Twitter. It's literally just a Nazi propaganda platform at this point, and Elon Musk has totally ruined it. As far as challenges on social media, it really just comes down to content moderation, and YouTube has gone through a lot of different phases with how they deal with content moderation. Like when I was first on the platform, it was pretty wild west. Like as long as you're not showing gore videos, you're pretty much good. Then they just started cracking down in like crazy ways where like I remember getting community guideline strikes for making a joke about somebody being hairy. And then I'd get a strike. Now I think they've reached kind of like a happy middle ground where you can throw some shade at people, make fun of them in like, kind of joking ways, but if it gets to a point where you're like fatty, fat, like why don't you go hang yourself? Like, yeah, they'll take that down, but if you just make a joke like, yeah, you're kind of a big chungus or something, they kind of let it go. So I think it's gotten a bit better over time.
That's good that you're able to survive, because I know a lot of people didn't survive. Like atheism is unstoppable, and several
That
others. They
guy
kind of
is cancer. I understand why he couldn't. He was supporting the apartheid. He was calling like basically brown skinned people like troglodytes who should be wiped out. He was literally supporting genocide. Like outright saying certain races of people should be exterminated. So yeah, no shit, he didn't survive.
Yeah, that sounds justified in that case.
Any other questions, Square?
No. Go ahead.
Gotcha. And then we've got some more hands up. I guess we'll start taking some of the rank 2s and rank 3s now. One musky boy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, I had mostly some questions regarding nutrition.
Okay.
I'm someone who's like been interested in veganism for a good while now. Haven't quite gotten there, but I'm on the way to getting there. So what are like some like vegan protein sources you recommend? I know you talked about seitan, tofu, and maybe some other things there. And would you? I understand these are your preferences. Is there anything different that you would recommend versus what you prefer to eat for protein stuff?
Yeah, so what I eat is mostly tofu, seitan, beans, lentils, and just protein powder. Especially if you're like on a diet, protein powder is, super convenient. Even meat eaters will consume whey protein just because it's very low in calories but high in protein, so it's easy to fit like enough protein within a calorie budget.
And when you say diet, you mean like a calorie deficit?
Like,
is that right?
if you're in a calorie deficit. So it's pretty damn easy to get enough protein on a vegan diet, like regardless of whether you're dieting or not. But yeah, tofu is very high in protein. It's like 80% protein. Same with seitan. That's about 80% protein. Could be even higher depending on how you make it. Beans are a bit lower. I think they're like around 50%, but still, beans are good for you and very easy to fit them within a caloric budget. And edamame is also a good choice. It's basically just green soybeans. I don't usually have those, but sometimes I'll have those. And mock meats are also a good option. Most mock meats are actually fairly healthful as long as you're not consuming too much sodium. That's usually the main issue with mock meats, and some of them, like Beyond Burgers, they tend to be higher in saturated fat, but I think they've changed their formulation lately where they either use primarily avocado oil or they've reduced the amount of saturated fat content in them.
Okay, yeah. I've very rarely had access to like the mock meats, but I've tried them before, and yeah, I found that like they were really high in sodium. I couldn't enjoy them very much. I think you mentioned something about protein powders. I am fond of using protein powders. You say it was $20 like per kilogram? Is that what you said earlier?
Yeah, I order on Amazon. I found a thing that's just $20 per kilogram.
Okay. Do you happen to know like this is like I have no expectation for you to know this, but do you know like the say like per dollar how much protein you're getting out of that?
Well, it's 80% protein, $20 per kilogram, so that would be 800 grams protein for $20. That's Canadian dollars
That's
too, by the way.
exceptionally high. Wow. Oh, okay, I understand. Okay. Have you heard the idea that there might be like some issues with like the quality of vegan protein sources, like the ratio of amino acids? Do you feel like there's a big cause for concern with that, or do you feel like it's an overblown issue? What do you think?
Yeah, that's a really overblown issue. So when you look at things like nitrogen balance studies, the source of protein doesn't seem to matter. The slope and intercept with nitrogen balance seems to be the same regardless of protein source, whether it's plant or animal based. There's large population cohorts where they look at sarcopenia, so elderly populations, and they look at where they're getting most of their protein from, whether it's plant-based or animal-based. Again, it's not a predictor of sarcopenia when you adjust for actual protein intake. So as long as you're getting the same amount of protein as somebody who's eating meat, even if it's plant-based, you don't have any higher risk of sarcopenia. And when you look at research directly assessing body composition changes from animal or plant sources of protein, identical effect when it comes to muscle mass and strength gains. There are some studies showing that muscle protein synthesis may be higher postprandially after consuming whey versus some other protein source, but again, that's not directly assessing body composition changes, and the results vary from study to study. So I wouldn't be concerned.
Okay. Okay. Would you say that's more like for the general population, or would that also apply, you think, to people that are like more invested in building muscle?
Well, again, there's randomized trials where they directly assess body composition changes with resistance training. So,
okay.
For those
when you said body
populations,
I assume you just meant, I assume you just meant like weight loss, but I understand now. Okay. Would you expect whey to be like relatively cheaper, like even in a small margin, than like a lot of these vegan protein sources, or would you expect it to be about the same? What do you think?
It kind of depends on the source. So some of these bigger brands like Optimum Nutrition, sometimes they're cheaper, sometimes they're more expensive. It has to do with like economies of scale. So if most of what they're selling is whey protein and they don't really sell much pure soy, they tend to be a bit more expensive, but again, it depends. Like you can get some extremely, extremely expensive whey protein. I forget the brand name, but yeah, back in the day, it tasted amazing. Came in a big red tub, but it was also insanely expensive. It was like, I think I was paying like $90 for a tub that wasn't even a kilogram. So it really depends on, what source. The stuff I'm getting right now, I think, is a bit cheaper than what I was paying when I was buying whey protein. Because if you get unflavored whey or just whey protein that's not flavored well, it's just disgusting.
Sure. Next thing I can think of is how much protein do you think you consume relative to your body weight? I think you mentioned you were somewhere around 210 pounds. Is that right?
Yeah, it's about 0.75 grams per pound of body weight. So I think right now that would, I know I'm getting about 180 grams per day.
Oh wow, that's exactly what I'm getting. I only went like 170 though. Okay. Yeah. So about 0.75 is about what you get. Would you recommend anyone else get any amount higher? Is there you think any reason to get any much higher than that?
No. So when you look at meta-analyses on protein intake versus body composition changes and strength changes, the benefit seems to peak out at 0.75 grams per pound of body weight. Now that's an average. Certain people may be more anabolically resistant, and they may also not absorb protein sources as well. They might have like unique digestive issues. So they may need more protein. Might be sensible to recommend more protein for people who are a bit more elderly. But if you're, if you're like 30, fairly young, I would say most people would just be fine with 0.75 grams of protein per pound of body weight.
Okay. So how precise do you tend to be when like you're tracking your macros or maybe just generally your calories? Is that something you put a lot of effort into?
I track my calories pretty accurately. I track my protein pretty accurately. But as far as carbohydrates and fat, not particularly accurately. Yeah, protein and calories would be the most important one. I do tend to undereat fats, so I make sure that I cook with oil, just to make sure that I'm getting enough fat. But yeah, I don't really track carbohydrate and fat all that accurately.
Okay. That's pretty much all I have for nutrition. I do have a couple other questions that I like more broadly in veganism. Hope you can
Yeah,
answer.
sure.
How are we doing on time? Not taking too much time so far?
It's okay.
Okay. We talked a little bit earlier about some lab-grown meat. What are some factors you might think would accelerate this, like the mass production of lab-grown meat? You think any of these are in the near future, or just really far away?
I don't think it's really far away. Right now, it's just economies of scale, and yeah, it's just hard to make it economical. There are like continuing advancements with making it more efficient, more economical, and again, another issue is just economies of scale. So they just need more investment. They need more of these, I think they call them like bio tanks or something, to make enough to make it cheap to sell like on the mass market. Aside from that, just some more advancements, breakthrough. So just more investor funding. They might be able to use artificial intelligence to help as well.
Okay. And then more broadly, like what are some things you expect that might advance veganism in the near future?
I think it's just going to be technological changes and probably geopolitical issues. So, disease transmission. So, if more of these diseases coming out of China ends up infecting, farm animals in the U.S. or Europe, that would probably be a pretty strong political incentive to switch to lab-grown meat or just using meat alternatives. Rather than farming animals that'll spread, coronavirus or swine flu or something, and just having a more economical and environmentally friendly alternative. So, like lab-grown meat.
Okay. A little bit of an observation here. Do you think it's more like do you think it's more the case that we're going to see a lot of push factors pushing people away from like the meat industry rather than like pulling from like the terms of veganism?
Yeah, I think it's going to be more push factors, because again, like most people just don't care. If
Okay.
Like, I mean, look at Donald Trump. I mean, the guy's admitted to sexually harassing women.
Yeah.
He's being found liable for sexual assault. He's probably a Russian spy close to Putin. He's committed, I don't know how many fucking felonies. The insurrection. Nobody cared about that, still voted for him. So your average person is probably going to, like, if you tell your average person, oh, you're killing animals and stuff, like, if they don't care about Donald Trump and they're still willing to elect him, I don't see telling your average person that, oh, it's mean to eat meat because it's bad for animals. So I think there's going to be factors pushing them away from it, like zoonotic disease transmission, rather than something pulling them into it, like animal ethics.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, super agree with all that. There's one more question I have. I had a lot of these written down. This one's a little bit about the hypothetical we had earlier. I heard of where you might like in a vacuum if someone stumbles upon like a human corpse in the woods, it might be okay to eat them. But I would think about this with animals. I think this is a curious like thought experiment. If there was some way to like optimize out suffering from an animal that were being farmed for meat, do you feel like there'd be some way where we can consider that okay, or you think it'd still be like extremely objectionable? What do you think?
The only way I could see it being okay is if you could somehow breed animals that aren't sentient. So if you could like genetically engineer cows to not actually be conscious, but they'll still eat grass or something, that would be a way in which it would be morally acceptable if you have species that have literally been bred to not feel pain or suffer or have any conscious thought. Aside from that, like if you're talking about conscious beings and just slitting their throats open, I can see a way of making it less bad by treating them well, but it would still be bad.
Okay. I had a few things I listed down that might have like set a scene of like the kind of things you'd be looking for. Like the idea would be like we could wait for the very late in life where we think they're actually like on their deathbed, dying, not having a good time. We could use some kind of painless injection. Make sure during their life they're given lots of space, foods, of course, making them like making sure they're comfortable and stuff. And I like maybe some further optimization. So even if we had like all these kind of ways to develop a way to optimize out suffering, do you think those would still be like too much because it's a conscious being?
Yeah, so I wouldn't be in favor of doing that with human beings. So if we just injected a human being with like some death potion where they would just die and not experience any suffering, you're still killing them. They still have a will to live. So I'd find that morally objectionable if you did that to an animal. As far as letting them like live until they like die of a heart attack or something in old age, that has its own set of issues. It's completely uneconomical. It also massively increases disease risk. There's actually laws with how long a cow can live before you can't use it for meat because of risk of mad cow disease. So that would be completely it just wouldn't be economically viable, and even if it was, you're still breeding these animals, keeping them in captivity. Like if you were to do the same thing with human beings, I would still think that's morally objectionable.
Okay. More with the idea of like at their deathbed, like using their corpse almost in a sense. Is there some degree, do you think, at which we could like give them enough space, give them enough area where it's almost not captivity, and give it lots of food? You know, make sure we reduce suffering so much, like they actually are essentially just dead, and assuming we have like some magic way to not have those logistical problems of like disease and getting rid of all that. Assuming we could do all of that, would that change your mind about this kind of this kind of farming for animals still, or you feel like you'd still be
Well,
being
yeah, like,
objectionable in that
okay,
sense?
so if you had a hypothetical scenario where, let's say you had, like, a lot of deer living out in the woods, and it literally wasn't captivity, they were living out in the woods, and we had drones that just track deer, and when a deer just dies of old age, the drone would pick up the deer, send it to a factory, and then chop it up for meat. Like, I wouldn't have a problem with that in a vacuum. The issue is still things like zoonotic disease transmission, and like when you're talking about a situation like that, like practically nobody would be eating meat. I just don't see a world where that would ever be economically viable.
Okay. Yeah, so it's like a magical mystery land, but like if it were possible, it's probably not objectionable.
If animals were just living freely and then a drone would just come by and pick them up after they die, yeah, I wouldn't think it's morally objectionable unless you're talking about a species like humans or something that mourn their dead, maybe. But yeah, if we're not having those sorts of concerns, then no, that in and of itself wouldn't be morally objectionable.
Good to know. Well, I appreciate all the answers. That's all the questions I had.
Thank you, Muskie.
You're welcome. All right.
We go on, man. And then we've got the vegan conservative. Maybe.
I don't know if he knows he has to go into the thing.
There should be a button you have to press to pull you up, vegan conservative.
Because somebody else was confused about that.
Yeah, they just modified the stage channel, so it used to be a hand. I'm not sure what it shows now, but they just changed it like a week ago.
Oh, there is. Yeah.
Hi, vegan games. Hi, vegan games.
Okay, this might be a troll.
No, I'm not trolling. I just sound like this.
Okay, you can just kick him.
Already on it. Hey, Effie, I'm pulling you up.
Hi, vegan.
I don't know what happened there.
Your mic is muted. There we go.
Oh, hello, testing.
Hey.
Hey, so I'm not going to ask anything vegan related because I'm vegan myself, so don't really have many questions. But you're Canadian, so the question I have is, who do you plan on voting for in the upcoming election, and why?
Conservatives. Yeah, conservatives. So, the Liberal Party has had 10 years to run the country, and they've done an absolutely terrible job. We've had the lowest GDP growth out of any G7 nation. Crime has been getting ridiculous, and rather than actually doing anything about it by just having increased mandatory minimum sentencing, stuff like that, they've gone completely the opposite direction, where rather than doing things like increasing mandatory minimums, having higher bail or stuff like that, they're just letting criminals out. So they're not even demanding any bail. They've also instructed judges to use some sort of criteria based on race and ethnicity to determine whether somebody should just be released and to determine sentencing. So if you're Black, Native American, Indigenous, or an Indian immigrant or something like that, they're instructed to give lower sentencing and give them preferences when it comes to bail. And even when they miss their court dates, they're still instructed to still let them out. And what it's resulted in a massive increase in crime, especially violent crime. So now you're getting way more home invasions, and they're happening in weird areas where you don't generally see them. You're seeing more shootings. Shootings have doubled in the last 10 years, even after all the anti-gun policies they claim to talk about. And you're also seeing shootings, again, at very weird hours in, like, right in the middle of the afternoon where kids are playing at playgrounds and in kind of wealthier parts of the city and neighborhoods. And everything's just gotten worse. So I'm kind of done with the Liberal Party. You have to... Yeah, even if the Conservative Party were kind of unappealing to me, I'd end up voting for Conservatives, and the NDP are basically just like the Liberals, so that's a non-starter. Conservatives actually seem to have a fairly sensible economic plan. They're talking about just industrializing more, trying to get rid of some of the stupid trade wars between provinces, which is a huge hindrance to our economy. And they want to legalize guns, whereas the only reason the Liberals are trying to take away your guns is to just try to get more votes. It's entirely cynical. They don't actually believe any of these firearm policies will do anything. And case in point, they don't. Shootings have increased, even after the bannings. There's not a single police agency in the entire country that supports the firearms ban. A lot of experts have also said it is literally logistically impossible to impose these bans as well. So what they're doing is trying to impose a ban that's going to cost a ton of money that isn't even logistically possible. And what I find especially offensive about all of this, they have told police agencies after all of these shootings and home invasions, leave your car keys at your front door so that when people break in, they can just steal your car rather than going into your bedroom and waking you up and starting a fight and, you know, possibly getting into a violent altercation. It's ridiculous. So the Liberal Party is just a party of poverty, pro-crime, and they're absolutely useless. And at least conservatives make some amount of sense. And I also have absolutely zero faith in Mark Carney. He is a billionaire who just paid himself into the Liberal Party. He literally paid to be prime minister. As far as I can tell, he has absolutely no experience in government, and he's just going to either continue current Liberal policies, or he's just going to be insanely corrupt and just do things that will benefit him and his businesses.
He was the economic advisor for Justin Trudeau.
Yeah.
For the last 10 years.
Well,
what do you think of the PPC?
Was he?
Oh, sorry. He was, yes.
Was that an official position or?
I believe it was, but either way, he basically was behind Trudeau's entire economic plan.
Okay,
for the
so
last,
basically he's partly responsible for the worst GDP growth out of all G7 nations and all the other crap. So not
Correct.
impressed.
What do you think of the PPC party?
PPC, what is that?
The People's Party of Canada. They're basically our most right-wing party that we have.
I don't know anything about
It's ran
them.
by Mark Barney. Okay, I'll move on to the next question. What do you think of our immigration policies in Canada for the last several years, particularly most of this immigration coming from India? Do you think people's frustration with this is warranted? Do you think that Canadians are unfairly blaming these immigrants for like inflation and the housing crisis that we're currently experiencing? Do you think it's justified for people to have cultural concerns as well regarding the types of immigrants we're allowing into the country en masse?
Well, this happened to practically every country after COVID. There was a need for rapid immigration, just because of the job losses and everything. The Liberal Party probably overreacted to it, and this is also probably a unique situation Canada's in, because we already had a housing issue before, so when you rapidly allow in a ton of immigrants, it's only going to get worse. So I'm not going to say it was a bad decision for them to do it, but there was already a problem there that the rapid increase of immigration exacerbated, but it probably prevented more economic slowdown due to COVID. So you could have gone either way on that issue, and you're just choosing whatever problem that you want to deal with. As far as like people complaining there's too many Indians here, like, for the most part, it's mostly Karens that I see saying this. I've seen a bunch of, like, conservative pundits in Canada talk about how, Peterborough, it's like an Indian neighborhood. It's like, okay, well, they're brown. I don't see them really causing any problems. It's not like Germany, where you've let in a ton of, refugees, quote unquote, from Syria and Afghanistan who are literally blowing up buildings or ramming cars into people. So it's mostly Karens complaining about this. I don't like Indian. I lived in a neighborhood with a ton of Indian people. They're not. Yeah, they don't really cause problems. They're usually cool, chill people. There are a number of issues with a lot of the Indian immigration. Like, they're getting exploited. It's like almost like human trafficking, where just a bunch of people from like Subway are getting them to do work for really shitty pay and crap. And they also hold over their head that if you lose this job, you're going to get deported. So then they treat them like shit, force them to do overtime work without pay. There's issues like that, but as far as it actually impacting Canadians, not really. And in the long term, assuming you can deal with issues when it comes to construction, the immigration is probably a good thing, because it's just more people to work in construction to build new homes. So in the long term, it would actually be a solution to the housing issue. In the short term, yeah, if you're not doing any construction and there's a lack of housing, especially affordable housing, yeah, it's going to drive up the cost of rent. There's also more rent competition, so it's harder to actually find a place.
What do you think of the immigration issue in Western Europe in particular? And do you think that Europeans' concerns that they are basically starting to become outnumbered by immigrants, especially third world immigrants with values and cultures that are incompatible with Western culture? Do you think that is a valid concern that they have? And if so,
Yeah.
what do you think the solution is?
Yeah, in Europe, that is definitely an issue, because you're dealing with much smaller territories and much more rapid change in demographics, and the countries that they're selecting immigrants from are fucking crazy shitholes, like Afghanistan, Syria. That's why you see way more terror attacks there. And I mean, like, people from Germany, Sweden, the UK, like, they upload videos where you have Muslims chanting in the street for Sharia law. They're advocating for killing apostates. There was a big Muslim leader in the UK that actually got arrested for supporting terrorism. He was sending money to ISIS and some other terrorist organization. I think his last name was Chowdhury. He was huge in the UK among Muslims, and there were a bunch of Muslim lawyers that were also trying to keep him from getting arrested, and he was advocating for Sharia zones in the UK. So, yeah, the UK has its own set of issues, and that's in large part due to just where they're selecting immigrants from. The solution to that is, yeah, just don't let anybody in from Afghanistan or Syria, and if you do, they better have like some crazy PhD education. Otherwise, yeah, like the amount of terror attacks they have there versus Canada or the US is just out of this world.
Well, why do you think that Muslim immigrants have like a better chance of assimilating or integrating in America or Canada versus Europe? Like we don't really like we've accepted a lot of Muslim immigrants as well from like Syria and not so much Afghanistan, but definitely like Iraq and Syria and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like we don't really have terrorist attacks, but like in Western Europe, it seems like they just have trouble integrating. Why do you think that is?
I think some of it has to do with, again, how we select. So Canada probably has different requirements. I know in Germany, at least for a while, they didn't even demand that you have a certain level of income. And my wife immigrated here. She's not Muslim. She's from Belgium. But I remember on the immigration papers, in order for her to immigrate, either she or I had to have a certain amount of income. I know for a fact in Germany, at least temporarily, they did not have any income requirements. So literally anybody, completely and utterly penniless, they were willing to get them to fly out here, give them a place to stay, also give them, I think, what's equivalent to like $4,000 a month for like 6 months, and they're also given like free cell phones and stuff. So I think that has a huge factor on the types of people who end up moving here. Also, just geographic location. Some of these Muslim countries are just closer to Europe, and it's just easier to move there. So flying out to Canada is a bit different than flying out to like Germany from Afghanistan or Syria. So you might just end up having more Muslims immigrating who are like terrorists and crazy just to a closer country that's giving them a free ride versus here where, okay, you need to be making at least, I think the number was like 35,000 per year when I was looking at Jasmine's immigration papers.
Oh, okay. I don't think in Canada, if you're coming as a refugee, you need a certain
Yeah,
like
it might be different for
amount in your bank
refugee
account.
status. Yeah, it might be different for refugee
Because
status.
that's basically how almost all the Muslims were able to immigrate here. They came as refugees and then they were able to get like their papers and stuff like that, and then their citizenship,
Yeah.
because you can get your citizenship in like 5 years. It's not
I-
really that hard in Canada.
I know when I was in high school, I knew a kid in I think he was in my English and in my art class. He was a refugee from Afghanistan, and he legit supported the Taliban. He actually told me he is in support of the Taliban, and he thinks women should not be allowed to go to school. So, I don't know how. I don't know if that's just a rarity, or if Canada is doing some other kind of screening or background checks compared to Europe. But yeah, it may be a number of factors. There may be some Muslim communities that had already been established in Europe, and they kind of coordinated together. And they said, hey, these European countries will give you a free ride, and we can set up like terror organizations or like, pro-Muslim stuff here. And you just ended up having more of this like insane terrorist migration or like crazy Muslim migration to Europe versus Canada, where maybe those same communities weren't established, and historically they just required more of these moderate Muslims who are actually productive and making like a minimum amount of income before they could move here. So just the communities that had already been established were different. And then when immigration kind of increased, you're just seeing, different communities of Muslims immigrate.
What did you think of the interaction in the Oval Office between Trump, Zelensky, and Vance? And do you think everything that went down was like premeditated?
I don't know if it was premeditated, but there is a very good amount of evidence to suggest that President Trump is a KGB agent who was recruited in 1987 during one of his bankruptcies. And you can make a reasonable case that Trump might be sympathetic to Russia for ideological reasons, like maybe he kind of likes Putin a bit, they're friendly. Maybe he just likes fascism or something, or maybe Putin to him just represents like ethno-nationalism or something. Like he might have those ideas. But his response to Zelensky and what he did after pulling aid to Ukraine, stopping intelligence sharing, like that goes way beyond what you'd expect from that. So I'm pretty sure he's a KGB agent. That's really the only sensible explanation for how he's acting. And Vance, I don't know if he's actually fundamentally pro-Russia. I do know that he is a massive racist, and he actually follows literal Nazis on Twitter. Somebody found Vince's Twitter profile following a guy who makes post after post after post saying darkies should be wiped out, Jews are evil, like, you know, crazy posts like that. Why is Vance following a guy like that on Twitter? People have known for a while the guy is an ethno-nationalist despite being married to an Indian woman. The guy's just a loser idiot, and he's called Trump a Nazi himself, ironically. So we know Vance doesn't like Trump, but he's just bending to the knee, being a yes man for whatever Trump does. So that kind of explains his behavior with Zelensky, but I'm pretty goddamn sure Trump is just a Kremlin spy, and that's why he's having these issues with Zelensky.
So do you think that with everything Trump is doing, pulling aid from Ukraine, I don't know if he was threatening to pull out of NATO, but Elon Musk has been like encouraging him to like withdraw from NATO. I don't know if he's actually going to do it or not, but if he did, it would definitely be a disaster. The tariff situation, like it seems like America is starting to like alienate themselves from the rest of the world.
Yep.
Do you think there's going to be a lot of global tensions in the next few years, possibly World War III? Or do you think at the very least America is going to lose its position as like a global like power?
The United States is definitely going to lose its position as like a global leader. Europe has committed to basically trying to form its own united military. It's pretty clear that they know they have to do that for security. So they're not going to rely on the US or NATO anymore. As far as trade, that might improve after Trump's presidency, and maybe the next president is going to improve international relations. The one advantage the US has is that it just has such a massive, massive domestic market, and it's still a pretty wealthy nation. So other countries cutting themselves off from US trade, it's not beneficial to them. It does hurt the United States, but it also hurts them a lot. So that's the one benefit the US has. So I do see a future after Trump's presidency where you do see these tariffs lifting, improvement with international relations. But yeah, Trump is fucking shit up, and at least in the short term, he's probably going to trigger a recession.
Do you think the World War?
This will be. There are a lot of people with their hands raised.
Oh,
still,
okay,
so this will
okay.
be the last question.
Okay, I'll ask one last question. Another one. What do you think of sex work?
I think everybody should be able to do whatever the hell they want with their body, and if you're going to allow for sex work, it should just be regulated like any other industry.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much.
All right, no problem.
Thank you for the question, Zeffy. Appreciate you coming up. And then we've got Death of Rabbit.
Yo, what up, dude?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yo, so it was a couple months ago. You kind of went on like this whole red pill arc just for a little bit. So I remember specifically there was this employer who borrowed a kidney from, was it the employee? We're
Yeah.
covering that, and And I remember you saying, "Oh, of course it was a woman."
Yeah.
Like, what about that specific instance was like a specifically a woman trait of a woman?
Yeah, women, in my opinion, tend to be far more pragmatic and less appreciative. So I would just so everybody knows what we're talking about, there was a female employer who had a female employee. The female employer was acting really nice and friendly to this female employee. After this female employee gave her kidney, the female employer started treating her like shit, bullying and harassing her, and then eventually firing her. And this is after she gave up her kidney to save her boss. So, I've just seen that kind of behavior from women far more than men, and I think there's just aspects of female psychology that can account for that, where if you show like some kind of weakness to a woman, they're going to exploit that weakness in a different way than men do. So this female employer probably felt that, why would an employee give their kidney to me when, I'm not like a friend or family? And then she just realized, I can test the waters and walk over this person. And sure enough, they did. I just see that kind of behavior more often with women than I do with men, where I'd expect a man to be like, oh, wow, I really appreciate that. I'm not saying like a male employer would not think of firing the employee maybe down the line, but yeah, as far as like, just when you give women things like a kidney or a lot of money or a car or something, like just go out of your way to do something nice for them, I see far more women treating the person terribly that is being charitable compared to men, whereas men are just appreciative. So that's what I meant by that.
Okay. I get that. Not to that extreme, but I do kind of seen that play out in my life a little bit, but I can see that. And then one other thing I wanted to mention was, I remember you were covering the whole Pixie Destiny drama.
Yeah.
And you kind of justified the whole conflict with you justified the conflict with the reason why it was justified was because Destiny, well, Pixie did the same thing that Destiny did. So would you still condone? I mean, what's the word? Would you still criticize Destiny for sending?
I would criticize him for sending nudes of other people, not Pixie specifically, because you could make a very sensible argument that there was an implicit agreement between Destiny and Pixie where nude sharing was just fine, given the set of circumstances. But as far as the other girl, Cherry, absolutely not. His wife, Melina, absolutely not, unless there's some other conversation they had that hasn't been brought to light yet where neither of them cared. But Cherry, definitely not. Pixie, yeah, that seems like fair game to me.
Okay, that makes me feel a lot better about that. And then one last thing is how did you eat 850 calories a day and you're like super chubby, and then you went to ultra lean, like without losing? I know you mentioned you didn't really lose much strength.
I have a very easy ability to maintain muscle mass compared to your average person. I've definitely noticed that's probably a genetic thing. I did make sure to eat mostly protein when I was on that diet, just to spare muscle mass. But yeah, I can lose weight very, very rapidly compared to an average person without losing much, if any, muscle mass or strength. It's likely a genetic thing.
Bro, that's crazy, because like I cut recently and I'm an intermediate, and I lost like almost 30 pounds on my bench. on my 1 rep max after I got down to like 13%. And I was going very slow too.
Yeah, yeah. Some people with moderate dieting, they're gonna end up losing a lot of strength, but yeah, I can maintain most, if not all, and sometimes even make progress while very rapidly losing weight.
All right, bro. I appreciate you.
All right, thanks, dude. See you around in
Yeah,
my
see
chat.
ya. Yeah, bye.
Thank you, Rabbit. And then Oceans Fly.
Can you hear me? Testing.
Yep. What's up?
Nice. All right. I'll try to make it quick. It's a few questions. First one. What are the best? Actually, I'll start with this one. I've heard this could be wrong, but I've heard you had a cat that died shortly after the putting it on a certain diet, like vegan diet. Is that true?
No, I had Prismo for 4 years. I had him since I think he was about 8 to 10 weeks old, and he was on a vegan diet since I adopted him. He ended up dying after he got some kind of infection in his paw. Apparently, it's fairly common for cats to get kidney issues after infection. But,
Okay.
yeah.
What's best to feed like a cat? Like if you're gonna feed your cat vegan, what's the best?
Yeah, so I
What's the
would feed them a vegan cat food that's formulated, for cats. So it has all the nutrients added to it. I like Benevo. That seems to be the best food. One thing you want to look out for if you're feeding a cat a vegan diet is their urine pH. Cat's urine pH should be fairly low. And if it's too high, they can be prone to getting urinary tract infections. So you might find certain cat foods do get their urine pH a little too high, and if that's the case, you might want to switch to a different cat food or give them a supplement that's high in methionine, which lowers their urine pH, and you can monitor that with cat litters that change color based on urine pH.
Okay, I'll look more into that. And it's Benevo, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The other one is what's your what is the this one's harder. What is the criteria for a living organism deserving rights? Like where does the threshold? Where's the line?
Yeah,
at?
I would say the minimum criteria would be sentience. So that would be the bare minimum, because if you don't have sentience, then you can't experience like well-being or pain and suffering. Like you're basically just talking about a rock.
Okay. What like you wouldn't say like any bugs or like this is applied to frogs, bees, ants, like.
So long as they're sentient, and they have a substantial enough sentience to, again, experience like pain, suffering, well-being.
Okay. Would you say that they do, or?
I'm biased to thinking that at least some insects are absolutely sentient. Like I think sentience, like in bees, is pretty much undeniable. It's possible that there are some insects, like maybe some mites, that aren't sentient. But yeah, like, I mean, they have eyes, they have a nervous system. A lot of them do have a brain, albeit a very primitive brain. So I would just lean on, I would just be careful to not assume they're not sentient and treat them as if they are sentient, given the preponderance of evidence.
Okay. The other one is what are your thoughts on antinatalism? And is this what's your thoughts on antinatalism?
Well, it's purely subjective. So, if you think the amount of suffering in the world doesn't justify existence, then, that's just your own personal preference or view. I don't really have an argument against it. I think if you're going to advocate for antinatalism in a practical sense, the reality is antinatalism is only really going to be popular in areas like the United States, Canada, Europe, and I think there is an antinatalist movement that is actually getting popular in India. But most of these other countries, shitholes like China, a lot of the Middle East, they're not antinatalist. So when you're talking about promoting, modern Western people who live fundamentally pretty good lives, not having children and allowing these shithole fascist dictatorships to take over. If your ultimate goal is to reduce or eliminate suffering, if you're using antinatalism as like a political strategy, it's probably not really going to work in the long run.
Yeah. Okay. Best vegan multivitamin brand, just to make sure I'm getting also like the zinc and the B12.
I wouldn't be able to recommend a best brand. I would just look at the back of the label and just look up RDAs for certain vitamins, and also consider your own nutritional needs. So some multivitamins are severely underdosed with a lot of things. I've seen a lot of multivitamins that are extremely underdosed for like vitamin B12 or vitamin D. So if that's the case, and you're just relying on that for those vitamins, you probably either want to take a different multivitamin or take an additional supplement. And depending on your own nutritional needs, like you may have a diet that's very, very low in iron. So if you're taking a multivitamin, just make sure that that multivitamin has an adequate amount of iron. Aside from that, I can't really recommend a best brand.
Okay, so just look out for that. Okay. And what's your ethical paradigm? Like you hold all these moral views. What's your paradigm behind all of it?
I don't know what you mean by that. Like, it's entirely based on my preference. Like, I just want to see less suffering and death, more well-being. That's what I'm kind of looking for, while also maximizing rights of an individual.
Okay, so it's not. So it's like a mix of maybe a mix of rule utilitarian with some deontological ethics. Just a mixture of certain things, I guess.
I would classify myself as a threshold deontologist.
Okay, threshold. Wait, threshold as in what do you mean by that?
So there's a threshold in which I would not consider the deontological position and consider the utilitarian position. So if I were to say, we should all have a right to free speech, but if free speech caused infinite, unending suffering of infinite beings, then I would say, okay, well, maybe we shouldn't have free speech.
Okay. Okay. Let's say my house, quick little trolley problem. Let's say my house is getting infested with termites. So there's things eating up at the walls, right? Or bugs or whatever. Let's say termites, for example. How do if I were to treat these things as sentient beings with rights, how can I get rid of them from my home? How do I apply this practically?
Yeah, poison.
Poison? But
if there were humans that were chipping away at your house with pickaxes, and the only way to get rid of them was to shoot them, it's your property, you have a right to defend your property. The only way I know how to get rid of termites is with poison. So if there was a similar situation with a human being, I'd be fine with killing people.
Okay. All right. Wow. Okay. I will. Yeah. I don't eat vegan, but I've been starting to look more into it as I finally finished a lot of the other political, philosophical topics and stuff. I certainly don't like Trump. Yeah, veganism is what I'm currently researching and looking more into. So I would say that I'm inquiring for sure.
All right, cool. If you don't go
That's
vegan, there will be consequences. I'm coming for you.
All right. Well, yes, sir. That's about it. I appreciate it. Keep doing what you're doing. I followed. Was it Militant Vegan? Was it Militant?
Yeah, Militant Vegan. Her name's Rafaela.
Okay. All right, and I'll subscribe to you as well. Appreciate it. You have a good one.
All right, thanks, dude.
Yes, sir.
The questions have good notions. And then, we do have a fiery debater in the chat. We've got Brenda Debates.
All right.
Pulled you up, Brenda Debates. He did change the button you got to press, so it might look differently than usual.
Hey, what's up?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I don't actually know much about you, or about what, other than obviously you must be vegan.
Yes.
And you seem to hold some right-wing views, but other than that, I don't know much.
Wouldn't consider myself right-wing. I don't like to box myself politically. I'm not left or right. I just support political positions that I feel are sensible, but I think more of my political beliefs would fall into left-wing progressive.
This seems weird because you want to vote conservative. You're in the UK,
The
right?
Liberal Party sucks. Like, they're just terrible. There's no other option. The Conservative Party in Canada isn't like Trump, though, and they're not like right-wing AFD parties or wackos, like in Europe. So they're a bit more sensible. I don't agree with their social progressive policies when it comes to things like trans people. But again, I just feel there's bigger issues to vote on, like affordable housing, crime, stuff like that.
What are your feelings about Trump threatening to annex Canada?
It's absolutely retarded. I don't know what exactly would happen if he actually tried to do that. I have no idea if we'd try to go to war with him. I have no idea if other European nations would come to Canada's defense. That would be absolutely insane and psychotic. But his treatment of, he's basically just making the USA a complete pariah, and he's getting rid of like the US's role as, like the leader of nations. He's just isolating the US, making us like all of his allies enemies, ruining trade. So it's insane and just retarded.
Okay, so also I don't mean to repeat any questions you might have heard before because I don't really know a lot about you or
Yeah, it's
anything
cool.
like that. Why are you a vegan?
Because I think animal rights is a logical extension of human rights. So I believe humans should have rights. I don't believe there's any significant differences between humans and animals that would make it reasonable to take away animal rights, but grant humans rights.
Yeah, but clearly some animals are mere automatons, and while most animals, there's only a few that I think are conscious and self-aware, like some of the higher
Like, what do you mean by
primates and
that?
things like that. I mean, conscious and self-aware.
Consciousness and being self-aware are two different things.
Yeah, conscious and self-aware.
So consciousness and self-awareness are the two traits that you think it makes it okay to kill animals.
Yeah.
So if a human...
No, that's not what I said. That it's an animal that is aware of itself as a being in the world, right? Moving about in the world, right?
That would be
Is
most
aware of
animals.
us. I don't think so. I think that there's actually relatively few.
No, that would be most animals. Have you ever tried to chase a chicken or a bird or a squirrel?
Yeah, I have. They're hard to catch.
So they're aware of themselves in the world and they try to avoid you so they don't get killed and eaten.
Yeah, I don't think that follows.
Yes,
Right?
it
I don't
would.
think that because how so? What's the inference?
If they're not aware of themselves, then they wouldn't have a self-preservation instinct to not get killed and eaten.
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
How would that not be true? You'd have to have some sort of self-awareness. Maybe not being able to recognize yourself in the mirror, but you'd have to have some awareness that, oh, this thing is coming to hurt me, I better get away.
Yeah, they would not necessarily have a concept of me.
I don't think they... So, first of all, most of these animals are social. They do have, like, chickens have a pecking order. So the idea that they wouldn't have a concept of me when they try to get dominance over other animals, they fight for resources. If they don't have a concept of myself, like I don't even know what you mean by concept of myself. Like, yeah, they're not able to have a discussion on what is a self, what is a mind, how am I unique to any individual being. Is there just solipsism? Am I the only mind that exists? Like, yeah, sure, they can't have those sorts of philosophical discussions, but the idea that they don't have their own set of interests and recognize that I need food, I need to fight for this resource or, whatnot. They have some degree of understanding that they're a unique individual.
So seeking food doesn't mean that you have a concept of self, And avoiding things doesn't mean you have a concept of self, right? These are different things, and I'm not seeing any kind of you're just repeating your claim, so you're not really saying anything. Right?
Okay,
So I think
do infant humans have a concept of self? Because I know for a fact they
possibly not.
Yeah, so are you fine with killing babies?
No.
Why not? They don't have a concept of self.
Yeah, I know. I just don't prefer to do that.
Well, the basis for which you say it's okay to kill and eat animals is a lack of concept of self. So if there's humans, infants, for instance, that
Hey.
have a lack of concept of self, that would necessitate having the position that it's okay to kill infants.
In extreme circumstances, I would kill and eat a person.
Okay.
That
Has
doesn't mean
nothing.
that doesn't mean. Yeah. Yeah.
That
So in
has
extreme
nothing to do
circumstances,
with.
I would do that.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now.
Yeah. The moral basis is that there's a division, and it's not a sharp dividing line, but I think that there is clearly a gradient of degrees of consciousness, degrees of awareness, and the ability to suffer or to not suffer. An animal that can't suffer, for instance, insects, I don't think I don't have any obligations towards that animal.
So there may be some insects that can't suffer. It's possible, but I think it's pretty clear that a lot of insects do feel pain.
Avoiding stimulation doesn't mean you have a self. You're not a moral actor.
That's completely separate from whether or not they feel pain.
Yeah. No, I'm saying they have a self.
Right. So,
Right?
so if I were to ask you, name the trait that's lacking in animals that if lacking in a human being would justify killing and eating a human being, the trait that you've named is concept of self. So if we found humans that have a lack of concept of self, so infants, severely mentally disabled people, you'd be totally fine with killing and eating infants or mentally disabled people?
No, I wouldn't be. I wouldn't
Then
be.
that's a
So it's
contradiction
not
because
that
you just claimed that
it's
it is
not.
both true and not true that lack of
I'm
self
not.
justifies killing.
No. So the point is again, humans are at one end of consciousness, and there's a gradient, a degrees of consciousness between from humans down to
Yeah, you're not
insects,
answering my
right?
question. So name the trait that's lacking in animals that if lacking in a human being would justify killing a human being. What's the trait or set of traits?
There isn't one set of traits. I said it's a gradient. It's degrees. It's a matter of degrees.
Okay, so if I just told you, well, trans people are delusional because they have no concept of self. They can't even figure out if they're a boy or girl, so it's okay to kill and eat trans people. And they fall on this gradient where it's kind of okay to kill them. What would you have to say to me?
There was numerous ways that argument is incorrect.
Why?
Right? It's medically inaccurate. Right? Right?
How do we determine it's medically inaccurate?
By looking up the relevant medical authorities. Trans people are not delusional. It's not a mental illness.
Okay. Well, I would agree with that,
There
by
you
the way.
go.
I'm not anti-trans.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. But the point is that
You realize there
again,
are trans people who have admitted that they go in and out of dysphoria and they do have weird dissociative issues. And some of
that
them
would be
claim to be like gender fluid and stuff like that, who have some of these
that would be
dissociative problems. So would you say they
that
have
would be
a less of a lack of self than, say, average person?
that would be comorbidity, and people can have additional mental issues in addition to a
Would you say they
primary
have
one.
less of a lack of self than an average person? Or sorry, less of a
These are
concept of self than an
mental
average person,
people who
since they
have
have
mental
issues
health
with
issues,
dissociative disorder.
disassociation, right? That would be disassociating from yourself. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, so dissociative disorder. So not being able to clearly recognize yourself, not being able to recognize your own thoughts as your own thoughts, questioning who, what
Yeah,
you are,
yeah.
things like that. So they would have a less
Yep.
of a concept of self than your average person, correct?
No, no, that's not true. Right. So a schizophrenic who dissociates from themselves is due to medical reason, right?
Okay,
There are medical issues going on about signaling
I
and about
don't know how that's relevant. The relevance is the
same issue.
trait.
It's the same issue.
Well,
right?
the
You're talking about
relevance is the
disassociation.
trait. So the
You're
trait
talking about
that you're
disassociating, and you're just you said that some trans people dissociate, right? So do other people. So schizophrenics
yeah, so it's
also
not
dissociate.
necessarily unique to trans. I just use that as an example. But the point is, they have less of a concept of self compared to your average person. Correct?
Yeah, I don't. You have to have a self to disassociate.
Yes, but the point is, they have less of a concept of self. Like, do you think self can be on a gradient, where you might have a greater and greater concept of self?
Yeah, possibly. You might be. Yeah.
Right. So they'd be
It's
lower on the gradient of self.
Sure, but they still have.
So
one.
it's preferable to kill trans people or people who disassociate as opposed to average people.
No. I
Well,
wouldn't
why
say
not?
that
You
at
you just
all.
said this all exists on a gradient. The less of a concept
Yeah,
of
it
self, the more justified it is to kill somebody. So if somebody has a
Yeah, I
lower
don't-
concept of self, so somebody who's trans disassociates, it would be preferable to kill them over an average person.
No, it wouldn't be.
Okay, so then that's a
Right, I just like-
contradiction. So now you're saying it is both true and not true that you preferentially kill somebody based on the degree to which they identify themselves.
I'm saying that I wouldn't kill chimpanzees or gorillas either, and they have a much lower concept of self than humans do.
Yeah,
And
I
don't
asked
think
you
it's right-
whether or not it's preferable, not whether or not you would do it.
Yeah, I don't think it's preferable to kill any people in this group. We're talking about animals.
I'm not saying
beings
if it's
with-
preferable to kill them. I'm saying who would it be preferable to kill?
Yeah, I think it would not be preferable to kill any of them.
So if your claim is concept of self exists on a gradient, that gradient determines how preferable it is to kill an animal, then if a person is lower on that gradient, it would be therefore more preferable to kill them, correct?
I think that I would. It's a where you're going to place the line, and the line I would place would be further down, right? So it would never be okay to kill a human being, even a severely retarded human being.
Why?
And it would not be
If they're
okay.
trait equalized, how would that not be the same scenario then?
Because it's not the only factor in deciding what I should do or don't do. It's not the only factor.
So
It's
just a
just
question,
one.
you'd be totally fine with killing like cats and dogs if somebody wanted to slit their dog's throat open, throw them in the oven, and eat them, you'd have no problem with that?
People do eat cats and dogs.
Yeah, I'm asking you whether or not you have a problem with that. You would have no problem with me taking my cat right now, slicing its throat open, throwing it in the oven, and eating it in front of you?
Your cat. It's your cat. I don't have any rights over your cat.
Yeah, so I'm asking you, you would have no problem with somebody taking their cat or dog, slicing its throat open, throwing it in the oven, and eating it. It's a yes or no
Don't have a
question. Would you
problem.
have a
I don't
problem
have
with
a-
that?
I don't have a problem with dogs that are raised for meat.
Okay.
And there are cervets in China that are used as food. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, so you're a disgusting scumbag. Okay, continue.
Well, that's just your emotional reaction, right?
Okay,
I don't
well-
think you have. I
well,
don't think you have a good reason to judge me as disgusting because my moral system is different than
and
yours.
it's just
right?
your emotional reaction that when I
right.
bring up
That's
a
right.
lot of trans people dissociate, and then if somebody said it's okay to kill and eat trans people because they have a lower
didn't have-
concept of self, you're just putting the line in. You're just putting the line at a different part of the gradient. So if somebody argued
yeah.
it's okay to kill trans people and eat them because they have less of a concept of self than an average person, who are you to judge?
Yeah, this is not how things work. So I'm
No, it is.
just,
This is
no, it
how
isn't.
you work. You
Right.
just said
No,
everyone
it's
puts
not.
everyone puts things at a different area of the gradient. If I wanted to put my line in the gradient a little higher than you, where it's okay to kill and eat trans people because they have a lower concept of self than an average person, what's your argument?
that they have a significant sense of self. That
Well,
is, that
no,
is, it,
no, it's lower than your average person.
yeah, I can grant that as a given. Yeah, I can grant, say, somebody who is severely
Yeah,
mentally
so
retarded.
what's the argument behind killing and eating trans people?
They're people.
Yeah, but they have a lower concept of self than an average person.
Yeah, but it's still wrong to kill and eat them.
Why? They're at a lower end of the gradient.
Yeah, I know, but they're not that low.
Well, no, they are that low for me. That's where I put the line. So what's the
Yeah,
argument?
I know. That's okay. Well, there isn't an argument against it. It would just be a difference, right?
So you would literally not be able to argue against Donald Trump if he said it's okay to kill trans people because they have less of a concept of self compared
I
to...
think I would. I think I would. I would say that
Well,
they're
no.
people.
Well, that's just your preference.
Yes, yes, you're right. It's just my preference. Yes.
Okay.
What's wrong with that?
Oh,
It's
nothing.
my preference. Yeah.
Yeah, if somebody
Right?
wants to kill and eat trans people, that's their preference.
Yeah.
If somebody wants to kill and
Yeah.
eat dogs, that's their preference. Okay.
Yes, yes. Obviously, I would take action against people doing harmful things to trans people or severely mentally retarded people because I think that that's wrong.
But dogs, cats, pigs, cows that have
I don't.
are trait
It's not
equalized.
right. It's not one. I don't have a univocal look at it. Right. There's other things, other factors at play too. So dogs and cats, I am not comfortable killing and eating dogs and cats. I just understand that there are other cultures where that is acceptable.
And there's other cultures where it's acceptable to kill trans people.
Sure. Yeah, you're right. I would act against that, right? I would argue against it.
Yeah, and I'd argue against eating cats, dogs, pigs, chickens, because
Oh, okay.
they have
What's the
feelings.
argument?
I don't like seeing animals get tortured to death. Unlike you,
Oh,
I guess it's totally cool.
I would. That's unfair. That's not fair. So I
Sorry,
don't believe
how do you
in
think animals die?
in many different ways. So I don't think it's fair for you to slur me.
So if we had, so considering that over 90% of farms are factory farms where these animals are horribly mistreated and they die very violently often, a lot of these stunning methods that we use for humane slaughter often fail. So like bolt gunning, electrocution, gassing is actually, it always fails. It's horribly painful. And gassing is one of the most popular stunning methods for killing pigs. Why in the hell would you have a position if you have a problem with torturing animals where I have no problem with other cultures torturing and killing animals?
I think that there's no contradiction in my not wishing to cause undue suffering, even to animals that I consider to not be conscious or self-aware.
Well, what do you mean by conscious? Like, most of these animals are conscious. Like, have you ever gone to a park? Do you think squirrels aren't conscious? Do you think dogs running around, when you go outside, do you think they're not conscious?
I think consciousness is a sense of self-awareness.
That's not
being
what
being
consciousness is. You're talking about something
yeah, it is.
completely different.
No, they're
Consciousness
not
is just the
different.
ability to have a subjective experience. That's not what consciousness is. So you're misusing words.
Yeah, that's the definitionally what self-awareness
A
is.
subjective
Is a
experience
subject.
doesn't necessitate
Yes.
a concept of self. It just necessitates a
It
subjective
necessarily does.
experience. That's unique to the
Yeah.
individual. The individual doesn't have to recognize
the
itself
subject?
to have the subjective experience. So
Who's the subject?
it's a misnomer. You're not using the word properly. You're talking about
Who's the
something
su- who's the
completely
subject?
different.
Who's the subject? Who's the subject? In the subjective experiments, who's the subject?
Could be a human, cat, dog, whatever. They don't have to
No.
have a concept of self to have a subjective experience. The subject doesn't have to
How
recognize
can you?
itself as a subject.
I think you do.
No, you
Otherwise,
don't.
you can't. Well, that's your claim. What's your argument for that?
How is that analytically linked? Having a
because-
subjective experience is separate from recognizing yourself as a subject. That's a matter of intelligence, not a matter of whether or not you're having a subjective experience.
You can't have a subjective experience as a subject without experiencing oneself as a subject.
No, that's a matter of intelligence. That's not analytically linked to having a subjective experience.
I disagree. I think that.
Well, you can also disagree that, you can disagree that dragons don't exist or the Earth is round. Like, that doesn't mean anything. Can you demonstrate that?
I just told you it's definition. It's bound up.
No,
in the
it's not
definition.
analytically linked. You're talking about an aspect of intelligence, not an aspect of consciousness.
There's-
If I were to
Yes,
say you
no,
can have a
it's
subjective
consciousness, it's
experience
not
without having,
intelligence.
sorry, if you're saying you can have a subjective experience without having a subjective experience, that would make no sense.
No.
That would be a contradiction.
I'm saying that if you have a subjective experience, necessarily you see yourself as a subject.
Then either that is that would either be an admission that every animal recognizes itself as a subject, that is at least conscious, or or you're going to have to demonstrate how intelligence is analytically linked to sentience, because it's
think
not.
this has anything
That's
to
an
do with
aspect of intelligence.
No, I don't think it is.
Make an
Having
argument.
a subject-
Make an argument.
Having-
Make an argument. If you're saying a subjective experience requires a subject to recognize itself as a subject, then make an argument for it.
It's in the definition.
No, it's not in the definition.
Yeah, it's called a subjective
It's not
experience.
in the definition.
experience of
It's
the
not
experience-
in the definition, so make an argument.
Could you please not interrupt me? Yeah, I have a.
You're not making an argument.
So-
Make an argument.
You're not allowing me to talk.
Okay,
Right,
let's simplify this.
Calm down.
Formalize
Calm
an
down. So,
argument.
What is a subjective experience? The experience of a subject, right?
Okay,
So
look.
a subjective experience is
We
the
agree.
experiences that a subject has. Necessarily, then, one is a subject.
We can agree that a subjective experience requires a subject. What I want you to do is
Thank
to
you.
formalize
Thank
an
you.
argument
Oh,
where
you just agreed with me.
No,
Done.
no, I didn't.
You just agreed
No,
with me.
I didn't. The contention here is that the subject who is experiencing a subjective experience has to, by definition, recognize itself as a subject in order to have a subjective experience. Make an argument for that. That's the contention. I want you to formalize it. So P1,
Because
P2.
It's a necessary consequence of having a subjective
That's not an
experience.
argument. That's a statement. Make an argument. Make a
Right.
set of premises
Yes,
that
it's by
lead to a conclusion.
definition. I've defined.
No,
I've
you
defined
haven't.
subject-
Okay, this person's a
I
fucking
just
moron.
gave
They
you
can't
the
even come up
definition.
with an argument.
I just gave you the definition of a subjective
ready to move
experience.
on?
Is
Yeah, just move on. This person's an idiot.
Okay, Brenda, thank you for your time.
No, don't
Have a-
don't thank her. She's an idiot. You're an
Thank you,
absolute
Taco.
fucking moron.
Okay, we'll move on to the next person. We've got Klepto.
Yeah, what up?
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me, guys?
Yep.
Yeah, Vegan Gains, I was just gonna say, do you think it's possible to advocate for animal rights and not be vegan? Or, do you have to be vegan to advocate for animal rights?
Well, you certainly can. You'd just be a hypocrite. So there were slave owners that advocated against slavery. So, you know.
I get what you're saying there, but, what is the fundamental hypocrisy there?
Well, the hypocrisy is you're arguing against something that you partake in. So on some level, you're saying that it is okay for me to do this, but it's not okay for anybody else to do this.
I mean, isn't that all morality, or am I... Because it seems to me I thought we agreed on this, where we take kind of a pragmatic approach to morality.
I mean, I think if you want to be the best advocate for something, you're definitely going to ruin your credibility if you eat meat, but then you tell everybody to go vegan. So nobody's
but
going to take you seriously, and you're going to be a terrible advocate.
Well, I don't think someone should not take you seriously just because you're not a vegan and you're advocating for animal rights. I mean, I think there are many rights or arguments for animal rights that come out of just simply pragmatic reasons, right? Um,
Well, I mean, you could argue for animal welfare and just be a welfarist. You don't necessarily have to be a vegan to advocate for animal rights. So if you're just talking about blanketly any animal right, like, yeah, you could think it's okay to exploit animals to kill them, but you draw the line at like torturing them or something. So, I mean, yeah, but if you're talking about like the idea that you want to give animals the same rights as trade equalized human beings, but you're killing and eating them, that's absolute hypocrisy.
oh, okay. Well, but that's not the argument that I'd be making, though. You can give them rights without them like having the same level of moral consideration that like a human being would.
Yeah, so that's certainly possible without necessarily being hypocritical, but then you also get into practical issues where it's like, okay, if you're going to advocate for meat eating, and as more of the world becomes wealthy and has access to more and more meat, how are you going to argue for animal welfare standards while meeting the demands for meat consumption? Like, you're going to have factory farming. You're going to have to kill animals and raise them and grow them at an extremely fast rate. That's going to require selective breeding that makes them more prone to genetic diseases. They're going to have certain feed. So chickens are fed things like antibiotics to make them grow faster, which causes them to grow so fast they end up suffering from the incredibly fast rate of growth. You're going to have to process so many chickens through a slaughterhouse that by necessity, like, some chickens are not going to be killed in a clean, quick way. So if you're going to say, oh, I want to improve animal welfare standards, I don't think it's okay to, have animals be tortured or suffer. But you're at the same time like okay with these sorts of factory standards, like that's something where you could point to hypocrisy.
But I wouldn't be okay with those factory standards. I think we need to have way stronger regulations in terms of how we engage in the agriculture broadly, including especially animal agriculture, because of all the I forget the word, zoonotic
Disease
diseases.
transmission.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, even if you are in favor of eating meat, I mean, like, again, I am a meat eater, but I do acknowledge that we hyper overconsume meat. I think meat can still be a part of your diet, but not anywhere near the clip that it's like in America or in any Western nation for that matter. But I don't think
If
like
that's your concern, you're basically going to have to like completely get rid of the idea of things like free market capitalism. If you're worried about things like zoonotic disease transmission, because like just the sheer amount of animals that are getting killed for
wait.
meat.
I understand what you're saying, and I see where you're coming from, but it felt like when you were making the vegan argument, you were willing to consider like all sorts of crazy possibilities in terms of genetically modifying animals, or like carnivores to make them herbivores. So you're willing to go that far for veganism, but if I do the same for like being still eating meat, like I think you would
Yeah,
view that as
so
hypocrisy.
let's say we have a hypothetical future where we like cure all disease, and maybe we can use AI to design slaughterhouses where animals don't suffer, and maybe we can genetically manipulate them so they can grow very fast without suffering. I would still have a problem with the idea of these animals being exploited and killed. That's the fundamental issue I'd have. You could, in theory, solve all those problems that I brought up, but you wouldn't solve the problem of these animals being exploited and killed.
And like, that's bad because they suffer?
No, it's bad because of the idea of them being exploited and killed. Like, if we had humans in the same set of scenarios where you would grow humans, modify their genes so that they grow very quickly but don't suffer, they live relatively good lives, all things considered, and when they're killed, they don't suffer, they just die immediately. I'd still be against doing that with humans because you're killing them. Fundamentally, they have
Sure.
the will to live.
I guess I'll just ask this question when this comes up: is like, do you think there's something inherently like contradictory about being like speciesist or being self-interested in your own species and giving them like preferential treatment relative to other species?
It's not inherently self-contradictory, but when I run the name the trait problem, either people are going to have to bite the bullet on a contradiction, not bite the bullet on a contradiction. They're either going to have to result in a contradiction where they wouldn't be willing to do that with a trait equalized human, or they're going to have to bite the bullet on some insane hypothetical, like, murdering mentally disabled people. Like, that's what it usually comes down to.
And you think, okay, and you think that's necessary if you're viewing it from a speciesist point of view?
Well, no, what I'm saying is the idea that you prefer a certain species over another, it's not inherently contradictory, but if you're going to say one species deserves to live, one species deserves to die, and we're talking about two different sentient species, so like dogs or cows versus humans, what that usually ends up leading to is you're either going to have to accept your view is self-contradictory, where you have like some principle where it's okay to kill a species if they're less intelligent. But if a human was less intelligent, I wouldn't be willing to kill them. That would be a contradiction. Intelligence both does and does not justify killing. Or you end up biting the bullet and saying it's okay to kill mentally disabled people. That's what it always leads to.
I mean, I think there are multiple different factors that contribute to something's whether something's worthy of moral consideration or not. In my moral view, I guess in my philosophy, reciprocity and like it being pragmatic is important. I don't believe in objective morality or anything like that. So ultimately, I just pick moral positions that I think are in my own self-interest, and because otherwise your morality kind of doesn't work out in the end.
Well,
it'll just lose.
I mean, what would be the argument against killing and eating you?
Like if another human were to do that?
Well, it could be another human, could be a bear, could be anybody.
Okay, well, I mean, the argument would be that I'm able to reciprocate a moral system, right? Like I'm able to like acknowledge mutual rights that we both share and like respect that. If someone's unable to do that, then I think that removes a lot of the need for moral consideration from my point of view anyways. That doesn't mean that you can't grant...
So if you were mentally disabled, you'd have no argument for somebody killing you because you can't reciprocate.
On a certain level, yes, but there are other like arguments. Like I said, there are multiple factors that plays into this whether you're granted moral consideration or not. I mean, ultimately, I think we actually agree on that. Like, because
okay, so name the trait that's lacking in animals that if lacking in you would justify killing and eating you.
And so yeah, again, you're asking me like what grants something the right like moral consideration, right, to not kill them or farm them for food.
Like, what's unique about you that is not present in an animal that justifies killing the animal but not you? And if lacking in you, it would justify killing you.
I'm sorry, can you just repeat that question?
Name the trait.
You're asking me the name of the trait, right?
Yeah, name the trait that is lacking in animals that if lacking in you specifically would justify killing and eating you.
Yeah, so the way I would look at it is two things. Whether you're able to reciprocate a moral system, like, and yeah. Sorry, there was another one. I'm losing my train of thought here. I apologize. I mean, ultimately, we're having the name of the shame argument. Like, yes.
Yeah, only it's you specifically, not humanity at large.
Again, it would just be I would just appeal to the fact that yeah, I'm able to reciprocate moral system. I'm able to respect your right to life.
So if you were mentally disabled, you'd be fine with somebody killing you. So if you, I don't know, became a vegetable in a car accident, or if you were born with a disability, you wouldn't have an argument for anybody killing and eating you.
I mean, fundamentally, yes, but I don't think that you would only caveat that for pragmatic reasons, right?
So there you go. Point proven. It's okay to kill retards.
Let me just say this real quick, though. That would be the moral conclusion of like that philosophy. I understand that. However, you can still have pragmatic caveats. I'm not like I don't think that believing something means you have to fully believe in it. Otherwise, it's
Well,
like
no, what
like
you're
a
saying
fundamental
is you're
contradiction.
a Weasley dipshit who will take advantage of other people's generosity at others' expense. That's what you're saying. Because there's no consequence for me killing and eating animals. I'm just going to keep doing it because I feel that there's some personal benefit to me. But if somebody else treated me like an animal, oh, well, then I'd suddenly become an animal activist because then it benefits me personally. That's what you're saying. You're just a Weasley fuck who takes advantage of social systems so that you can get ahead at others' expense.
Is that what you? Is that truly what you think my position is on this?
That is clearly what your position is.
Okay, all right. Well, those are the only questions I had.
Okay.
Thanks for answering them. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you for coming up, Klepto. We've got 4 people left. 8-Bit raised his hand again, so we'll bring him back up in a second. We'll get to the others first, though, because he was already up. John?
Yo.
You're muted, John? You gotta mute yourself. You're not server muted.
Oh, hello?
There we go. Hey.
Hi. So I just wanted to say to Vegan Gains that the work you're doing and the message you're trying to spread is a very good one.
Well, thank you.
But I do have one critique to make, and that is when you, and I know it's very difficult not to when people say the things and act the way they act, but every time, and I know this is part of your shtick, but when you engage in ad hominem attacks, insults, or name calling, you take away from a great message that
I
you're sharing.
don't engage in ad hominem attacks or name calling. Ad hominems are when you use a personal insult in place of an argument. I don't do that. I may poke fun of somebody if the conversation isn't serious and they're just wasting my time, or I might just point out the fact that they're a fucking moron. That's not an insult, though. That's just a statement of fact, like that other person who came up who literally didn't understand that a subject does not have to recognize themselves to have a subjective experience. That person is definitionally a fucking moron, and stating that is nothing more than a statement of fact. It's not an insult.
Okay, so to say that's not an insult is gaslighting. But anyway.
Well, is Trump a moron?
Okay.
Like, is he stupid? Like, he may, in fact, have, like, an 80 IQ. Calling him an idiot is a statement of fact. That's not an insult.
Well, let me ask you one question about Trump, even though this is way off subject. Do you think he's a incredibly successful businessman, or
No.
not an incredibly successful businessman?
He made all of his money by getting an inheritance. He never made any money in real estate. That's why he went bankrupt 5 times. And during one of his bankruptcies, the Kremlin literally bailed him out, which is when he probably became a KGB agent. The only reason he made any of his money back when he was practically penniless is because he literally won the lottery with that stupid game show that he ended up getting. The only reason he got that game show was because some studio producers had this idea of The Apprentice. They couldn't actually get any successful CEOs or businessmen to do it. Trump was the only one to do it because he wasn't successful. He wasn't doing any business. No property developers wanted to work with him because he always lost money. And because of that, he was the only one willing to do it. So that's how he made all of his money back. And then he ended up going broke again magically. And then the only reason he has money now is because of that stupid crypto scam he pulled off and his massive billionaire political donors. And clearly he got some money from the Kremlin, and he likely also got money from Egypt. But those investigations were stifled because of his own interference.
I find it like humorous that people errantly consider declaring the word bankruptcy as like a failure. So because
yeah, when you go bankrupt 5 times, you're a failure. How many times has Apple gone bankrupt? How many times has Microsoft gone bankrupt? How many times has Samsung gone bankrupt? Yeah, right. Not 5 times.
So the people that lost money when he declared bankruptcy was not him. He just got out of a lot of debt, is what he did.
No, buddy, this guy does not even pay contractors. Every fucking contractor in New York will tell you never work with Trump because he will never pay you. There have been contractors that have built some of his buildings who had to sue him to even get some of their money back. There was actually a guy who killed himself. He ran a contracting agency. His business was kind of teetering. He was just getting by. He thought he won a big jackpot by getting a Trump contract. Trump never paid him. He fucking killed himself. So, no, Trump is not successful. He's not even able to pay his own employees. He doesn't pay contractors. He's been bankrupted 5 times. One of the ways he got out of bankruptcy was literally the Kremlin throwing money at him, and the only reason he had money in the first place was because he got a massive inheritance from his father. He's not a successful businessman. The guy's an absolute fucking retard. The only reason he has money now is because he just committed a fucking crypto scam. And that's after his presidency. It's a complete joke.
So we'll agree to disagree on that as well.
Yeah,
I
guess we're
suppose.
gonna have to.
But the main point was you do engage in ad hominem attacks, insults, and name calling. And my only point was, if you remove that from what you're doing, you actually might bring more people on board to veganism.
Okay,
That's
buddy,
all I
if I were to call you gullible, that wouldn't be an insult if you think Trump is a successful businessman. Just like if you were to think Trump is a good president, you're an idiot. That's not an insult. That is just a statement of fact. You are a gullible idiot if you think Trump is a good president and you think he's a good businessman. That's a statement of fact. That's not an insult.
So that is certainly an insult. And if you want to think that...
Do you think a statement of fact can, at the same time, also be an insult? Like, if you say somebody... Like, if somebody murdered a child, would you say they're a disgusting human being? Can that not both be insulting and true at the same time?
I would say that person is a murderer of a child. There are.
Do you think being called a murderer of a child could be insulting?
If you're a murderer of a child?
Yes. If you murder your child and you get called a child murderer, do you think that's not at the same time an insult, even if you're not going to go to the level of calling them a disgusting human being?
No, there's a difference.
Do you think Hitler was a disgusting human being?
I think Hitler was a murderer of many.
Do you think Hitler was a disgusting human being?
I think that person was an evil human, a human who followed more.
So Hitler is not a disgusting person for murdering 10 million people in the Holocaust? He's only a murderer?
Well,
is that too insulting for Hitler to call him disgusting? You're ridiculous. Like, get fucked. Oh my god, your complaint, like, this is your position? You can't insult somebody. Hitler was not a disgusting person. He was just a murderer. Okay, brilliant. Yeah.
I didn't say he's not a disgusting being. I'm not saying he is a disgusting human being.
I'm not saying Hitler was or was not disgusting. Great. You would really make friends with Elon Musk and maybe Kanye West.
See, you like to engage in insults and ad hominem attacks and name calling and those
yes,
of us with
it's
God,
so inappropriate for me to call Hitler a disgusting human being or Trump an idiot. That's crossing the line, calling Hitler a disgusting person. No need to insult somebody like that.
There's no need to insult any human being. You can make your case without doing that.
Right. No need to insult Hitler.
The problem is with you actually have a very good cause. Your cause for veganism is a very good cause. And there's a certain aspect of the way you go about delivering your message that could be better. That's all I'm pointing out to you. And if you open your mind and do some soul searching, you'll see you could
be received better by more people
Right.
if you remove
The
that.
the
But I
people
also
who are
understand that
slicing animals' throats open have a problem with me insulting them. Well, you know what? They can get
no,
fucked.
but the people eating those animals might be receptive to your message. I'm not talking about. There's a certain level of
No.
human
Look. I calls them as I sees them. If you are paying for animals to get brutally murdered, you're a fucking scumbag. If you have a fucking problem with being a scumbag or me calling you a scumbag, maybe don't do scumbag shit. Don't pay for animals to be murdered. Don't kill Jews. If Hitler doesn't want me to call him a scumbag, maybe he could stop killing Jews. If meat eaters don't want me to call them scumbags, maybe they can stop eating animals. I think that's a better solution to the problem than demanding me be nicer to Nazis.
So, first of all, I'm not demanding anything. I'm making a suggestion. And unfortunately, your mind is too closed to it. So there are less people you can actually bring on board to the
Yeah, look,
ideology.
if somebody was ethically minded and they had a genuine concern for who or what they're harming, I don't think they'd really hang on to me calling them an asshole. They'd probably think, oh yeah, maybe I am an asshole and I should change. Do you really think, like, do you think if I were to go to, like, China where people are literally hanging dogs upside down and beating them to death, like, do you really think if I say, hello, sir, you know, you're a really good person and all, but, you know, have you ever considered not murdering the dogs and torturing them before you kill them? Do you think they're going to change if I act nice to them? Like, fuck off. These people are abusing animals. The idea that I can change the way they think by just acting as if what they're doing is, you know, somewhat acceptable and it's not deserving of, like, ridicule. Fuck right off. Okay, if you have a problem with the way I treat you for killing animals, stop killing animals. Telling me, oh, you could be nicer about it. How about you go fuck yourself and stop stabbing animals in the throat?
You see, so I haven't stabbed any animals in the throat. And when I was 18 years old, and the idea of veganism and vegetarianism was presented to me, if it was presented to me by somebody like yourself, the way you're talking, and yeah, if you called me those names, I may still be eating animals.
Well,
to this
then
day.
you're an idiot,
The way
okay?
you're
Guess
going
what
about
stupid people do? Rather than actually listening to people's arguments, they hang on to stupid nonsense that's completely irrelevant, like how somebody was acting or how somebody was treating them. I don't care if somebody treats you mean or says mean words. If they make a good argument, you should listen. And if you're gonna fucking encourage this behavior, oh, keep murdering animals because someone was rude to you. Hey, buddy, you know what? Some jackass cut me off on the highway. I guess I'm gonna beat an old lady over the head. Like, what sense does this make? You're saying it's acceptable to kill animals and pay for animals to be murdered in factory farms because a vegan was mean to you?
When did I say that? I never said that. What I said is your method of spreading the message of veganism is flawed.
Do you have any evidence for this whatsoever?
Yes,
I have
myself.
not seen any evidence whatsoever that if I treat animal abusers with respect, they're more likely to not abuse animals. That is ridiculous. Do you think we should do the same thing with pedophiles? Rather than calling them fucking scumbag pieces of shit of society, maybe if we were just nice to people who raped kids and didn't hunt them down and throw them in jail, you know, maybe they just stop raping kids and realize, you know, maybe we shouldn't rape kids. It's weird how every other fucking crime, we don't have those same sensibilities.
Well, unfortunately, killing animals isn't a crime yet. Because if it was a crime, then that would be a different.
Well, you know what? At one point in history, raping kids also wasn't a crime. Do you think treating pedophiles nicely improved the situation? Do you think less people raped kids if people were nice to them?
So I know from personal experience, my own personal experience, that the way you're talking compared to the way I
Oh,
was
thank God.
spoken-
I was thinking you were going to talk about how you're raping kids and somebody asked you to politely stop and you decided not to.
Yeah, well, you keep going off on these tangents in like a bad direction rather than focusing on what we're actually talking
So,
about.
do you think
which
treating
is the fact
pedophiles with respect and kindness is going to make them stop raping kids?
So that has nothing to do with veganism
Yes, it
and
does.
vegetarianism.
Yes, it does.
Absolutely
It's a morally abhorrent action. So, why is veganism completely unique to that situation where if we treat pedophiles nicely, that's not going to encourage them to stop raping kids, but if we treat animal abusers nicely, that's going to stop them from abusing animals? How are these
First of
situations
all,
unique?
are you equating nicely with respectfully? Because no matter who we're talking to, respectful dialogue is important in order to reach common ground, in order to be able to reach someone. Insulting someone and calling them names has never helped to bring them to your side. Never in human history. That's not how that works. And you could be doing a much better job. And sadly, you won't open your mind to the
No.
fact that insult and name calling doesn't help discourse. As a matter of fact,
Weird.
insults and name calling, that's Trump's thing. Like you're
Weird.
into Trump's thing. And I know it's popular. And you
Weird.
get more clicks and more
So
views
do
when
you
you're,
think
when
if
you
we
behave.
right, so do you think if we stopped calling pedophiles and just said minor attracted individuals, do you think that would help the whole pedophilia situation? Do you think fewer
So
people
the
would
word
stop raping?
pedophile,
Do you think
the
fewer
word
people would rape
pedophile is an
kids?
accurate description. The word pedophile is an accurate description of their
Right.
behavior. Why would
And
you?
scumbag, Nazi, piece of shit is an accurate description of animal abusers. So, point proven.
Well, you can go on and prove your point that your behavior is not going to bring people over to your side, and that's your fault, and that's on you, and you could do better. Actually, all humans can do better. Opening our mind to see how we can do better is another story.
That sounds
And
like
if you
some
think
pussy ass gay shit to me.
Are you ready
Yeah,
to move on to the
well-
next one?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the talk, though, dude.
Sure.
Thank you, John. Have a good evening or morning wherever you're at. I say we do a couple more and then call it. It is 12:17 here, and it's kind of late.
Sure.
It's like one for you, right?
Yeah.
Cool. You okay with a couple more, or do you want to
Oh,
call
yeah,
it
sure.
here?
No, it's cool.
All right, I'll let you pick. We got Latz, Terminus, Cablik, Eat Dog Meat, Chef Poppy, or 8-Bit again. Who do you want to go with first?
Oh, it's entirely up to you. I'm not sure.
Eat Dog Meat sounds like an interesting one.
Hey.
Hello, can you hear?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, I just wanted to say I'm a really huge fan of yours.
Well, thank you.
I've been a fan since like 2016. I'm kind of fangirling right now. And I was just wondering, how do we inspire the new wave of vegans, and can vegans be bad for veganism?
I think the only way vegans can be bad for veganism is if they're really just stupid, pathetic individuals. So promoting anti-vax nonsense, maybe diets that are just unhealthy or unsustainable, like, raw eating, pseudoscience, lying in support of like this vegan cause, spreading pseudoscience, that's definitely bad advocacy for veganism. So no matter what, you always want to rely on accurate information to spread veganism. Some of the stupid nonsense that I've seen PETA do is claim certain celebrities are vegan when they're not. They used to do that a lot in the past, and I think that's terrible because it completely delegitimizes, the movement. Also, if you're recommending just really bad diets to people and a diet that you personally can't even really follow, so like a lot of these raw idiots on YouTube who've quit eating vegan because they couldn't even sustain a raw diet themselves, that's bad. So yeah, just pseudoscience, misinformation, nonsense, and lying because you think it is in the interest of the cause, that's definitely not helpful. But I think what people need is to just realize that you need to just be a strong individual and not care about people, maybe judging you. I like one good example of this is like the vegan cat thing. There's vegan activists who are afraid of talking about their cats being vegan, or they're not even technically vegan. But I know Simnet Nutrition, that jackass, he feeds his cat vegan because he's worried about what other people think of him feeding his cat vegan. Like, there's so many people who are just terrified of judgment, shame, ridicule online. You just have to be a stronger person and stand up for what you believe in, and also stand up for just truth, evidence, science. If you can stick to those principles, I think you're going to be a good vegan activist.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, Dog Meat. Have a good evening or morning. And then we'll pull up Lats. I didn't. Oh, cool. What's going on, Lats?
Yeah, how you going? I just got a quick question for you, vegan.
Sure.
Did you run 300 milligrams per week of Test-D or 500 milligrams a week of Test-D on your cycle? What did you do?
I have never taken anabolic androgenic steroids. The only thing that I've done that's technically not allowed by like WADA would be TB500. I did that for 4 weeks to heal from a shoulder injury. Doesn't have any actual anabolic effect or performance enhancing effect. It's just a peptide. But if I were to run testosterone, I wouldn't take anywhere near that much. That's way too high of a dose. I've been considering taking steroids for performance enhancement. 300 milligrams of testosterone and enthate per week is way too high.
Damn, okay. I thought you had a cycle or something. You got a fucking good physique, bro.
Thank
and
you.
then one other thing is, would you consider eating mollusks because they don't have a central nervous system? They're like the vegetable of the ocean. Would you
Yeah.
consider that acceptable or?
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure bivalves are not sentient, and if they have any amount of sentience, it probably wouldn't be anything I'd be concerned with. I don't think they can experience like pain or suffering. They don't have a brain or nervous system. They only have nerve ganglia. So the likelihood of them being sentient is extraordinarily minuscule. So again, in a vacuum, I think it would be morally acceptable to eat bivalves. There are environmental issues with eating bivalves, though. Like there are farms that grow them, but a lot of them are wild caught, and that does cause issues within ecosystems and can harm other animals. So I still wouldn't recommend, going to a restaurant or buying them from a grocery store. But in a vacuum, I don't know, if you're surviving in the wilderness or something and you came across like, mollusks or something, I don't think it's an ethical issue.
Yeah, okay, cool. That's all my questions, man. Cheers for your time, mate. You
All
have
right,
a
take
good
care.
one.
Thank you, Lats. Everyone in the audience, thank you so much for being here today. I see a lot of hands up. It sounds like Vegan Gains may be interested in doing some debates in the future. We got to talk about that. But so you might have, and it sounds like you might be willing to interact on the server sometimes. I mean, there's a vegan room, right? That's a good place to interact with people. But so if you guys have additional questions and whatnot, feel free to just, if he's on the server, say hi or whatever, right? Now, I do have one question. Before we close it out, who would be your ideal debate opponent?
I've wanted to debate Jordan Peterson for a very long time. There's a lot of stupid nonsense that he promotes, one being the carnivore diet thing, which is directly related to veganism. I think his political stances are absolutely stupid. His just complete bigotry of trans people is insane. I'd love to debate him, and the dumbass religious bullshit. So I'd love to debate Jordan Peterson on all those topics.
Gotcha. I think part of the reason why he would be promoting a carnivore diet, at least from what I've read, is like seriously in the Bible, right? The Bible says, "Hey, you eat meat, right? And you don't think about it, right? You eat meat from the meat markets, and you don't be conscious about it, right?"
Well, the Bible actually promotes a plant-based diet. The Garden of Eden. God never mentioned eating meat. He said, like, initially that you can eat fruits and vegetables, never mentioned eat, and then after the flood happened, that's when meat eating was mentioned. That's why you have Seventh-day Adventists that are vegetarian. So if anything, the Bible promotes like plant-based eating, and there's also things like the Daniel fast. So again, with his Christian beliefs, I see the carnivore diet being contradictory.
Gotcha. And do you have anything that you would like to say to all the people listening? There's still 40 people or 39 people in the audience, and then you've got a bunch on your YouTube and all. Do you have anything you want to say to everybody before we close this out?
Yes, any of you who aren't vegan, go vegan, you jackasses. I'm streaming almost every night too, so if any of you want to debate me on Discord or ask questions, you can just ask in chat, and then I can open up Discord, and we can always debate, or you can ask anything. So, yeah, I'm very reachable.
Cool. And anybody in the YouTubes, make sure you join Politics Discord. We host all sorts of discussions like this, and there's all sorts of chat. I think there's like 300 people in chat right now. So make sure that you guys join discord.gg/politics for more great discussions. We really appreciate you coming by today, taking the time to chat with us. We went over 4.5 hours almost. So thank you for giving us your time. Yeah, we'll see more of you in the future, I'm sure. But do appreciate your time tonight. I need to go to bed now, so I'm going to go ahead and start closing everything out. But have a wonderful evening, and once again, we do appreciate your time.
All right, thanks,
Thank you,
man.
Vegan Gains. Have a great one.
Take care. Excellent.
Poor Tamu Stanley always complaining about ad hominems unless it's Trump. That's literally all he does.
Is he known for that? Yeah, I don't know who that guy is, but that was hilarious. He literally couldn't think of anything to say after I talked about his bankruptcies and how he made his money and everything. That was pretty funny. Thanks for the donation, General Grievous.
Fits the criteria. Right, I don't want to play online, but in a pragmatic sense, in a real world sense, he's more concerned with having people tell him how great he is. Right? Again, it's classic narcissistic behavior. Because let's go back to the following.
Why am I signed into Skype? CDG donated tellers, hey Richard, loved your performance tonight. Glad I donated $100 today. Keep it up, man. We need you forever. I need you, bro. And the funniest one today was probably the old man saying, be nice. Also, please, can we see that nicotine lozenge you use? There they are. But appreciate it, CDG. Thanks for the donations, man.
Follower thing. Because I thought about this earlier today or yesterday or whenever this was all going on.
Personality disorder.
Okay.
We leave it as an open question.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't want to get it.
Mike
I don't turn thing. Because I thought about this earlier today or yesterday or whenever this was all going on. Right. I think part of the reason Mike thinks that's a valuable metric, and Mike, I believe, has admitted this. Mike does, other than just having people tell him how awesome he is, because he's a narcissist. All Mike cares about is making money. And he said this. He said, getting rich is a
virtue.
Getting rich is a virtue.
Yes. And look, that's fine. If that's your goal, look, that's fine. It never was mine explicitly. My goal was to provide the best information I could. And the fact that I was able to make a living out of it was just me getting lucky. And I'll be the first one to admit that, right? My goal, because
Trump is such a fascist. I don't understand how Christians of all people can support him.
Like, this is a guy who has cheated on his wife who knows how many fucking times. Just complete degenerate scumbag, like sexually assaulted women. But yeah, Christians are like, yeah, go Trump. Just shows you how fucking stupid Christians are, dude. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Can you react to this ridiculousness?
Yeah, sure. Let me see Animal Liberation.
White vegans piss me off. All that energy that y'all put into protecting animals, I never see that sort of energy when it comes to protecting brown and black people.
You don't need white people to protect black people. You can get a gun. Especially if you live in the United States. It's called getting a gun. I don't know what you want white people to do that you can't do for yourself.
At all. Not at all. So y'all piss me off because you prioritize the lives of animals, but then you would turn a blind eye to the suffering of black and brown and black people. You'll tell people that they should go out of their way to not eat meat when veganism stems from white supremacy. It's incredibly expensive and
It is not expensive. There's no research indicating that it is any more expensive than a standard American diet.
and there are it's like my roommate was saying, there's like undertones, like the clean girl aesthetic. There are very racist undertones to it. So and nobody wants to acknowledge that. That's what pisses.
Gay. What a douchebag. People do this, by the way, because they don't want to have to admit they're pieces of shit for not being vegan, so they just... These dumbasses just accuse vegans of being racist so that they don't have to acknowledge, the ethical issues with their choices. And I'm not white, so go fuck yourself. Thanks for the donation, though, Animal Liberation. CDG donate $2. Brand, please. Want to try it too. I'm 25. Don't worry. Is it on Amazon or where did you buy it? Nicotine lozenges are all the same. They might be shaped differently or taste differently. Like some of them have more of a stronger pepperminty taste. I don't know if I can recommend brands on YouTube that might violate their drug use policies. But if you're starting nicotine, I would say you probably just want to stick to 2 milligram lozenges at first. A lot of people will even get sick taking 2 milligram lozenges. So yeah, if you immediately try 4, you might immediately feel like sick and weird from it. And I'd only recommend taking nicotine if you have certain problems. Like it is effective for treating depression. It does seem to help with attention deficit disorder, and if you're at risk for Parkinson's, it is extremely protective against Parkinson's disease, and it does also seem to have some benefits when it comes to motor learning and nervous system efficiency, but I wouldn't just take nicotine because I take it. That's all I'm saying. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
That made me moist.
Well, I'm glad I was able to moisten you, Tyler. Thanks for the donation.
Please show the box with the brand for the nicotine tablets. I want to become a nicotine fiend like yourself. How many tablets did you suck on tonight?
I don't know. I haven't been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I think I had 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think 11. I think. And this will probably be the 12th. I might stop here though. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu. I'm not going to show the. I don't know if it violates YouTube's TOS showing it, but they're all the same. Just make sure you get lozenges, not the gum, because the gum isn't vegan. It contains gelatin. Thanks for the donation, though, Majin Buu.
Fuck the white super cis at garbage again.
That's what all these dumbass progressives always do when they don't want to go vegan. Oh, veganism's racist, so I'm not going to go vegan. They're fucking jackasses. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. See, I showed it before. Okay, whatever, fine. Let's take the Thrive. CDG donators, can you recommend the brand in your private public Discord? I can just read it there. If not, that's fine. I'll just try what I can find on Amazon. I just want to try because it looks stimulating. You were going off tonight, so I'm interested in that. Yeah, it's like, again, it doesn't matter. They're all the same. I find the Nicorette brand, it irritates my throat more, and I think it's because they use more peppermint in the flavoring. So some of them taste different. And this brand has very large lozenges. I actually prefer that over the tiny ones that Nicorette uses, but they're all the same. They all have the same dose of nicotine. So in terms of the actual effects from it, it's not going to be different. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
Wow, VG, you are just such a genius. I don't understand your radiating awesomeness. I cannot stand Nick, not for me. Also, Brenda, you are trash.
All right, well, I'm flattered. Thank you for the donation, Nutmuffin. Appreciate it.
Also, how you been?
I've been doing pretty good overall. I still have issues eating. I only ate once today, just the bowl of tofu. My appetite is like rock fucking bottom. And I know fucking idiots say it's the nicotine. It's not the nicotine. But I am getting leaner, at least. My abs are popping out more, and I'm seeing more like striations in my shoulders and shit, so that's at least good, and I'm able to maintain my strength. And I'm sleeping fine. Just consuming more caffeine has been keeping my energy levels all right, so I've had to either like have one energy drink and maybe 3 or 4 cups of coffee, or 2 energy drinks and like 1 or 2 cups of coffee, but that's getting me through the day. And I've been able to keep my energy levels up. Thanks for the donation, though, Nutmuffin. I've also found some new hentai that I really like. CDG donators, can you explain how it feels to take them? Differences between nicotine lozenges, coffee, energy drinks, pros, cons. How much do you take per day? Why did you start taking them to begin with? Thanks for showing brand. I started taking nicotine initially to treat depression, so this was before the mushroom trip. Not only did I find it help treat my depression, but probably the biggest benefit was attention span. I might have ADD or ADHD or something, and for the longest time, whenever I'd stream, I would just get really antsy and want to leave and get bored. But taking nicotine lozenges, and I think you can, if you can track the streams for when I started taking nicotine lozenges, the streams got longer. So I used to do streams like that were maybe 3-4 hours long, and then they started getting like 5, 6, 7, 8 hours a lot more regularly. So they massively increase my attention span, and they don't give me an issue with sleeping. I can take nicotine right before bed and it doesn't affect my sleep. Some people find that it does kind of keep them wired, but I feel like it just, I don't know, I feel like I'm a little more wiry, my mind's a bit more focused, and I can just think clearer, more snappy, and I do like taking them before cardio. When I take nicotine right before I do cardio, I basically get an instant runner's high, rather than like when I do cardio, you have to kind of go for 10 minutes before you get in the groove. When I take nicotine right before I do cardio, I like immediately get that runner's high and get in the groove. So that's why I've kept taking them despite not having depression anymore. I just find the benefits with attention span and how it helps me just basically exercise more really helps. Thanks for the donation though, CDG. Oh, and cons. The one con is it is a vasoconstrictor, so it will different people will experience this to differing degrees, but it may increase your blood pressure. I don't have blood pressure problems. Last time I got my blood pressure checked, it was 120/80. But if you are prone to high blood pressure, you might not want to take nicotine because, again, it is vasoconstrictive, so it will increase blood pressure. If you're taking something like Zins, again, because it's vasoconstrictive, if you have those Zins pouches on your gums, it's going to restrict blood flow to that area in your gums. So you can get really, really bad, gnarly gum recession if you take the Zins pouches. That's why I don't recommend Zins pouches. You should consume the lozenges because you don't have it pressed against your gums for prolonged periods of time. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG. 12 donate $2. Here you go, pal. I know it reduces appetite, okay? I've been taking nicotine for like 2 or 3 years now, and the appetite reduction that I have has nothing to do with the nicotine. I've been taking the same amount of nicotine for a while, and just suddenly my appetite just fucking crashed out of nowhere. It's not the nicotine. But yeah, it does have it does reduce appetite. Like, it's well known that smoking helps people lose weight and stick to a diet, but the appetite reduction's not from nicotine. Thanks for the donation, 12. CDG donate $2, but caffeine is a vasoconstrictor too, right? So it basically similar to caffeine, yeah. But it feels strictly different in terms of more focus rather than just energy like caffeine. Yeah, so if I were to compare caffeine and nicotine, nicotine gives you a very slight sort of good euphoric feeling, more than coffee or caffeine does. And it doesn't give you a weird jittery effect. It's a lot more controlled. And again, you get those like benefits with focus and stuff without that weird energetic dizziness and, you know, kind of like when you have too much coffee or you drink 2 or 3 energy drinks at once, you kind of feel on edge. Nicotine has like a calming, slight euphoric effect, but you got that like sharp focusing effect, sort of like caffeine, but without the jitteriness. They're very similar feelings, and I like combining nicotine with caffeine. I love taking nicotine with energy drinks. Again, it's great before you work out, especially doing cardio, because you get an instant runner's high energy and stuff like that. But thanks for the donation, CDG.
Trust me, I could have made a lot more money than I did by selling out like all the others, like doing all the scummy stuff that the rest of them did. I guarantee you, all of them in the 2000s made way more money than I did as part of their little mailing list circle jerk. But I didn't care because I need to be able to look at myself in the mirror. And not that I don't think about it every day. I'm like, I see this stuff and I'm like, yeah, maybe it's time. Maybe it's time for me to stop having, ethics and just do whatever it takes to get rich so I can go, go live on a beach. But it's not who I am. And towards that, that's what's super important to him because he's got to have the numbers. He's got to have the followers. So he'll tell them whatever he needs to tell them to keep them. Oh, what I was also going to say, right? I was mentioning that scientists behind closed doors, they talk a lot of crap. They just don't do it in the journals. There's a general truism that, what you are publicly, you are the opposite privately. And a lot of these people, by which I mean, Brad and James and some of those folks, they're super nice publicly. And then when you find out about who they are as real people, you think I'm a bad person? You have no idea. So Mike's whole thing, he's like, oh, followers are an important metric to him because that's how they can sell their shitty app based on the lie that he built his muscle with training and not with grams of gear. Because he has been lying to people about his use for at least a decade. I know he's admitted it occasionally because he wants people to think
Greg Doucette, looking at it through his pro bodybuilder coach lens, is skeptical of the doses Mike purports to take.
I've only ever seen one or two individuals that I could say have that kind of talk.
Mike Israetel is on very, very high doses, despite claiming he is taking moderate doses. There's no fucking way. The way he acts, the amount of muscle he's grown, shit like that, there's just no way. He's on way higher doses than he's claiming.
Talk that are that like far off the wagon. And one of them, I said, he wanted to win really bad. And he said, Greg, give me the highest cycle that you could ever do. I'm like, all right, I don't recommend it, but I'm going to tell you what I'm on exactly. The highest cycle I'd ever done. He followed it, did the show. He won the overall. After the show, he says, Greg, I just doubled everything you told me to take. So whatever I took, he doubled it. I was on high doses. He sounds more like this guy. And so when I hear that I'm on 5 milligrams of Halo just at the end to just get hard and 100 milligrams of Tran.
Thanks, Richard. I appreciate your streams and I appreciate your advice. Smile.
Well, thank you. And by the way, I'm not recommending anybody take nicotine. There's benefits and downsides to it. Like, one downside that I forgot to mention is, like, some people do become addicted. So, if money is an issue for you and spending, like, $20, $30, $40, $50 per week on nicotine is kind of an expense that you can't really bear, that might also be a consideration for you. And some people have really bad addictive tendencies, and you might end up taking like way too much constantly. That's all something you should be considering. So I'm not advocating for anybody to take drugs, and certainly don't do any drug just because I do it. So thanks for the donation though, CDG. SarsCov donated $2. Are you uploading the AMA Discord? Can you please? Yeah, sure. I can upload it to my channel. No problem. Thanks for the donation, SarsCov.
Why you drinking so much caffeine? Don't you have sleep problems? Lol.
I had insomnia for like 2 weeks, and I actually stopped drinking any caffeine during that period, and it didn't resolve the sleep issues. It was completely inexplicable. Caffeine doesn't really do that to me. I can even take energy drinks and immediately feel tired and take a nap, so... The reason I'm taking so much caffeine right now is because I'm barely eating. I'm struggling to fucking eat anything, and again, I've just had an inexplicable reduction in appetite out of nowhere, and it coincided the sleep issues. So something weird happened that fucked up my sleep, that also fucked up my appetite, but the sleep issues resolved, the appetite didn't resolve. But I can sleep just fine right now. It's just the I have no idea why. Something similar kind of happened a couple years ago when I first went on antipsychotic medication for the depression. I actually got a pretty significant reduction in appetite from taking antipsychotics, and it was permanent. After I stopped the antipsychotics, I still had a reduction in appetite, but it happened again despite not going on antipsychotics again. So I don't know if it's related to the antipsychotics I have taken before. I have no idea. Thanks for the donation though, Nutmuffin.
Of course, you're not liable. I am wholly responsible for what I do.
Well, I certainly hope so. I wouldn't want to find out that you're my son. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Dodo, donate $2. Are we playing games? Yeah, we're gonna play games in a bit. I at least want to finish watching this video. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I do want to finish Life is Strange. Double exposure.
And that's it. I'm like, oh, I think that's his daily dose, and I just don't understand what he's talking about. Like, I don't understand, because he's never shown his blood work, of which I've challenged him to show the blood work. He's on all these other medications to combat his high blood pressure and so on. And he acts healthy. He acts like he's doing it in a healthy way, which I don't believe. I think he's on more drugs in the off season than he would claim to be when he's at his highest doses.
Yeah, I know. And that's, well, remember, Mike only used to lie. He doesn't lie now. He only used to.
Correct.
That was yesterday.
Yeah,
Mike's a whole new person. Today is today.
Yeah.
That is a very good point. This guy is an admitted, like, pathological liar. So why would you trust anything he says?
Judge him on the 15 years of pathological lies that he told. We must take him at his word, because a liar would never lie about not lying anymore. Yeah, I think that's
the last critique Mike voices is that it's inevitable that sooner or later you'll turn your back on anyone you're on good terms with.
It's inevitable. If you're on good terms with him, he will turn his back on you sooner or later.
Honestly, I think what Mike should say is just, you don't suffer fools gladly.
Well, and again, it's objectively not true. I've had that criticized. Martin Birkin, during one of his tirades against me, said exactly the same thing because I criticized the claims he was making, and he used the exact same guru bullshit that they all do.
Was Rich Piana cool, Earl? How about Greg Doucette?
I've actually never met Greg Doucette in real life. I've been trying to convince him to hang out with me and take a ride in my sidecar. I'd totally be down. Like, even though I do sort of have beef with Greg Doucette and I don't like the turkesterone horseshit he says, like, I'd be cool to just hang out and chill with him, and I think he'd get a kick out of the sidecar. I have met Rich Piana in real life, and I got a really, really good vibe from the guy, and I can understand why he's so liked and had so many friends. He actually did seem like a genuinely cool dude. Scott Mendelson said when he got with his ex-wife who tried to kill him and steal all of his money, he started doing a lot of party drugs because she was a meth addict, and he started acting like a dickhead then. But from when I met him, this was before he married that crazy bitch from Iceland that tried to kill him and steal his money. He wasn't on like crystal meth or anything then, but I actually got really good vibes from him. So yeah, Rich seemed like a pretty good down-to-earth dude. I don't know about Greg, though. I'd still be willing to hang out with Greg and just chill, talk about whatever. Thanks for the donation, Sprained Ankle. Dodo donate $2. Let me see. Do you think Putin is disrespecting you by attacking Ukraine? Oh, God. This looks bad.
You by attacking Ukraine when you're trying to make peace there? Is President Putin disrespecting you by attacking Ukraine when you're trying to make peace there?
What did he do?
Well, he's attacking Ukraine.
Is he disrespecting me?
Yeah.
Who are you with?
I'm Michael.
Dude. By the way, this is the US president. He's getting intelligence briefs every single day on the conflict. He is lying. He's trying to fucking lie and act like he doesn't know what the fuck's going on. And we know he's lying. He posted to Truth Social, mentioning that he was pissed off that Putin was attacking Ukraine and making him look like a fucking idiot. Wow. This is Kreznov. He's a Russian spy.
We're about to watch it.
You've lost a lot of credibility. Go ahead. What else?
Wow, dude. America voted for this guy. Like, I still can't get over that. And over half the country voted for this guy.
Russia, China, and Iran are doing military exercises together. Does that concern you?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Why not?
Because we're stronger than all of them. We have more power than all of them. I rebuilt the military.
So why the fuck? Like, by the way, China is a nuclear power. So you're scared of Russia, but you're not scared of China and Iran. I mean, this guy is such a fucking clown.
Unfortunately, Biden did nothing with it, but I rebuilt the military. But we don't want to even talk about.
What a fucking retard. Aged well.
I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here.
Who the fuck is calling me? Give me a second. Okay, yeah. Again, sensible person here. You might not like, I don't know, women who pretend to be black or something. Like, if you're a Republican idiot, but I mean, dude, even if you're a conservative Republican, like, voting for this guy is just so retarded. Remember when you start Life is Strange, check your text. Yes, I will remember. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Damn, who's calling Richard at 2 a.m.? Interesting. Can anyone lip read what he said?
It was a friend of mine. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG. He was just asking if I was still streaming and if I wanted to play COD. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. R donated $2. Let me see. You know, it's a fucking shame because there's actually a lot of fucking sexy-ass Egyptian women, man. That is, like, just such a great fucking market for just fucking fine-ass women. And unfortunately, they don't really date outside of their culture. And when they do, they get, like, murdered by their parents because, like, they dishonored their family. And man, the amount of, like, Arab and Persian women with, like, nice, big, thick Arab asses, like, nice tits, big-ass noses. They also have really pretty eyes. Like, it's sad that they have to wear this horse shit. I really, like, my god, the amount of fucking sexy-ass, hot-ass women on the planet who cover up, it's a goddamn shame. I really wish I could date some, like, Arab or Persian chick who's atheist with, like, a big-ass nose and just nice Arab ass. That'd be great. Do you believe her that she faces racism in Canada? Let me see.
I think a lot of people underestimate the amount of racism there is in Canada. What was said to me on that day about
This is true. The amount of, especially if you go into the Midwest, they are super fucking racist in, like, Alberta, Saskatchewan, shit like that. So, yeah, there is a lot of Native American racism. I have a funny story. I have a friend who I think he was living in, like, Alberta at the time. And Native Americans there have a really bad reputation for stealing. And he was out with his girlfriend. And there's this area where there's, like, this big... It was like a canyon almost. Like this really steep hill at the side of the road. His girlfriend wanted to have sex, so they pull over. They start having sex in their car. And then... apparently they didn't put the car in park or something, and then the car ended up falling off the side of this cliff, tumbled down the super steep fucking hill. He swore he was gonna die. They're fine. They're beaten up, like his nose was smashed in, just bloody face. Him and his girlfriend end up climbing this big ass hill, and I think he said it took him like an hour to climb back up and then reach paramedics. Well, they tried to recover the car the next day, and the stereo was missing. And he thinks it was probably some native people that were living in the area. Like, he didn't have any footage, but somebody saw the wreck, climbed down this, like, thing that it's like almost a sheer climb, and it took them an hour to climb up. And somebody climbed down, stole the stereo, climbed back up. Pretty fucking hilarious, the trouble they went through for a fucking car stereo.
my tattoos was just not caught on film. But I mostly got these comments from older generations. And I don't directly live in a city, although in the city people still get a lot of racism. But someone told me that I would have trouble getting good job opportunities, that I tried imitating rappers, that I will ruin my beauty, You get the point. I did make that video to have an open discussion on this topic.
Oh, are these tattoos? Is that what she's talking about? Well, yeah, if you have face tattoos. Like, majority of the time, people who get face tattoos are degenerate dipshits. I mean, if it's an indigenous tattoo, I don't know if people would think of it differently, but I mean, yeah, if you're like Gucci Mane, you get an ice cream tattoo on your face. Yeah, good luck getting a job.
I think revitalizing culture triggers a lot of people. Just like when I started throat singing, I'm starting to understand because people aren't used to it. But any form of racism, whether it's small or big, affects our lives, which is
What tribe is she claiming to be a part of? Does she... Inuk. Or, no, Inuit? So she's just Inuit? Are they known for having tattoos? Like, I've actually done a fair bit of research on Inuit people because that was like a big thing back in the day with the vegan community. I very rarely ever see Inuit people with tattoos. Like, that's one. I think this chick might have one. Yeah, those are tattoos. I rarely ever see them with tattoos, though. And if you see any of these historical photos, they rarely ever have face tattoos. Little weird. That chick's pretty. Yeah, like, I mean, I guess some of them get them. Lol, let me see.
Watching anime is an act of worship to God. That's quite the opener. Wow.
No, watching anime is not an act of worship to God. We can take a look. Thanks for the donation, R.
Gabriel. He was my best cat. The cat love of my life.
Oh my goodness, he's so handsome. Oh, poor Gabriel isn't with us anymore. I wish kitties lived forever. Oh my god, he's so handsome. Look how fuzzy. Oh my goodness. Oh, that is a fuzzy, handsome boy.
Boo.
Wow.
Oh, boo.
Oh, you're booping his paws? Oh my god, nose
boo.
boop. Oh my goodness. That is a nice kitty. Oh my goodness. Thanks for the donation, even though.
Speaking of Arab women and their physical traits that make them attractive, I love how I've seen some racists/neo-Nazis/white supremacists actually willing to make an exception to race mix with Arab women. Lol, their beauty truly knows no bounds. Lol, how are you?
There's actually, I've seen quite a lot of clan members that are super into black girls too. Yeah, I mean, hot is hot. You know, what are you gonna do? But, I'm doing good, Sadie. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Today in Adelaide, South Australia, it is 40 degrees and the Adelaide Cup went ahead because bogans want to dress up, get drunk and cheer on horses being whipped to run around the track for money. Animal exploitation and abuse in Australia is so bad.
Yeah, there's a lot of dumbass Australians that are into fucking horse racing and gambling and shit. Australians are kinda dumb, honestly. They're a lot like Americans with just really stupid vices and dumb brain shit. You know, just meat-headed horse shit. But thanks for the donation, Janya.
I'm going to have to qualify that quite a bit in this video, but this has been one of my most requested videos ever. As you can see, it's no secret that I watch anime. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 anime posters in this room. By the way, none of these posters in this room I bought myself, except for this small one here. But this video is going to be the biblical view on anime. What should a Christian think about anime? Obviously, there is no 11th commandment that says you shall watch anime, or you should. Trying to answer the question in that way is etc. First, I just want to respond to the most common objection that people have against anime, which is that it's too sexual. It's overly sexual. Now, on the face of it, this objection is kind of weird when you think about it. Okay, Out of all the countries in the world, African countries, European countries, out of all the countries in the world that produce content, TV shows, Japan in particular, they put out stuff that we just shouldn't watch. Or they in particular are more sexual than the rest, which it's just wrong. There's this website called
If you're talking about animation specifically, yes. Japanese animators are clearly putting out more sexual content than Western animators. That is undeniable. Especially recently, you can take a look at how American animators have kind of changed female designs. That is absolutely true.
IMDb. It's like a database and review website.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at She-Ra. Am I spelling it right? No, yeah, I'm being an idiot. So you can look at She-Ra from the 1980s. And then She-Ra, they made a Netflix show where, to be fair, she is younger in the next Netflix show. Like, the way they designed her here, she was probably late 20s, maybe early 30s. Like, that's what her age roughly looks like. In the Netflix show, she was probably like, 17, 18-ish, around there. So now, rather than just having a short skirt, shorts with skirt, stuff like that. So that might have been a practical decision just based on the age of the characters they wanted to go with. It would be kind of creepy having... But again, with Japanese anime, they would go there. They would animate very sexy young girls who are probably around 18, and they would show like panty shots. Even classic Sailor Moon, even modern Sailor Moon, like, I mean, yeah, Japanese animators don't have those sensibilities. And then there was the recent He-Man, or was it even He-Man? Yeah, who was the main female character? Who's this chick supposed to be again? Like, I mean, this is kind of the type of women that a lot of Western animators are doing now. They are kind of more covered up. So, no, anime is certainly more sexual than Western animation. CDG donators, at my gym, there's a new chest press machine that looks really good, and I'm going to try it. Is there anything wrong with switching out flat bench for the chest machine if I get sore and pumped with the chest press, besides 1RM strength on flat bench cons? Well, if you completely swap out the variation, you may get a temporary decrease in your bench press strength. So if you have like bench day 1, then some other bench variation day 2, and then you swap out bench for chest, like machine chest press, and then do whatever other pressing you do day 2. Since you don't have the practice for barbell bench, your actual 1 rep max or just working output might decrease. But you'll still be able to build muscle, and if you increase the amount of muscle mass you have, despite swapping out the variation, in the long run, you'll still be able to make strength gains. So it doesn't really matter, as long as you're able to make progress on the machine chest press. In the long run, you'll still be able to build muscle on your chest and increase your bench later. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
For all the movies and TV shows and even video games out there. And let me just show you the top 3 most popular anime versus the top 3 most popular TV shows in the West. The number 1 most popular anime on this website, IMDb, it's a very popular website, is of course Attack on Titan. This is my personal favorite anime. And look here, it's rated none. This is the parental guide. This is actually what I would recommend you do if you are considering watching a TV show or movie or video game or anything, is look up this, the parent's guide for whatever it is that you're looking at. So for the sex and nudity section for Attack on Titan, it's rated none. And it also gives reasons for why it's rated that way. Now, let's check out the number 1 most popular TV show from the West on IMDb. Game of Thrones. I mean, is anyone...
Well, this isn't comparable. Like, you're comparing animation to a real-life TV show. So, okay. I mean, you can find a Western TV show that doesn't have sex and nudity. Like, I could just say, oh, Lord of the Rings. Okay, he's just cherry picking. Like, Attack on Titan doesn't have any nudity, but that doesn't mean the characters aren't sexy. Like... Let me see an actual... It's like, I mean, if you watch the actual anime, she does take some of her clothes off, and you can, like, see her abs. You can see that she has nice breasts, nice butt. So, I mean, it doesn't... Just because there's no nudity, it doesn't mean, like, there's no sexuality whatsoever. Diamond Dust, Only Teller, Smash or Pass Gang. Last one is a tranny. I would pass. Yeah, not my type. I would still probably pass. I don't find her specifically attractive. She does have a nice butt, but I don't specifically find her attractive. I would also pass, and not because she's a tranny. I just, again, don't find her attractive. Thanks for the donation, Diamond Dust. CDG donate $2. Okay, then what about doing like one heavy set of of bench, then doing 4 sets of chest press on machine afterwards? Best of both worlds to increase bench strength and also chest size. Well, you could do that. You also don't necessarily have to completely forego the bench variation or only do one set. You can still do, like, 3 or 4 sets of bench, but then do machine press afterwards, or just do it on a different day. But yeah, you could do just one hard set of bench and then go on to the machine press. That's totally viable. Thanks for the donation, CDG. VG, donate $2. Are we going to watch the Alex Rosen interview with Michael Knowles? If not, check this out instead.
Alex Rosen, Hunter, has just nabbed another pervert. And this pervert happens to be a political figure. That would be the head of the LGBT or something.
Oh, yeah, I remember seeing this. This is old news. We've already reacted to that. So, yeah, I mean, conservatives were using this as proof that, oh, see, gay people are all pedophiles, which is ridiculous because that just because one gay dude is a pedophile, that doesn't mean all of them are, but we'll probably watch the Michael Knowles, Alex Rosen interview probably tomorrow. There's not really much else to watch. Thanks for the donation, though, VG.
I'm really going to sit here and argue which one is more sexual. I've never seen Game of Thrones. I don't plan on watching it, but The Parent's Guide does not lie. It's a guide. And also your own life. What kind of sins do you struggle with? Like, let's say you struggle a lot with anger. Maybe you might not want to watch The Incredible Hulk because the main character is angry all the time, and it kind of glorifies anger in that way. And so that might cause you to stumble.
I don't think The Incredible Hulk glorifies anger. If anything, it's about controlling anger.
Or you might want to watch it so that you see how ridiculously stupid and how anger doesn't ultimately solve any of the problems. So it depends on your perspective. This is going to be the main point of the video. Obviously, there's these bits this topic. Ecclesiastes is actually, I think, one of the most practical books in the entire Bible. Chapter 3 says there is an appointed time for everything. There's a time for every matter under heaven. Birth, death are evil. Once again, the emphasis on the glory of God. Yes, this is what the king shouldn't be doing this. And he Code Geass, and it's one of my favorites. At one point,
What's strange too is a lot of Japanese animators are actually anti-theist and anti-Christian. That's one of the reasons why the guy who made Dragon Ball, he had the character Mr. Satan. It was like a joke about Christianity. So again, it's kind of funny that this guy is a big fan of anime when none of it has any Christian ethical foundations to begin with, and a lot of it is actually antithetical to Christianity. Thanks for the donation, VG. Or not VG, whoever the fuck sent me that.
Before saying, Lyle's really smart, it's too bad he's so unstable and he's going through his blah, 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 blah.
Nah, I haven't watched The Sopranos. They took it off of Netflix, and I haven't been able to find a good way to watch it. I know there was that one streaming website. It wasn't working very well, so I didn't end up watching it.
Blah, blah. Seriously, do y'all just get a manual on how to do this stuff? Because it's just word for word the same stuff. Because again, factually, there are lots of people in this industry that I have been on good terms with for absolute years, even when we disagree about things. And that's because they treat me honestly, right? That's what it comes down to. When someone like Brad or Menno, who I'll admit I never particularly liked, but neither here nor there, when I go into his comments and point out that an article he wrote is objectively wrong, and his initial response is, are you off your meds again? No, I'm not going to stay friends with that person, period. It has nothing to do with our disagreement. That's never been a bit of it, right? And realize Brad was the one who blocked me. Eric blocked me. James blocked me. Why? Because I criticized Brad's science on legitimate grounds. I'll give Mike credit that he has not blocked me. Lane blocks anyone that criticizes him, and Lane will kick people to the curb in a heartbeat.
Mike's team might have deleted your comments, though.
They do now, because Mike cannot handle seeing my name. They do that now, but Mike has not blocked me on his social media, and I will give him credit for that. In that, he is unlike most of them. But Lane will block anyone that disagrees with him. He did it during the metabolic damage thing, right? He does it now. And without going into another bit of drama, I'm sure we could examine the fact of, the little falling out that Renaissance periodization had among themselves, and how someone that was, I wasn't sure if it was okay to bring that up, but no, Mike's right. I don't suffer fools, but it's not everyone that I've been on good terms with. If I have a disagreement with someone and they immediately go to the well of personal attacks and bullshit, and especially lying about me. But what Mike is saying is that this little group of 6 people within the internet fitness circle jerk, I'm on the outs with all of them, because I gave criticism that they could not address directly without personal attacks or BS. He's not aware of the people that aren't involved in this nonsense. That has never happened, because even when we disagreed, it was an honest disagreement. We debated with facts, we had a difference of opinion, and that's perfectly fine. They never had to go down the well of attacking me or my trainees or any of that. At that point, you are dead to me. But again, to that I would say, let's say it was true. I mean, it's not, but let's say it was. And, I mean, what is that?
It's a nice dog.
Have to do with anything? If we're talking about my information, my books, my evidence, my science, our criticisms of him, it's got nothing to do with anything other than being yet another pathetic, made-up, irrelevant personal attack, because it's also not the first time I've heard it. It's just part of the we can't rebut Lyle playbook, and it's always the same stuff. The only thing, I'd made an IG post at one point, and I was like, you know what rebuts scientific evidence? Scientific evidence. What doesn't rebut it is, Lyle's mean, you can trust me, F you, Lyle. Lane, when I was criticizing the metabolic damage, one of his very scientific rebuttals was, Lyle made my wife cry, which I bet he made her cry more when he cheated on her while she was pregnant. Like, these are supposed expert PhD.
With an Australian physique competitor whom he later divorced.
Yeah.
Right, because as a narcissist, he's every one of his businesses. And if Mike wants to criticize someone for basically turning on everyone he's ever been associated with, A, he needs to look at himself and how many people he's had falling outs with, and B, look at Lane. Lane has multiple business failings, and somehow it's never his fault. It's always the other guy, his ex-wife, the girl that he cheated with. But yeah, apparently Lyle made my wife cry. Lane links to a video of me goofing off with my dogs, because that apparently rebuts my criticism. It's just phenomenal to watch. People that are like, I'm the anti-guru, I believe in science. Yeah, until your science is wrong, which is when I enter the picture.
Lyle, I think we've addressed Mike's attack on you. I just wanted to point out that I've got my phone open here. Later on in the Eric, Mike, Greg squashing the beef video, in the same breath that Mike excoriated you with, he repeatedly extols the virtues of positivity, cooperation.
If we can be more positive, then maybe some other folks can be more positive too. Yeah.
And I immediately recalled this Instagram post that Mike's wife made. So it was made 6th of January, 2025. Dr. Crystal Guevara, focus on the value you bring to the table instead of criticizing others. Results always speak louder than negativity. She continues in the caption, I thought crapping on other fields or other colleagues, even to sell one's good, singular, and services died back in 2014. But I guess I'm just that good at tailoring my social media algorithm, hashtag Monday Mood, hashtag coaching, hashtag marketing. So by Mike's wife's own standards, Mike's behavior should be condemned, unless, of course, the rules only apply.
VG, donate $2. Let me see.
It's becoming more and more common today to see restaurants offering significant vegetarian and vegan options. As a non-meat diet is increasing in popularity, products and alternatives that fit this lifestyle have naturally evolved too. But this is nothing new. In fact, people have been vegetarian for thousands of years, and in different cultures and parts of the world. Famously, in India, many of the religious traditions even encourage a vegetarian diet. But what about further west, in places like Europe and regions dominated by the Hellenic and Roman cultures? In fact, vegetarianism was quite common in this culture too, and it was often associated with significant religious and philosophical communities and traditions like Pythagoreanism, as well as being in conversation with other topics like animal sacrifice and animal rights, perhaps even. So today I thought we'd explore this topic a bit deeper by looking at how the ancients tackled this question of vegetarianism, the morality and ethics around it, as well as animal sacrifice and animal rights more generally, particularly by looking at the writings of one very fascinating philosopher. The Hellenic world was of course varied, spanning different continents and
hell yeah, Pythagoras.
Many different cultures that mingled with the original Hellenic one, so to say. To say anything generalizing about such a vast topic is therefore pretty difficult. Even when it comes to religion, we can't really say that there was a Hellenic religion, at least in the sense that we understand religion today. But most of us, of course, know about the Greek Olympian pantheon of gods and the cults associated with them. This was indeed a staple of this culture, and the relationship between the gods and people was an important aspect of life. And when it comes to the religious cult and its rituals, there's no doubt that for most of history, animal sacrifice played a very central role. We find very clear evidence of this as early as in the epic poems of Homer. We see in the Iliad and the Odyssey how people will sacrifice oxen to Zeus and to other gods before going on a journey, all these kinds of things. Animal sacrifices all over these old texts, as well as in many other sources describing how people would sacrifice different animals as offerings to the gods. During the big religious festivals, an important ritual was precisely the sacrificial offering. The inedible parts of the sacrificed animal would be offered to the gods, and the edible parts would be cooked and shared by the community as a meal. Now, in a culture where animal sacrifice was this important for the religious rituals and cults, we might not expect vegetarianism to be that common. But in fact, this is not necessarily true. Vegetarianism and a vegetarian lifestyle, so to say, was something that was associated and was an important aspect of certain communities and traditions. Perhaps most famously and significantly, some of the so-called mystery cults, and even more famously among those, the so-called Pythagoreans. Pythagoras is in fact a significant part of this story. While it is uncertain exactly when, or even if, he lived, it is believed that he was active between the 6th to 5th centuries BC. After settling in the Italian city of Croton, he gathered a group of followers, what became known as the Pythagoreans, that shared secret esoteric teachings and became known especially for a certain lifestyle, a, quote, Pythagorean way of life that involved, among other things, a vegetarian diet. As the centuries went on and the original Pythagoreans ceased to exist as a coherent group, their cultural memories still remained. Pythagoras became seen in some ways as the first philosopher, as one of the originating figures of an esoteric philosophical lineage, a lineage that was claimed especially by Plato and the Platonists. It is significant to note that a lot of what we associate with Pythagoreanism is probably a kind of Platonism that was projected back onto Pythagoras and his original community. But regardless, in later antiquity, there seems to have been a resurgence of this school in the form often known as Neo-Pythagoreanism, especially by the first couple of centuries AD. And aside from speculation about numbers and mathematics and how the world is all mathematics, this Pythagoreanism was especially associated, once again, with the Pythagorean way of life. To be a Pythagorean, for the most part, meant adhering to certain rules of conduct and behaviors. The Pythagorean way of life in late antiquity often involved sporting a beard, something that was pretty taboo in the Roman culture that had come to dominate at that time, which very much favored having a clean-shaven face, as well as dressing in rags and things like this. It's kind of similar to the image of modern-day hippies, is what these Pythagoreans or Neo-Pythagoreans would be associated with. And again, being a Pythagorean and adhering to this way of life also usually involved being a vegetarian. As we saw, Pythagoreanism was perhaps especially connected with Platonism, and many of these significant Platonist philosophers lived according to quote-unquote Pythagorean principles.
How would you fix shoulder pain while benching heavy? Well, you could be having shoulder pain for a variety of reasons, but one easy, quick fix is to do external rotation exercises. A lot of the time, the reason people have shoulder pain is because they have weak external rotation. So even doing just one session of external rotation exercises oftentimes fixes shoulder pain. Aside from that, if the pain is persistent, it won't go away. Again, I would just still do some external rotation exercises, lay off pressing heavy for a little while, and then, rest, recover, and then start again. If you press heavy for a very long period of time, if you do any lifts for, very heavy for a prolonged period of time, you're bound to get some aches and pains. So you might have to just lay off the weight for a little bit.
This becomes especially clear with the emergence of what is often called Neoplatonism, or sometimes late Platonism. The foundational figure of this school, Plotinus, is probably one of the most influential philosophers in history. He lived in the 3rd century AD, was originally from Alexandria in Egypt, but spent most of his philosophical career in Rome. Here, he taught many students and composed the treatises that would eventually make up the Enneads, a master. I advise you to check out my full introductory episode on the topic to get a better overview, but in short, or from soul, the world soul. Now keep in mind that this is all an integrated whole. All of this takes place within the nous and even within the one in a certain sense, but these are the different hypostases. Significant for this topic that most of this episode will be dedicated to exploring his ideas and writings. Porphyry was born in the city of Tyre in what is today Lebanon, or possibly in Syria. He came from a Phoenician Semitic background. His actual birth name was Malchus, but he was eventually deeply Hellenized and took on the nickname Porphyry, which means something like one clad in purple, which is the imperial color of the Roman Empire. This is significant, right? In Greek, the name was Porphyrios. Eventually, Porphyry traveled to Rome, and there he became a student of the great Plotinus, even if his own words are to be believed, eventually becoming his kind of closest and chief student. And indeed, Porphyry is central to the surviving legacy of Plotinus and the Neoplatonist school, as he's the person who actually collected and compiled the many writings of Plotinus into the so-called Enneads that we know today. Significantly, Porphyry also wrote the Life of Plotinus, a biography of his master, which he attached as a kind of prologue to the Enneads, and which still serves as our main source for information on Plotinus' life. In this work, we also get some information about Porphyry himself. For example, that he occasionally suffered from a crippling depression. In one instance, he tells his teacher, Plotinus, about his state of mind, that he's feeling depressed, he's feeling terrible, to which Plotinus says that he kind of just needs to go on a vacation. He says, you need some new scenery, go to Sicily or something, basically just go on a vacation, you'll feel better. It also becomes clear from his different writings that Porphyry took his asceticism very seriously. Indeed, Porphyry comes off as unusually extreme in terms of his ascetic lifestyle and ideas in his Platonist context. Sure, Platonism did teach that you should turn away from the desires of the body and focus on the intellectual, the noetic reality of our soul, but there was usually a kind of balance between this contemplation and an active participation in the world. In Porphyry, however, we find a sort of neurotic obsession with purity, where basically all forms of involvement in bodily things, from food to sex, is to be avoided as much as possible to purify the soul and the intellect from all things material, which he seems to view as impure and dirty in some way. This is not the view of Plotinus. The material world is not, this is not Gnosticism. Very importantly, Plotinus very clearly criticizes the Gnostics, among other things, for their negative view of the physical world. Plotinus sees the physical world as a beautiful reflection of the noetic world and the forms, the Platonic forms, right? Even though it is sort of on a lower level than the noetic reality, the physical world still has a sort of nobility to it. Porphyry, I think, would agree with Plotinus, but from his writings, he seems to be a lot more sort of obsessed with impurity, that all these bodily needs and bodily desires and things that we experience, sensory pleasure, sensory experience, that this is somehow impure and dirty to Porphyry, right? He seems to want to avoid these things to an extreme degree, even more so, again, than Plotinus, at least as much as I interpret Plotinus. There could be different reasons for this extreme asceticism in Porphyry. One could be precisely the fact that he obviously suffered from things like depression and might have generally suffered from mental health problems. Was he just, for example, a more emotionally sensitive person, having a hard time controlling his desires and emotions, thereby forcing him to be more strict about his renunciate lifestyle, to stay away from everything that he considered impure and that affected him so much? And this could be one reason. Another explanation might be the increasing popularity and spread of Christianity at this time, which obviously had a much more extreme ascetic and world-renouncing character. Fragments. There are many other works of his as well, but for our discussion today, according to his Neoplatonic worldview, the true home of the human being lies in the immaterial noetic world, in the nous, or the intellect, the mind. While they reject a radically negative view of the physical world, such as that of the Gnostics, it's still considered to be at the bottom of the chain of existence, being the furthest away, so to say, from
053.
Let me
a
see.
certain way, and then not so good.
This is probably going to be stupid since it's, this guy.
Don't talk about my mother.
Well, it's just a joke. Relax.
Yeah, my mother's very pretty.
She's a beautiful woman.
Unlike your cross-eyed mother.
Well, you don't have to fucking get.
I'm not Bobby Mother. I'm Bobby Mom.
It's maybe a little racist. I don't know what Bobby's mom looks like, though. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan.
From the nous and the one, the divine world, sometimes even called God. In one sense, there is no place that is away from the divine, because everything takes place within the nous, and we are right there right now, but we are misled by the physical world and the human body, which pulls us downward into the material, into confusion and duality. The true Platonist who has chosen a life dedicated to philosophy, and remember, philosophy at this time was not just speculation about arguments about reality and the world. Philosophy was a whole way of life that included practices and ways of living and eating, so the borders between things like philosophy and religion, basically non-existent, right? So the dedicated philosopher, he renounces as much as he can the bodily desires and pleasures of this world, especially in the more extremely ascetic perspective of Porphyry. With this in mind, eating meat was seen as a kind of luxury, especially at this time, and thus to abstain from meat was an important part of the abstinent philosophic life that Porphyry asks us to live. If we want to become united with the divine and our true self, we can't participate too much in the life of the body. Porphyry says, "For the return is to one's real self, nothing else, and the joining is with one's real self, nothing else. And one's real self is the intellect, so the end is to live in accordance with the intellect. Our goal is to become like God, who is transcendent of the physical. So we're to emulate that by turning away from the material and contemplating our true inner reality. And this includes abstaining from meat, which is not only hard on digestion and increases our animalistic nature according to Porphyry, but also for ethical reasons that we will explore soon. He says, if we are to speak frankly, concealing nothing, there is no other way to achieve our end than by being riveted, so to speak, to the god, and unfastening the rivets of the body.
Cute, donate $2, let me see.
In May of 2016, thru hiker Ian Crombie was stumbling through the snow in northern New Mexico on the Continental Divide Trail, or CDT for short. He was hiking northbound, and he was very early in the season. Was named Stephen Olshansky, and he also went by the trail name Otter. This is the story of how Otter lived and unfortunately died through what has to be every hiker's worst nightmare.
Dude, hiking is so fucking lame. Imagine some dipshit YouTuber making a video about you, like, dying from walking. Like, that is so fucking lame. Like, you know, imagine if you're, like, racing a motorbike, you know, in the Isle of Man TT, you're going 350 kilometers down, like, this really narrow street, and, you know, you make this, like, misstep, and then you, like, smash into a fucking wall, and you're just, like, fucking toast. Like, that's cool, but I mean, here's a story about a guy who wanted to go on a really long walk and died. Oh my god. Fucking hiking is so lame.
I'm just gonna come out and say it right now. This story is f***ed. This seriously might be one of the most disturbing, pushing it. By November, it's not uncommon at all to have severe snowstorms in the mountains in southern Colorado and northern New Mexico. Now, I haven't hiked the CDT, but I do cell phone to upload to YouTube. In his journal and to his camera, Otter explained how the snowy conditions had been much more severe than he was expecting, and his body was having a really hard time handling it. He wrote, quote, "I immediately began to suffer from terrible weakness. When I stood up, I felt faint. The snow was waist deep in places. I saw one spot of ground, and I took it and pitched," his tent presumably. It started snowing, ending Tuesday, November 17th, late, well over a foot on top. This campsite that Otter was referring to here was roughly 12 miles away from Cumbers Pass where he had started. My understanding is that he rode out the storm in that campsite, and then the day after the snow stopped, he tried to backtrack and get back to Cumbers Pass to bail out. However, his body was feeling so weak at this point, he could hardly even make it a mile. And so he ended up actually turning around and going back to his campsite because he knew the campsite was very well protected and it also had plenty of firewood. This meant that Otter was stuck. He might have been in a temporarily safe spot, but he was stuck and he had no GPS device, no quote. "Let me just say up front, I made a huge mistake. I should have turned back or never come out here this time of year. I really rolled the dice and I lost." Otter then goes on to explain what he's doing to keep himself alive. He talks about his choice of campsite selection, how much firewood he has, and about how he was actually camped right next to Forest Service Road 87, and he hoped that because of this, a random snowmobiler would come through and would be able to alert people that he needed rescue. He then turns his attention to a totally different avenue of potential rescue. Quoting from the video once again, "There's one guy, Ben Whitting. He's the only guy who really knows where I am, and when I walked out the door, he said, 'Otter, you got 10 days. 10 days, if I don't hear from you, we're gonna come looking for you. And he better be a fucking man of his word. If he doesn't do that, I am absolutely toast.'" Help on the ground, hoping that it would be spotted by a plane. He fashioned some homemade snowshoes made out of branches from the surrounding campsite, and he remained huddled inside of his tent as another severe snowstorm came through. He waited like this until December 1st, and with still no sign of rescue in sight, he decided that he needed to do something else. At this point, his phone was 100% dead, and he was not carrying a paper map. However, before his phone had died, he remembered seeing a campground on his GPS app that was about 3 miles away from him down Forest Service Road 87. It was the Lagunitas campground, and Otter had slept in its bathroom once before on a previous hike. Now that might sound ridiculous to some of you, but I do just want to have a little aside here. Sleeping in bathrooms at Forest Service campgrounds is actually fairly common for thru hikers to do, especially when the weather is bad. Ultimately, Otter decided that instead of continuing continuing to wait in his current campsite, he was going to head for Lagunitas campground. He wrote in his journal, quote, "To sleep in the snow, and I looked to my left and saw the bathroom. I squeezed inside the icebox shivering, got into my sleeping bag, cranked up the wood stove for a hot drink." In the meantime, the search for Otter was finally getting started. It was known that his next intended destination after he left Cumbres Pass was Ghost Ranch, where he had shipped a resupply box. According to the employees at Ghost Ranch, Otter had not yet picked up his box, indicating that he had either not made it that far or he had just not been there, even though he was planning on it. On December 10th, an aerial search for Otter was conducted. Multiple planes searched. He spotted Otter at the Forest Service station in town. The ranger did not ask the man what his name was, but he had seen flyers of Otter and thought it was the same person. A few other people in town also had recognized the man, which was pretty much the polar opposite of what Otter was like. He was described as very social and outgoing by his friends. I'm not exactly sure why, but it seems like this potential sighting in Grants, as well as a few other potential sightings in different towns along the CDT, caused the official search to pretty much stop, much to the horror of Otter's friends and family. And what's just as horrifying is that on December 10th, when they were searching with the planes, like I mentioned a minute ago, they were this close to finding Otter. On this day, Otter decided that he was done waiting for rescue once again, and he was going to try to make his way out. He had burnt down a wooden shed at the campground, hoping that someone would notice the fire, and minutes later, they turned around and flew back over, wildly waving at them. They had a perfect view as I was out in the open. My only chance left is that they saw me. But unfortunately, the planes had not spotted Otter. He eventually returned to the campground, having not made it very far on the skis, and he wrote, "My gut says they didn't see me. If they don't show up, I'm doomed. It's either by rescuers or by doing from a life that I led." Eventually, sometime in mid to late January, Otter finally passed away from hypothermia, compounded homemade CT thus far. Crombie made a
That was pretty boring. So an old guy walked really far, and then snow, and then died. Okay. Don't send me those videos again.
And the pleasurable emotions of the soul which comes from the body. Security comes to us by actions, not just by listening to lectures. It is not possible to be familiar with a god, not even with one of the particular gods, let alone the god who is singly above all and higher than incorrect. Now, despite this particular point, which is very important for his perspective and for the better sort of overview of what he's saying here, a lot of the arguments that he does give is still very much relevant. And to a modern reader, it is probably especially his ethical arguments that resonate the most, because it speaks about the actual rights of the animals themselves, right? He talks about whether it's morally right to hurt and eat animals on the basis of their sort of self-worth, in a sense. It is especially Book 3 that is dedicated to this argument, and essentially asks the question whether justice should be extended to non-human animals, and thus if it is justified to kill them and to consume them. At the core of the debate is the issue of rationality. Are animals rational creatures? In other words, do they have logos? Many, including the Stoics, would say that they are not rational, thus fundamentally unlike human beings, and thus not deserving of justice in the same way. Animals, according to this logic, can thus be used freely for the benefit of human beings. We can sort of use them for labor, for consumption, whatever, because they're not rational animals, so they don't deserve justice in the same way that we would extend justice to other fellow human beings. But Porphyry disagrees, instead arguing that animals definitely have rational souls, albeit not as rational as human beings. He says, animals are taught some things by each other, and others, as we have said, by people. Animals have memory, which is of prime importance in the acquisition of reasoning and wisdom. There are also vices and grudges in animals, even if they are not so overflowing as in humans. Who does not know that animals that live in groups observe justice toward each other? Every ant does, every bee, and so do creatures like them. Who has not heard of the marital chastity shown by female ringdoves who, if they have been seduced, kill the adulterer if they catch him? Who has not heard of the justice which storks show to their parents? He goes through many arguments and examples, including how animals are praised by the gods and the ancient peoples, and thus reaches the conclusion that they are indeed rational and, for that reason, worthy of justice. He says, these arguments show that animals are rational. In most of them, logos is imperfect, but it is certainly not wholly lacking. So if, as our opponents say, justice applies to rational beings, why should not justice for us also apply to animals? This is a profound...
I mean, as if humans are rational. Again, Americans voted for Trump.
Argument, especially from the time and place where it was written, as it basically points to the feeling and well-being of the animals as an argument against hurting them. A point that hits home the strongest, as he says, it is the nature of animals to have perceptions, to feel distress, to be afraid, to be hurt, and therefore to be injured. There is value in the feelings of the animals. thus also making a clear distinction here between animals and, for example, plants. He says, plants have no perceptions, so nothing is alien or bad to them. Nothing is harm or injustice. For perception is the origin of all appropriation and alienation. The only time when killing animals is justified, he says, is in self-defense.
Yeah, elephants are so pretty. I love elephants.
This is essentially the same argument that many vegetarian and vegan representatives will make even today, and it's really fascinating to see it argued in a text from the 3rd century. But all this also has metaphysical implications. If you remember his argument from before, that if you want to become closer to God, you have to become like God, which involves being uninvolved as much as possible with material things. And this leads him very conveniently to the discussion about animal sacrifice. This is the main topic in Book 2. He says, but people might still be puzzled why we count abstinence as holiness, although we slaughter sheep and cattle in sacrifice and reckon this right to be holy and pleasing to the gods. So, because the resolution of these questions requires a long discussion, the matter of sacrifice requires a fresh start. Now, as we said before, and as Porphyry alludes to himself here, animal sacrifice was a central and very important part of the religious cult in the ancient Hellenic world. It was a key aspect of how good relations were upheld between the gods and humans. So how can abstaining from eating and even killing and hurting animals at all be a sign of holiness? Well, surprisingly, Porphyry argues that animal sacrifice is not only morally wrong, but even useless in a metaphysical sense. And this discussion takes us into central debates and features of Neoplatonic philosophy. According to Porphyry, animal sacrifice is actually a kind of perversion of an older, true Hellenic religious tradition. The only reason to him that people started sacrificing animals was due to different crises, and people turned to animal sacrifice in periods of crisis to try to solve these difficulties. Indeed, animal sacrifice doesn't even make sense. In his form of Neoplatonism, the gods are immaterial. They are intellectual and super-intellectual principles and beings. They have no use or interest in material offerings, since they transcend the material entirely. It's almost offensive to Porphyry that one would offer things like flesh to God. And he includes a quite long paragraph going through the appropriate forms of sacrifice that one should direct at the different divine realities. He says, so we too shall sacrifice, but we shall make, as is fitting, different sacrifices to different powers. To the God who rules over all, as a wise man has said, we shall offer nothing perceived by the senses, either by burning or in words. For there is nothing material which is not at once impure to the immaterial. So not even logos expressed in speech is appropriate for him, nor yet internal logos when it has been contaminated by the passion of the soul. But we shall worship him in pure silence and with pure thoughts about him. We must then be joined with and made like him, and must offer our own uplifting as a holy sacrifice to the God, for it is both our hymn and our security. This sacrifice is fulfilled in this passion of the soul and contemplation of the God. As for his offspring, the intelligible gods, hymn singing in words should be added. For sacrifice is an offering to each god from what he has given, with which he sustains us and maintains our essence and being. So, as a farmer offers corn ears and fruits, so we offer them fine thoughts about them, giving thanks for what they have given us to contemplate, and for feeding us with the true food of seeing them present with us, manifesting themselves, shining out to save us. The only being that actually wants animal sacrifice as an offering are the daimones, a lower level being existing between gods and humans, and which are morally ambivalent. It is thus quite different from the Christian concept of demons, even though etymologically it's probably the same word. It is particularly greedy and malevolent daimones that pretend to be gods and thus to receive material and fleshly offerings. This gives them power to cause more havoc in the world through sickness, famine, and much else. So by offering to these pretend gods, we are actively hurting the world and helping to spread evil in a certain sense. So no actual gods want sacrifice, wants animal offering, because it is material, it is relatively, remember, it's not Gnosticism, but relatively it is dirty compared to the intellectual world. There are the intellectual gods, which would probably be, in terms of mythology, in terms of religion, would probably be most of the sort of pantheon of gods. They're the intelligible gods. We sacrifice to them, we offer to them hymns and words of praise from Plotinian. This is, of course, a very interesting argument and also connects to wider discussions within early Neoplatonism. Often when we talk about this philosophical school, we divide it into two different varieties. On the one hand, there is the, let's call it original Neoplatonism of Plotinus and Porphyry himself, and on the other hand, there is the theurgic variety of people like Iamblichus and later on Proclus. Now, the Neoplatonism of Plotinus and Porphyry is special in a few different ways. In general terms, the focus here is definitely on contemplation, a turning inward into the deep recesses of the mind and soul in order to unite with our higher realities. Plotinus and Porphyry famously taught the doctrine of the undescended self, that there's a part of us, of our soul, or our self perhaps, that is always in the nous. It's always in the divine world, and we are all there right now. This focus on contemplation of and return to our undescended self and to unite with the One naturally led them to be relatively uninterested in the material world. Again, and I can't stress this enough, this is definitely not like Gnosticism, where the material world is seen as evil, but external practices and rituals definitely take a kind of back seat in the Neoplatonism of Plotinus and Porphyry. In the life of Plotinus, there's the famous story where, when asked about going to worship the gods during a festival, the great master says that they should come to me, not I to them, for example, very clearly showing that Plotinus saw himself as being occupied with something higher than religious rituals and the gods. In Plotinian and Porphyrian Neoplatonism, there isn't much at all in terms of practices, or like as in, this was to become quite an important debate. Anyway, this has been a very short and brief discussion about the Abstinentia on abstinence, the famous work of Porphyry. Interesting philosopher, very important philosopher, not as famous as he maybe should be, right? He's overshadowed by foundational philosophical ideas.
Apply to others.
For narcissists, they always do. For hypocrites, they always do. What others are, it's because, and I'm sure if you were to take her to task on this, sorry, I had to eat my dinner, got to stay anabolic. It's a better meal than Mike ate during his contest prep, that's for damn sure. It would be fascinating to see the mental gymnastics that she would go through to explain why Mike being critical of other fields is just him telling the truth. Other people are just dumping on folks. That's the kind of games that folks play. When I do it, sorry, not me, Lyle, when I do it. The game people play is when I'm critical, it's because I'm being an honest truth teller. And when you're critical, it's because you're a bad person. Even if it's the exact same criticism. And it's worse for narcissists. Look at politics. Look at all of these fields. What my group does is okay. What your group does is bad, even when they're the exact same thing. I'm sure in her mind, she doesn't see Mike for what he is. Or maybe she's just doing what most do and making trite Instagram, inspiration, hashtag motivational BS because she knows people. Like I said, they all do it. And then you meet them in real life and you find that it's all just a front. It's all just part of this performative action.
Well, I have my reasons to suspect that it's an attack on you or a response to Mike's critics. And it is kind of understandable and nice in a way that Mike's wife would be sticking up for him if this is the actual explanation. But
and that would be true if he didn't do it 10 times as hard and 20 times as much and with 30 times worse arguments. Criticizing information in the field of science that's predicated on information is not a bad thing.
You'll find this funny, Lyle.
Personal attacks and saying someone is a loser with mental health issues, okay, somehow she'll think, well, that's okay, because that's the truth. But dumping on Mike, that's beyond the pale.
You'll love this. So in the comments, Derek Wilcox, who's a coach at RP. By the way, the RP website says that the RP coaches are handpicked by Dr. Mike Israetel. I guess that's supposed to reassure the consumer that he or she is making, well, it is in good hands, but I'd find that the complete opposite of reassuring. Anyway, here's what Derek says in the comments section of Chris's post. So we've got Wilcox Strength Inc. True story. People don't usually talk crap about people doing worse than them. So I guess by Derek's, well, I mean, is Mike doing worse than you by Derek's logic? Because that would be an incredible admission. Quite honestly, I think the answer is probably yes.
So at the failure thing, we're about failure. I brought Mike into it because at the time, what he was telling people zero reps reserve was not. That was it. And trust me, he got super. Of course I was. But yeah.
Do you have any concluding remarks to do with Mike's attack on you?
Well, I would just summarize all of this. If Mike thinks that, hey, I'm, quote, smarter than I think I am, which again, not the first time I've had someone level that against me. If he thinks that my or your arguments are so poorly thought out, if he thinks that we're so dumb and he's so right, it's very, very, very simple. Support those claims with facts, with evidence. He pretends to be a sports scientist when it suits him. He pretends to be a PhD when it's Dr. Mike Israetel. Oh, give me a break. If he is a sports scientist, if he is evidence-based, if he believes in fact, it's very, very simple. Lay off the personal attacks. Stop with the character assassination. We focused on his information. We provided better, more accurate information. I provided physiological explanations of why it was wrong. That is how you have a factual argument. I call him an idiot because factually, here's why they're an idiot. I didn't say don't listen to them because they're an idiot. I said don't listen to them because factually they're wrong. But people can't make that distinction.
If I may, Lyle, I agree with you that Mike's response is straight out of the same tired playbook. Ignore the actual critique, attack the personality of the critic, repeat. And as you said, for someone who purports to be fact and evidence-based, Mike just doesn't seem that interested in either. Instead of addressing your actual arguments, he just throws out a bunch of personal insults and hopes that's enough to discredit you. It's not. The reality is pretty simple, right?
Yeah.
You pointed out problems with Mike's claims. Mike never actually refuted them, and instead he just lashed out. And for all his talk about positivity, Mike still seems very invested in taking these cheap shots. And the irony would almost be funny if it weren't so very predictable. But at the end of the day, this isn't about personalities. It's about the truth. And Mike has made it abundantly clear that he'd rather attack the messenger than deal with the message.
But see, I would go a step further than that. I don't think it's a matter of preferring to do that. It's a matter of that's all he's got. It's just that simple. If he had factual evidence to bring to the table, he would have done it by now. When he comes up with excuses for these supposed emails that I sent about why he's not going to produce them, it would take less time to produce them than to make the excuses. He has had 7 years, perhaps more at this point, to rebut the failure stuff. He's had less time, what we talked about with his, competition and his training claims. It's not a matter of preferring to rely on character assassination. It's a matter of that's all he's got. If he had something more, he would have brought it to the table. He hasn't because he doesn't. And I would suggest to anyone listening to this who's having trouble following what I'm saying, if you bring up a factual criticism of someone that deserves.
All right. Game time. Life is Strange. Hopefully we can finish the game tonight. That was some excellent spam. Thanks for the donation, 9014. That sounded very weird. What are the patch notes? All right. I'll update that later. And I'll make sure to remember the text message thing. Dodo reminded me twice. Dodo donate $2. Hope we can't finish the game tonight, because I hope it's longer, because it's a good game. What are you going to play after Life is Strange? What are you planning on? Planning to play probably some 2D 90s fighter game that's trash, or something like Cuphead. Yeah, we're gonna play the Cuphead DLC eventually. But probably Contra is the next game. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Thoughts on thoughts? That's exactly my thoughts.
She knows me better than anyone. Knew me better than anyone. The me now, though, after all this, maybe it's time I found out who that Max is. No more lies. No more hiding. They're all waiting for me at the Snapping Turtle.
Go to Snapping Turtle. I like turtles.
I know.
I think painted turtles are my favorite turtle.
Working on your new book? Maybe you should switch to science fiction.
Real fucking funny. I just had some kind of psychological breakdown and you're laughing.
I don't really know how to explain what happened. But you should think of it as a second chance.
My life's fucking trash now. No thanks to you and Sophie. You're toxic, Max. I can't surround myself with that kind of energy. Maybe I'll write my own book about this whole mess. My side of the story.
Well, goodbye, Lucas.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Go fuck yourself, Max.
Where's a snapping turtle?
Yasmin. I haven't heard from her since the day she came out of surgery. Hello?
Hello, Maxine.
I know you don't like chiropractors, but what kind of health problems did you say they could help with? None. There is no treatment they give that has any efficacy. So none. Thanks for the donation though, Red Panda Bear.
How's your shoulder?
The bullet missed any major veins. But it will be months of physical therapy before I can use my arm.
Yasmin, what you saw during the storm...
I don't need an explanation. Not yet. If I try to understand, then there will be no room for my recovery. And I will recover. I have to find Safia.
Any news about your
did
job?
I say thanks for the donation?
I heard the board,
I'm tired.
Yes, the board would very much like for me to resign and bring in a new president. But I'm not going down without a fight. I have to hold on, for Safia's sake. I love my daughter, Maxine, just like you. I am not a monster.
I haven't heard from Safi, if that's what you're trying to ask.
Oh. I had hoped. One moment. Excuse me. I'm apparently well past the appointed time to take my painkillers.
Until next time.
Oh my god. We're never getting there.
Here goes nothing.
Oh, hey, Gum Gum. Hey, Gummy. Wanna come cuddle? Hey, Gum Gum.
Well?
Oh, that's a good baby.
Not a peep.
Yeah, come
Guess I'm not
cuddle.
surprised. Would
Look
you
at this
come looking
big
for us
kitty.
if you were her?
I got this nice big kitty right here. Oh my god, you're so big and handsome. It's a good baby.
But it's not me. It's Safi. Does anyone ever know what she'll do next? Does she?
Maybe we should go easy on her. Wait for her to pick up the pieces.
It's a good Gum Gum. Always making biscuits.
In the meantime...
Wow, those are good biscuits, Gum Gum.
Take your time.
Oh my goodness.
I'll be here when you're done.
You're such a big, handsome boy. Oh, Gum Gum, you're so handsome.
I want to check on how everyone's doing first.
Talk to everyone. Oh my god.
Max. Sorry, You're gonna explain what happened, right?
Hey. You okay?
What do you...
Jesus. I don't know what any of this
What do
bullshit
you think it all
is.
means? Why you? Or Safi?
I'm still trying to understand.
Hey, gum.
I didn't know anyone else had powers until I met Safi.
Oh, hey, Solomon, what's up, dude? Yeah, we just reviewed the, you know, the Mike video. You added me on Steam. What's, where's the friends list thing? Is this you on Steam? What's your thing on Steam? 2 friends in common. I don't know if that's you. Is this in, is this an order? SNG. Alright, I got you added. Yeah, dude, Mike is absolutely fucking delusional. The steroids made him retarded. He was never that retarded.
That must have been a
Hey, Gum Gum.
revelation.
You have no idea.
How are we supposed to walk around knowing something like that could happen?
You already handle that. Every day. Anything could happen at any moment. You could be hit by a car. Struck by lightning.
Is this your pep talk?
So you're Supermax.
Yeah, I'd be down to chat later.
Guess your secret identity's gone, huh?
I wanted to tell you.
But you couldn't. Just like with the Maya thing. Any more secrets, or do I finally get to know you now?
Would you really have believed me, though? If I had told you?
It is pretty insane. You know, I remember rejecting you. And then you just found a version of me that still wanted you. A pretty cool trick. But kind of fucked up.
Where does that leave us? I'd understand if this changes things.
Scissoring. They lesbians start
right now.
scissoring.
All of this scares the shit out of me, honestly. If it weren't you, I don't know how down I would be to play Lois Lane. But it is you. And I like you. I think I need time to sort out my shit. Give me a little. And then who knows? Maybe you can win me back.
Challenge accepted.
I like how she has a goose patch on her jacket. I like geese.
Diamond's gonna be pissed you aren't stepping down.
Hey, Max. Our Lady of the Storm.
Wow, let's not do that. How are you guys holding up?
Oh,
My whole world has been rocked. You rocked my world.
I remember a bunch of things happening that I plan to repress until I have a spectacular nervous breakdown at age 40.
Honestly, you might want to try therapy.
Therapy! My dad will love that.
For now, I just want to get through this election.
Oh, right. The Abraxas election. So you're not stepping down?
I'd ask how you know that. But at this point, Caulfield, if you grew another head, I wouldn't even blink.
I'll get right on that.
That storm seems kind of evil, all I'm saying.
Who else do I need to talk to? Oh, her.
Some weather we're having, am I right?
That's a good baby. Hope that wasn't the grand explanation you promised us.
Hey, isn't eloquence your job? I just take the photos.
So fuzzy.
I felt
You're my fuzzy friend.
how much she hated me, Max. It was terrifying.
Oh, that's a good
Disappointing.
gum.
Yasmin played everyone against each other, Gwen. She used you.
I don't think I've ever felt like such a mark.
I don't think Jasmine's really politically interested enough to know anything about Israel-Palestine, so I don't think she ever took a stance.
It's in the past now.
I hope so.
I think that's everyone. Okay, Moses. Let's give them the talk. Everyone's pretty shell-shocked.
Yep.
How about you? Still excited to have double memories?
I can't be the only one. Seriously? Come on, it's fascinating. Well, I feel better knowing you stood up to Safi. She cares what you think. Maybe it'll make a difference.
I hope Safi figures her shit out, wherever she ends up, but I don't want any part of it.
I missed 2 weeks ago.
Hey, we're a team, right? I'll handle it with you. No more hiding or running away.
What about the blue hair girl, Chloe? Are you ready to stop hiding from her?
It's finally starting to make sense.
I think so. Not yet, but
I never knew what to say when they'd say to call a friend. But I think it's starting to make sense. And I'll try to get it right. To have you on my side, I feel fine some days.
So big.
I just wanna get it right.
I think it's time I explained a few things.
I won't have to try sometimes. Sometimes
It won't always make sense. And I'm not proud of every decision I made. But
And suddenly I have so much more I can tell.
it's the truth. What's coming next is going to be difficult. For all of us. But we're going to get through it together. I promise. This time, I'm not going anywhere.
Okay, I think that's over. So it's just gonna go through the credits. Just have to do that. Let's just put that there. Do they have Dollar Trees in Canada? They might. I'm not sure if they do. Can't remember. They have a lot of different dollar store chains here.
Shit. Shit.
We're gonna have to get you a blood transfusion.
What the fuck are you doing here?
You remember me. That's flattering. I've seen nosebleeds like that before. So you can run, or you can follow me and get some answers.
So she has powers.
Your choice.
Cool. Well, that was enjoyable. Hopefully they make a sequel. Oh, gum. I have a big chunky kitty lying on me who's really tired and sleepy. Isn't that right, Gum? Oh my goodness. You are so handsome. You know that? You're my handsome little chongish. What a good baby. You're such a good baby. Oh, I love you. This is my handsome Chonko. You're my little Chonko. You're always gonna be my little Chonko. Nah, I'm too fucking tired. We're not gonna play Spider-Man 2 right now. I'm gonna go to bed. I've been streaming for 9 hours. And it's late. So, let's see. Shawn, Baker Mints.
All right, what's one thing you can do for free that's going to likely help your health? And so this is something that most of us do every day, but a lot of us don't utilize this. And this is just a way that we breathe. Now, normally we take shallow breaths, kind of through our mouth. If you just take the time, a few times a day and just take a deep breath through your nose, hands on your waist like a Superman pose, take a deep breath in. Blow up your belly, you belly breathe, you diaphragmatic breathe, and then you blow it out through your mouth. Do that, 10 times or so. What it will do is drive things into a more parasympathetic state, which has a whole host of benefits to include, obviously reducing stress, but also things like lowering your blood glucose. People that do this see an average lower blood glucose based on studies, and there are a host of other benefits to this. So try that out.
That is some very gay, retarded advice.
Just something I typically see about people that hate on the carnivore diet. There's a couple types. One are, the vegans, obviously, you can kind of largely ignore them because they're largely moronic, based on their moralizing, moral superiority, whatever that is. But the other group are the so-called, the healthy, balanced diets people. And I often hear this. They say, well, you don't need to go on an extreme diet. You don't need to go on a fad diet. All you need to do is, eat a balanced diet, cut out junk food, and you'll get the exact same results. And that's all you need to do. And I've seen this over and over again. The problem with that particular argument is that the vast majority, with rare exception, of the people that have used carnivore to put their autoimmune disease in remission, to lose weight, to put their mental health disorders into remission, put their inflammatory disease into remission, have already tried the healthy, balanced diet. Either they were unable to stick to it, or it just didn't work for them when they did apply it. So this advice...
The idea that somebody can't lose weight while adhering to a caloric deficit is absolutely retarded. Please explain to me how somebody can actually apply healthy dieting principles and not lose weight. Just retarded. It's always a matter of adherence. As long as the diet is an energy deficit, you're going to lose weight. Impossible not to. So what he's saying here is complete and utter horseshit.
To tell people that, oh, the only reason this is working is because X, Y, and Z are in a caloric deficit or something like that, is just not reality for these people.
What? Okay, so yeah, he's going to, some people can break the law of thermodynamics. All right.
I've tried this. And, again, for those people that hate on the diet, the question I have for you is, do you just not like seeing people getting healthy? Is that something you are opposed to? And all this speculation about long-term outcomes.
Yeah, getting healthy, eating steak and butter, right? You're telling me. If somebody came out with a Twinkie diet where you eat nothing but Twinkies and people started losing weight and stuff, would Shawn support the Twinkie diet? Like, would he, say, oh, yeah, well, some people, the only diet they can adhere to is the Twinkie diet, and no other diet worked for them? Get fucked.
That's all it is. It's merely speculation. Oh, you're going to get cancer. Oh, you're going to get heart disease. Oh, you're going to shorten your life. There's no evidence anywhere of any type.
This guy's going to get a heart attack, and then, he's going to have to eat those words.
That you can rely on to make those predictions. It's all extremely speculative. You can say, well...
No, it is not extremely speculative. If you eat like shit and drive up your cholesterol score, you are far more likely to get a heart attack.
Red meat has been associated with colorectal cancer in the context of a Western junk food diet. Well, so fucking what? It has nothing to do with this particular...
No, red meat is just associated with colorectal cancer. This is true cross-culturally.
Pattern of eating. The metabolism is completely different in many ways. And so to say that you can rely on our, again, nutrition science is largely a very weak science, particularly for...
Oh, it's a weak science when it disagrees with you, but as soon as you pull up a study that you can lie about and talk bullshit and just not represent the results accurately, or if somebody makes a Facebook post, oh, look, this is proof the carnivore diet works. But, oh yeah, when there's study after study after study, meta-analysis after meta-analysis, oh yeah, red meat's associated with heart disease, diabetes, cancer. Oh, well, this is just speculative. Some random fucking bitch makes a Facebook post saying they lost weight on carnivore diet. See, this diet works. Uh-huh.
For making predictions about the future, right? So, if you are...
Absolute fucking clown, dude.
You're on the carnivore diet, you're LDL...
Dodo Donatellos, wow, that was a great game. I think they will make a sequel because it said in the NMAX Caulfield or Clawfield will return. I want to see Chloe and Max together. I don't like that Amanda hoe. Yeah, same. Yeah, hopefully the next game has Chloe and Max. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Will or can rise, and we've all been taught that high LDL means we're going to die of a heart attack, and 2, it means you must get on statins now. So how do you explain that one?
Yeah, so let's talk about that. So, for instance, the average American is pre-diabetic. Most people have after a certain age, have some level of hypertension, chronic inflammation going on. They might have this so-called dyslipidemia, high triglycerides, high LDL cholesterol, low HDL. That scenario, yeah, that LDL cholesterol is clearly going to be compromised. It's going to be a problem. It's going to be athogenic. Oh, you have that group where, in that situation, anything you can do to help their cardiovascular risk out is going to help. Lose weight, take a statin drug, lower your cholesterol. Why is there LDL?
So he's admitting LDL is atherogenic now, after coping for so long.
Cholesterol high in that situation. Well, I'm full on a cellular level. My liver is full of glycogen. My cells are stored full of fat. I've got body fat everywhere. I'm just full of energy. All that energy that I've been eating is now stuffed into my body. All my cells.
You're talking about stored energy, not up and being ready to go for a walk.
Right. So I could I could potentially use it, but I keep eating, and the liver keeps making cholesterol and fat. That fat has nowhere to go anymore. So now it's going to circulate more in higher and higher quantities. Okay.
Okay, this guy doesn't understand how saturated fat and cholesterol raise serum cholesterol. Like, all you have to do is look up a Google article.
Let's contrast that situation to, I'm really lean, I'm active, I'm also on a low carb diet. So what happens is now the energy that's stored in my body is really low. I don't have a lot of liver glycogen. I don't have a lot of fat stored into my cells. So now what happens is the cells are saying,
oh my God. He's talking about lean mass hyperresponders. These are people with a very unique phenotype. They're very rare. So there's lean individuals where if they're on a low carbohydrate diet, their cholesterol goes up. Nobody really knows exactly why that is, but that's not your average individual. The reason people's cholesterol is high on a carnivore diet is because they're consuming high amounts of saturated fat and cholesterol.
hey, I'm hungry, feed me. I need some energy, right? So where does it come from? It comes from the liver. The liver says, well, we don't have a lot of glucose we can give you. But guess what? We got some fat we can shoot over your way. And so that's what drives up the cholesterol.
That's only a hypothesized mechanism. Nobody knows why that's actually happening.
In fact, there was a recent study, a meta-analysis was published in January this year by a friend of mine, Adrian Sotomoda, that they looked at 41 randomized controlled trials. And they did a meta-analysis, and they asked the question, what is predictive of high LDL cholesterol in that situation? And what they found was, it wasn't how much saturated fat or anything people were eating. That had kind of a minor effect, right? The biggest predictor was how lean the people were. So if they got really lean, their cholesterol went up. And for the same reason we talked about, it's called the lipid energy model, that their cholesterol.
Yeah, no. The leaner you are, the lower your cholesterol is. That's why, like, athletes, soccer players, runners, like any lean athletes, they tend to have lower cholesterol on average. This is just retarded.
Being trafficked from.
So he's just lying.
The liver to feed the hungry cells. So there's two different reasons. One is you're so stuffed full of energy that the energy has nowhere to go. And so it's just sitting in the blood, versus you're starving, your cells need energy, and your liver's trying to keep up with it. So it's trafficking all this cholesterol around.
By the way, even if that was true, high LDL is still associated with higher risk of heart disease. So regardless of the mechanism, why your LDL is higher, you're still at higher risk of heart disease. Just not like that is not important. So he's just, again, making another argument for why the carnivore diet's a bad idea. That guy is just an absolute retard. Okay, I am going to go to bed now, but I hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs, really appreciate it. And I will see you all tomorrow, so sweet dreams.